Your job once they come in here, once those boxes come in?
We move the boxes to the right stations to be counted.
Speed is of the essence. Right, you know, so exactly when that box comes in here, now where are you going to run to? What count team do you go to first?
Whatever numbers on the box, we just run right to.
Ah, yes. See, the boxes come in, they're scanned electronically like a supermarket barcode, and then the ties that are on them, those are snipped. Then it comes to these guys, and they've got to do their best. So you'll be sprinting.
Yes. Yeah.
Any practice come on about that?
No.
Treadmill yesterday.
Yeah. Well, look, it's really buzzing here. It really has built up, and you can sort of feel the whole sense of expectation. They want to be first. There's that old saying, first is first and second is nowhere. 3 constituencies to declare here in Sunderland. They've also got local council elections, and there is a parish election as well. But the parliamentary elections, that is what comes first. You're tuned in to Decision Time here on Sky News, and we will be back after the break with the exit poll, Adam.
We will indeed, Eamon. There is now less than a minute left to vote if you're at a polling station. And all across the UK on Decision Time tonight, Sky News is covering more than 250 constituencies. That's more than any other broadcaster. Millions have voted today, and in less than 60 seconds, the polls will close, and we will be able to bring you the result of the broadcaster's exit poll. It is 10 o'clock. The polls have closed. The general election is over. And our exit poll is predicting that the Conservatives are the largest party. We are putting David Cameron's Conservatives on 316. That is actually 10 seats up on what they had in 2010. In second place, Labour on 239. That is down on the 258 which they had in 2010. But that is because we are putting the SNP on 58 out of 59 of Scotland's seats. They were on 6 in 2010. We are projecting a very poor night for the Liberal Democrats, down to 10 from 57 in the last Parliament. And we are projecting that UKIP will have 2 seats, its first ever seats at a general election. So to recap, the exit poll is projecting 316 seats for the Conservatives. However, I should say that there is a margin of error in this poll. That's why we're simply saying the Conservatives are the largest party. It's reckoned that there are maybe 10 seats either way on those totals. And we can look now at the other parties, what we think they have done tonight. 25 others. Of course, those are mainly the 18 in Northern Ireland. We are predicting there will be 2 Green MPs. Of course, they had 1 in the last Parliament and 4 for Plaid Cymru. They, of course, had 3 in the last Parliament. So some movement forward there for the Progressive Alliance. But the story of the night, David Cameron doing better than holding his own in terms of seats, and Labour and Ed Miliband hit very heavily because of that massive surge, suggesting on the exit poll that 58 out of 59 seats will go to the SNP. Well, let's get some reaction from our political editor, Faisal Islam. Spectacular indeed.
That would be a spectacular result. Clearly, Conservatives well ahead. No chance, really, of any type of blocking coalition being formed. Labour down 19 seats on 2010. Conservatives not so far off an overall majority within the bound of error. SNP spectacularly taking all but 1 seat if this exit poll is right. And the Lib Dems, a terrible night, almost down to single figures, and the election of 2 UKIP MPs. now. I mean, we haven't had all the moving parts of a general election like this, the Lib Dems shifting down, the UKIP factor, and then we just haven't had a situation like this before. But the sorts of things that would make this happen is the UKIP votes being squeezed hugely when it came to it. When it came to it, if this is right, it will be down to the fact that in the constituencies that matter, Con Lab, the UKIP vote preferred David Cameron as Prime Minister. But, health warning on this, other polls on vote share were absolutely level today. And we believe right now there's another poll from YouGov which also has vote share between Labour and Conservatives level. The two things surely can't be right.
Just bearing in mind the Liberal Democrats down at 10, there is an option for David Cameron to renew the Liberal Democrat coalition, and that could give him an overall majority, because we think the real line is about 322, 323 because of Sinn Féin.
If this is right, but the bargaining power of the Lib Dems in that situation will be very small, and there'll be people in the Conservatives, again, if they're on 316, who'd want to go for a minority government too, for example, because they want to give jobs to Conservatives as ministers. But extraordinary exit poll, not in keeping with the final vote share polls that we got yesterday and this morning.
And indeed, we are calling it a Conservative largest party rather than a hung parliament. Let's be joined now by Liz Truss, the Conservative Cabinet Minister, who joins us now from Westminster, I believe. Liz Truss, give us your reaction to this exit poll, first of all.
Well, first of all, this is early days, and what we know about exit polls is that they are increasingly complicated because of the number of parties involved. But certainly the exit poll does look encouraging from the Conservatives' point of view. But obviously we need to see what the exact results are going to be in terms of seats, because with factors like Scotland being very different this time, and you can see the SNP are projected to be very high there, it does affect the way the exit poll works. But it's certainly encouraging to see those results.
Does it, to you, point to the Conservatives governing on their own, or would you think it would be safer to seek a coalition with the Liberal Democrats again?
It's far too early to speculate, Adam, because we don't know how that's going to translate precisely into the number of seats. What we're seeing is across the country different things happening in different parts of the country. So we don't know how it will translate. And I know John Curtis, who's an expert on these matters, has said just that. But I do think we have run a strong campaign. It's encouraging, but it's far too early to say what the eventual result will be.
Well, everyone would accept that there is a margin of error, although the record of the exit polls in the last two elections has been pretty good. And Sky's Michael Thrasher is also working there, and I would trust him in the extreme. What would you say to the Liberal Democrats if it's going to be as grim a night as that for them, down from 57 to around 10 MPs? They've basically done the dirty work for the Conservatives and been sacrificed for it, haven't they?
Well, I think what we've seen in this campaign, and we've campaigned very strongly, first of all, in the leadership of the Prime Minister, his record of achievement over the past 5 years, and the promise of more in the next Parliament, and secondly, on the economy. And I know that's been a major factor for voters in areas like the West Country. But as I've said, this is an exit poll. It is too early to project the specifics, when what we've got is a national picture, and we know that this is going to be very, very different in different parts of the country.
It would still mean that David Cameron had failed to win an overall majority 2 elections running. Is his position secure?
Well, I think that, as I said, it's early days, Adam, and we don't know the precise number of seats, but it is promising. I think we've run a very strong campaign. David Cameron's ratings in terms of leadership have been very strong throughout this campaign.
Liz Truss, thank you very much indeed for joining us tonight. I'm probably be speaking to you later, I imagine. Well, Lord O'Donnell was the Cabinet Secretary and head of the Civil Service during the coalition negotiations in 2010. He joins us now from our Westminster studio. Lord O'Donnell, would you believe that an exit poll, if this exit poll is remotely accurate, would there be any need for coalition negotiations, or would David Cameron simply carry on?
Well, if the exit poll turns out to be correct, then I think we're looking at a scenario where David Cameron remains as Prime Minister, and he has two choices. One is to carry on to carry on with coalition 2.0, as we call it in the trade, but it will be a different form of coalition because the Lib Dems will be much, much smaller, so would have fewer ministers, or he could decide to go on as a minority government.
And what do you make of that possibility of the SNP winning practically every seat in Scotland? You've been Cabinet Secretary. That would have to raise a constitutional issue, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, if the scenario plays out the way the exit poll is suggesting, we will have the Conservatives or with the Lib Dems running the United Kingdom. But the SNP will be clear they have won Scotland. They were very clear that they weren't going to work with the Conservatives, so they'll be voting against the government. They'll be part of the opposition in Westminster. So I think it'll make for interesting times.
I mean, they would presumably have the status that the Liberal Democrats had back in the Labour government years of automatic questions at Prime Minister's questions and things like that.
Indeed, third largest party at Westminster. I mean, the one difference being it's very hard for them to get any bigger. They could only get one more seat than they've got, so they've reached, as it were, a total. But at 58, that's an important block in Westminster in the House of Commons. So they will have significant power within the opposition.
Lord O'Donnell, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, we were seeing ballot boxes rushing around there up in Sunderland at least. We think they're going to be the first constituency to declare again tonight. But for now, the information we have is coming from that exit poll. You can see it at the bottom of the screen, accepting that there is a margin of error. 316 for the Conservatives, 239 for Labour, a massive 58 out of 59 for the SNP, just 10 for the Liberal Democrats. And we think there will be 2 UKIP and 2 Green MPs as well. Well, how does it all stack up then? Ed Conway has much more at the big screen.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I mean, what a surprise we have here. And just to remind you, as Adam was saying, you can see those numbers at the bottom of the screen, but also look over here. These are the results that we had last time around, 2010. So just compare what we have there. The SNP from 6 all the way to 58. It's a staggering increase there. UKIP up, obviously, from 0. The Lib Dems down from 57 to 10. And then, of course, Labour down and the Conservatives up. Who would have thought? The polls weren't pointing in that direction previously. So a real surprise here. Now, this is our coalition builder. It's kind of like the best computer game you ever get to play, because you can control who's going to be in the government. And you can do this yourselves. It's on our website and on our app. We can use this to work out how we can create a viable government. And you can probably guess we're going to put the Conservatives in there first. Now, on this side, you have the government. You need 326 seats to get to the winning line, to have a majority in the House of Commons. Clearly, they are short, 10 short of that majority with that 316 result from the exit poll. But what happens if you were to add on the Lib Dems? Let's do that right now. Add on the Lib Dems, and you can see they just reach that winning line of 326, but it's the narrowest. It's a majority of 2. You could add on the UKIP party potentially, give them a little bit more leeway to have a slightly bigger majority, but nonetheless a far smaller majority than they had the last time around. Now, this, of course, is supposition. There's plenty of discussion that needs to happen now in the wake both of this exit poll and indeed the results, and we'll be updating this over the course of the evening. One final thought though, Adam, it's the first time potentially, if indeed this happens, the first time since 1910 that we would have had 2 indecisive hung parliaments after another. It's quite a sore.
Yes, well, it is an amazing result, and we can see pictures there live from Newcastle in Sunderland, where they are bringing those ballot boxes in very rapidly for them to be counted. I think their record is 41 minutes until we got a real result. It does appear that Labour has been hit very heavily in Scotland. Let's go now to Neil Patterson.
Yeah, Adam, there was an audible gasp, I think, from a number of people here when that exit poll came out. 58 of 59 seats north of the border. We assume that would essentially mean Scottish Labour being wiped off the political landscape. For an indication of exactly how accurate that will be, we will be keeping a very, very close eye on the 7 separate constituencies that Labour hold here. But let's try and get some reaction from the SNP themselves. We can speak to Stuart Hosey, Deputy Leader of the SNP and prospective MP for Dundee East. Good evening to you, Mr Hosey. Let me just read you something that Nicola Sturgeon has said. I'd treat the exit poll with huge caution. I'm hoping for a good night, but I think 58 seats is unlikely. Are you going to disagree with your leader?
I think Nicola's absolutely right. I mean, there are other polls out today which still show Labour and the Tories effectively neck and neck, 33-34% each. So, however interesting these exit polls are, and of course they're interesting for us, I would treat this with a huge pinch of salt until we see some real results being delivered.
OK, so what would be a good night for the SNP? What would be a seat share of the 59 here north of the border that would mean you'd done a good job and that Labour essentially hadn't?
Well, we have 6 seats, so we had 6 seats in the last Parliament. Our record total ever was 11, so in one sense 12 would be a good result, but we've set only one target in this election, and that was to win the election in Scotland in terms of seats and votes, so we certainly hope, and we've run a good positive campaign, we'll be able to meet that goal to win the election in Scotland, but I think it would be very foolish to put a number on based on an exit poll like that.
Mr Hosey, I mean, how did Scotland get to this point? I mean, let's look at Dundee, where you are. Dundee East, you've got a majority of around about 2,000. Everyone is expecting you to build on that. Dundee West looks to be a relatively safe Labour seat, but presumably you'd think that will be going yellow in just a few hours' time. I mean, how has Scotland got to this point where essentially the SNP are looking very likely to be taking seats in places they never have dreamed of in the past?
Well, I think there's a combination of things. The Scottish Government, since 2007, the SNP Government, has been effective and credible. Nicola Sturgeon is incredibly popular. I think the Labour Party damaged themselves irreparably by getting into bed with the Tories at the referendum. And of course, in this campaign, our message of more power for Scotland and ending austerity across the UK has been incredibly well received in Scotland and indeed elsewhere on the islands.
Well, we'll see those results coming through over the next couple of hours. Stuart Hosey, for now, thanks very much.
Well, interesting enough, if that exit poll is right and the Conservatives have increased their number of seats for whatever reason, the factors affecting Labour in Scotland obviously a key part of that, perhaps, in pulling down Labour. That will be the first time since 1983 that an incumbent party has increased its share of seats at Westminster. Let's go now to Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher of Plymouth University. He was part of the team producing that exit poll. The pollsters Ipsos Mori and GfK NOP questioned 22,000 people across 141 polling locations in England, Wales and Scotland. And he's just come out of Purda in the darkened room, and he joins me now from central London. Michael, your first reaction to this exit poll?
I'm astonished by the data that came in early this afternoon from people that had left the polling stations first thing this morning and fully expected maybe some adjustments. That wasn't to be the case. The modelling of the seats has been remarkably stable throughout the day. Hardly anything has changed, and the story is really quite dramatic, isn't it?
And what has happened to the vote share? Have the Conservatives increased their votes across England and Wales?
Basically, the story, I think, Adam, is best described in 3 parts. One is the Scotland situation, where the SNP have really stormed through and taken seats both off Labour, the Liberal Democrats principally. The second major part of the story, of course, is the collapse of the Liberal Democrats. We have them only on 10 seats. And really, the exit poll was telling us across the board, wherever you looked at the Liberal Democrat vote, it really had collapsed, regardless of whether the party was not holding the seat or it did. There really is a dramatic collapse in the vote share of the Liberal Democrats. And the third part of the story, and the crucial part of the story, is that in England and Wales, Labour is not really making inroads against the Conservative vote share. And that means that Labour is destined not to win a great number of Conservative marginal constituencies.
So roughly how many do we think are going to switch from blue to red tonight?
Oh, it's really a handful, Adam. In terms of the overall swing, I mean, it's around about 1% swing from Conservative to Labour since the last general election. And in terms of what people's sense of where this election was going, compared with what the exit poll is saying, is really that those polls appear seriously to underestimated the strength of the Conservative vote and likewise overestimated the support for Labour. And that really is a crucial dimension to what's driving these rather different seat projections from the exit poll.
So the talk of shy Tories or a squeeze on UKIP, does that appear to have happened?
Well, it's difficult to say at this juncture, Adam, but it certainly points in the direction that something that was happening that we found in the exit poll, we couldn't identify that. The polls were not able to identify that. So whether it's shy Tories or what, we'll know in the few hours when the actual results start coming in, and they should confirm what we find in this exit poll. Scotland will tell the story first of all in terms of dramatic SNP gains north of the border, and then in other parts of England and Wales, again, the story will be about whether the Liberal Democrats are holding on. We say not, according to the exit poll, and then those crucial Conservative marginals, which some may fall, but not a great number.
Any idea what the one seat is in Scotland?
We don't talk about individual seats with the exit poll, Adam. We simply talk about the probabilities, and the probabilities is that one seat will not go to the SNP.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Michael. So, what do David Cameron and the Conservatives make of that exit poll projection? My colleague Kay Burley is in David Cameron's constituency of Witney. Kay.
You're absolutely right. Just want to show you the boxes coming in. As you can see, these are young people who voted for the first time, and they are bringing in the ballot boxes for the very first time. They'll be open, they'll be verified, then they'll be counted. We should know about 4:30 in the morning what the result is here in Witney, the constituency of the Prime Minister, of course. Just want to head over and speak to one of I just wanted to make sure I wasn't in the way of one of our colleagues who was also filming. We found the chairman of the West Oxfordshire Conservative Association. So you'd be quite pleased then, weren't you, with that exit poll?
It's very encouraging. It's early days, but it's a very encouraging start.
What were you expecting?
Well, anything over 300, I think, would have been a good initial result. But if we get to the figures that have been talked about, then it makes David Cameron's job that much easier.
Although even if you still need the Lib Dems though, don't you? And they've collapsed to 10 according to this exit poll. That still only gets you to 326, only just over the line.
Well, that'll be down to David Cameron to do some negotiating.
You're keeping your powder dry, aren't you?
It's early days. Let's just see how the night goes.
How do you think that when they saw the exit poll in Mr. Cameron's household, how do you think they would have reacted?
I think they'll have been reacting cautiously.
Perhaps punching the air?
Maybe.
OK, we'll talk to him in a little while. For now, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in Anushka Astana, who's actually just outside where Mr. Cameron's home is in Dean, about 10 or 12 miles away from where we are. Anushka, he must be quite pleased if this exit poll carries out to that 326 that hopefully the Conservatives are feeling that they will have to get over the line, but they will still need the Lib Dems in order to do that. These numbers, given what we've seen with the polls over the last few weeks, are miles off.
They'll be very, very happy with this, Kay. The people we were talking to just before 10 o'clock, Conservatives really not sounding that confident at that point. They'd written off the idea of a majority, suggesting anything over 300 they'd be very, very happy about. Well, they will be extremely happy about what they are seeing here. Before, they thought the UKIP turnout was higher than they'd expected, but that wouldn't seem to be the case if this is right. One Tory source saying to me, let's wait for the people's verdict, but clearly the party with the most amount of seats must be given given the chance to form a majority government. If this is true, it is a disaster for Miliband. And one thing they have been saying, they're saying now, and they were all the way through this campaign, is that Labour were in big trouble in Scotland, and that's why they thought that they were on the front foot. You've also got to ask yourself whether the strategy that we saw them take on has actually worked. This exit poll suggests so. Nearly every seat that I went to following David Cameron around the country felt like it was a Lib Dem seat. Some of them looked completely safe on paper, majorities of over 12, 13,000, but the Prime Minister said he felt confident that he had a chance to take them. If the Lib Dems really are down to 10, it would suggest that they have had some success with that. People will say that they could now add together with the DUP or Lib Dems to make a majority if these results are right. We know that the 1922 committee, which of backbench MPs, will be meeting tomorrow, and they'll have something to say on that.
OK, for now, Anushka, thanks very much indeed. So if this exit poll does bear out, Conservatives 316, Labour 239, the Lib Dems plummeting to just 10, UKIP 2, the SNP 58. That's 58 of the 59 seats available in Scotland. That is what the exit poll is projecting. A lot better for the Conservatives than what the polls had been suggesting over the last few weeks and months, but still a long way away from having a working majority in the House of Commons. As you can see here in Witney, we have seen the first ballot boxes arrive. They've been brought in by young people who have been voting for the very first time. We're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive here in the early hours of the morning, declaring here in Witney around about 4:30 in the morning. What will the landscape be looking like by then? You'll have to stay tuned and find out. But for now, let's go over to Doncaster, where Jeremy Thompson is standing by. This is not going to make good reading for the Leader of the Opposition, is it, Jeremy?
One Tory source said if the exit polls are anywhere near true, then it's a disaster for Ed Miliband. Well, Mr. Miliband is still at his constituency home about 8 miles up the road from here in Sutton at the moment. He's not due to come down to this count at the racecourse for at least another couple of hours or so. The declaration not likely to happen until about 3:30 in the morning. There's probably not much doubt about his seat or his two shadow cabinet colleagues, Rosie Winterton and Caroline Flint, whose votes are also being counted here. They had large majorities last time, expected to get back in again for Labour this time, but the bigger picture will be worrying for Mr. Miliband and his team. Let's find out a little bit more from Sophie Ridge, our political correspondent, who's been on the campaign trail with Mr. Miliband for the last month or so. She's at his constituency home. Not sure he's rushing out to talk to you at the moment, is he, Sophie?
He's not. All is quiet, and I think that exit poll may give you the indication why they're perhaps reluctant to speak out. Even though they are, I think you can bet that behind those curtains in the house behind me, there's some pretty frantic phone conversations that are being made. The people around Ed Miliband don't want to say anything at the moment. They don't want to give their official reaction, but I have been speaking to some Labour MPs who have admitted that if it's true, that exit poll is disappointing. Harriet Harman's been saying, though, that it is all about the kind of majority and the Conservatives on 316. That is still short of the Commons majority. But at the same time, frankly, it's very difficult to see that if this exit poll is correct, which of course is an if, we don't know for sure what the results are going to be, it's very difficult to see how Ed Miliband would be able to form a government. And privately, there are some party sources that I've been speaking to this evening who would admit that there's little that Ed Miliband can do if those results are correct. There's got to be question marks too about strategy. Ed Miliband's strategy was all about focusing on Conservative marginal seats, particularly in the north, around the Leeds area is a place that we've visited a lot. And again, if these exit poll results are true, it suggests that the Conservative number has gone up while Labour has gone down on 2010. That would be a very disappointing result for them. It's a long night ahead, and I think behind me, Ed Miliband and his key advisers who are sitting around in the living room will perhaps be dissecting and hoping that there could be some very different results coming through when we do get the results of the seats being declared later on this evening and through the night.
Thanks very much, Sophie. Well, all the Labour Party tellers who are down here with their big red rosettes are worrying more about how the count's going at the moment. They're keeping their head down. They're not too keen to comment at the moment on these exit polls. But it's at the start, everybody's treating it with some caution. Not surprisingly, the exit polls don't look too encouraging for Mr. Miliband and his chances of being the next Prime Minister. We'll have more from Doncaster as the night goes on. Right now it's back to Ed Conway at the big screen.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yes, staggering, really, seeing those numbers. Just look behind me. You can see these are live pictures from the Sky 150, these key constituencies around the country. Just look at them scrolling by as those boxes are starting to come in, the ballot boxes, and the counts are going to begin. And it's going to be a long night. We will take you through it bit by bit, showing you on this extremely complex occasion where we're seeing all sorts of unprecedented things happening with those numbers. I just want to point out that since we had that exit poll, the pound has risen by about 2 cents against the dollar. So there's been this immediate reaction that we've seen in markets to that exit poll. Clearly, investors quite encouraged by it. They like it. Now, I want to show you this. This is something we call the Portillo moment. It's been 20 years. And this, by the way, is the moment, I suppose, when a kind of electoral David knocks out a political Goliath. Now, 20 years ago, as I was saying, Michael Portillo lost his seat to this unknown 30-year-old Stephen Twigg. And tonight looks especially fertile ground for more giant killings in the election. Take Nicky Morgan, she's the Education Secretary. Labour's Matthew O'Callaghan has her seat in his sights, a majority of just 3,744 in Loughborough. Employment Minister Esther McVey, she has a lower margin of error in Wirral West. Labour's Margaret Greenwood is looking at her majority of just under 2,500 there. Shadow Chancellor Ed Balls, what a night it would be if he lost his seat. He's got a very uncomfortable marginal seat, Morley and outwards. It's in our Sky 150. First-time parliamentary candidate Andrea Jenkins from the Conservatives is fighting him there. The Conservatives have put lots of money into that one. But it's Scotland, isn't it? Look at that exit poll. It's in Scotland where we're expecting all of these famous faces to be really under threat. In Paisley and Renfrewshire South, you've got Shadow Foreign Secretary Douglas Alexander. Big majority here. Might that not necessarily help him out? He faces the very real possibility of losing his seat to a 20-year-old. The SNP's Mary Black. She's a student at the moment. And the potential SNP tsunami could also swamp his political neighbour, Scottish Labour leader Jim Murphy in Renfrewshire East. His challenger, Kirsten Oswald, has been a member of the SNP for less than a year. It's not looking good either for the Lib Dems in Scotland either. Danny Alexander, he's trailing in the polls behind his SNP rival, Drew Hendry. That's in Inverness. Relatively big majority, but a big challenge for him there, particularly seeing those numbers. And former leader Charles Kennedy, he could also fall in Ross Skye and Lochaber to the SNP's Ian Blackford. But could the greatest giant killing of all be this man, the current Lib Dem leader, Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg? His challenger, Labour's Oliver Coppard, he's got a pretty big majority, more than 15,000 to overcome. It would be a big swing. But constituency polling has suggested he's close. And remember that number, the exit poll, 10 Lib Dem MPs. Could that man be this election's Stephen Twigg? We'll find out later tonight.
And Ed, certainly the exit polls, or the local opinion polls rather, here in Sheffield Hallam have looked extremely grim for Nick Clegg until this week. Let's bring in now Baroness Brinton, President of the Liberal Democrat Party. This is a disaster, isn't it? Lots of famous faces look like they're exiting tonight.
Well, hang on a minute. Let's just pause. Even the psephologists were giving a warning on this. The point about all the polls that we've had over the last month has been that the Lib Dems have been underestimated. And when there have been polls looking at key marginals between Lib Dems and Labour, or Lib Dems and the Conservatives, we've done much better than that. So I would be astonished if we only had 10 seats at the end of the night.
It's good to sound optimistic, but there's no doubt you're going to be punished for a number of things: joining the Conservatives, joining an austerity programme, ditching your pledge on tuition fees. The rout in Scotland, of course, seems to be unstoppable. What sort of numbers do you think you might get if you think 10 is a low estimate for the Liberal Democrats?
Well, if the experts can't predict what the numbers are going to be, I certainly can't. What I do know is that our feeling on the ground in some of the key seats is much more positive. So, for example, I can tell you Nick Clegg is very, very secure in Sheffield Hallam, and actually the exit poll would sort of indicate that, wouldn't it? If Labour have gone backwards, you wouldn't expect them to take it. But on actual numbers, no, I couldn't say, and nobody quite understands what's happening in Scotland. So we will just have to wait and see. But as I've started with, I'm absolutely clear that 10 would be an astonishing number for us, and certainly doesn't fit what we're seeing on the ground. And you're right in that, you know, we went into coalition 5 years ago. We did it because at that point the country needed it. We recognised that austerity was necessary, and our whole programme over the last month has been trying to say to voters, as things improve, we can come out of that. Unlike the Conservatives who want to continue with severe cuts, we didn't want to do that.
It's not difficult, though, is it, for people to...
Certainly chimed with quite a lot of people.
It's not difficult for people to see the maths this time around either. 316 plus 10 equals 326, the magic number. Would you be tempted to go back in with the Tories? Some of your party members might see it as a toxic 10 years of the Tory party.
Well, we've been very clear about what our red lines are should we be asked to go into coalition with another party, whether it's Conservatives or whether it's Labour.
So you're saying you would go back in with the Tories if they asked you to?
Well, it's too early to say. It's absolutely too early to say. If the Conservatives wouldn't agree to some of our red lines, for example, fair funding for all schools, because they aren't offering as much funding as we want, then no, we wouldn't, because a red line is a red line.
It's not about red lines, though, is it now? The best you can hope for out of the election today is some form of government at the end of this, because the Liberal Democrats were created back in '92. They won 20 seats there. We're talking about half the number of when the Lib Dems were created. Your party has been absolutely decimated by going to bed with the Tory party.
Well, hang on a minute. Can we just wait until we get some results? You're basing this all on the exit poll. And yes, I suspect that we will lose seats, but whether we will go, I really don't believe that we will go down to 10. Let's see what happens overnight.
You didn't believe last time in 2010, did you? That was predicted at 59. You ended up with 57. Nick Clegg turned up at the count with a face like thunder. Goodness knows what he's going to look like this time when he turns up.
Well, as someone who lost by a whisker last time, it was incredibly frustrating. We lost 7 or 8 seats by under 600 votes. And yes, it was frustrating. But we knew after that night that we really had to make sure that our core seats were solid. And the problem about the poll that's being conducted by the 3 or 4 major companies is that it does not take into account the fact that we fight fewer seats than the Labour and Tories, absolutely at the top level. And so I would expect our figure to be understated at this stage.
Well, Baroness Brinton, President there of the Liberal Democrat Party, thank you. And Adam, certainly a number of very famous Lib Dem faces looking extremely precarious this evening.
Yes, you're absolutely right. If they are indeed down from 57 to 10, I think we need to recap on where we are. The polls closed just over half an hour ago. We haven't yet had any results declared in any constituencies, but just look at that. That is the exit poll. It's projecting that the Conservatives are easily the largest party with 316 seats. That would actually be up 10 on what they had in 2010. Labour are down on 239, and the main reason why they're down is look at that SNP total. 58 out of 59 seats in Scotland predicted to go to the Scottish Nationalists. And also the Liberal Democrats, of course, they're down from 57 to 10 in this exit poll. Even if it's wrong, it's not likely to be that wrong. And then, of course, we do believe that UKIP have got their first 2 MPs elected at a general election, and also the Greens, we think, may well have 2. Well, let's speak to our political correspondent, Sophie Ridge, who is following Ed Miliband and the Labour campaign. Sophie, what are you hearing?
Well, we've just got the first reaction through from Labour to this exit poll, which I can just bring you now. So a source is saying, firstly, that the exit polls have been wrong in the past. They're pointing out that the YouGov poll is very different to the one from the broadcasters. But this is the interesting bit. The source goes on to say that the coalition came into the election with a majority of 73. Even if the exit poll is right, that's been all but wiped out. Who forms the next government is who can carry the confidence of the House of Commons. Now, what that effectively means is that if that source is, what that source seems to be saying is that even if the exit poll is correct, even if the Conservatives have a significantly higher number of seats than Labour, Ed Miliband may still try to press ahead and form the next government. And the reason that they believe he may have a chance of doing that is because the Lib Dem total, according to the exit poll, has gone down so much that that does affect the majority that any Conservative Lib Dem coalition could command. And of course, the SNP has gone up. So we are in the situation now that although all throughout the campaign, Ed Miliband has been saying no deals with the SNP, been trying to put as much distance between himself and the SNP as he can, it may be that extraordinary number of seats that the exit poll suggests the SNP could win that could potentially be the last hope that Ed Miliband has of clinging on to forming a government. Although I have to say that because of the difference in seats between the Conservatives and Labour, that if the exit poll is true, suggests that could be an uphill task.
Sophie, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're still waiting for the first real results in a constituency. Eamon Holmes is likely to be the man who'll bring it to us. Eamon.
Yeah, Sunderland Tennis Centre, we're at, Adam, and they reckon that first real result 10 minutes away, so stick around here and we'll be declaring first. It may slightly skew the exit prediction poll there because these are three constituencies, three safe Labour constituencies, 50% of the vote going Labour's way. That's not expected to change, but just looking around here, we have got some gloomy faces amongst those with the red rosettes. The reaction is basically they don't believe the exit poll. They don't want to believe the exit poll. A lot of people are saying, is this a Sky-only poll? I'm just pointing out that this is with all the broadcasters who have teamed up on this one. And as I say, we're just 10 minutes away here. So we'll expect the first of 3 Labour seats from Sunderland.
Amen. And what should we be looking for in terms of these results, Eamon? They are safe Labour seats. They are held by women. But in terms of seeing whether it's going to be a good night or a bad night in real ballot boxes, what should we be looking for?
Well, I think it'll be very interesting to see what indent UKIP have made in the overall result. The research says that the UKIP vote, which is predicted to go up by around 10%, does better in areas where people don't have degrees. And just out and about today, talking to various people, there is a lot of disillusionment. And the phrase that just kept coming back to me was, Sunderland looks depressed, Labour have been in charge here for a long time, and what has changed? So people are saying that if they switch, they're not going to the Conservatives, they're not going to Lib Dems, but they're likely to transfer their Labour vote to UKIP.
Indeed, I think UKIP hoping that they might come second in quite a lot of seats in the north.
Yeah, that was the big hope from Nigel Farage. That's what he was saying last week, where the prediction was that they were going to do more damage to the Conservatives. Maybe that is not actually the case. But as I say, solemn faces, glum faces. There's also local authority elections here as well. There's a parish election as well. There is a lot of counting going on. They are doing it very, very fast, faster than anyone else. And as I say, we are, well, I think maybe about 5 or 6 minutes away from maybe being able to bring you the first result of the evening.
Exciting stuff, Eamon. We'll be back to you as soon as that result comes. Let's get some more information now on that exit poll, which is all we have to go on at the moment, from Ed. Ed.
Thanks, Adam. And of course, we will go straight to that result. The moment it comes through, I may even get rudely interrupted, but you need to hear that. That is the first result we're going to get tonight. This is a reminder. I want to give you a reminder of what we had last time around. This is the government that was elected in 2010. You can see after the negotiations, the Conservatives and the Lib Dems had that. Look at that number, 603, excuse me, it would have been good if it was 600, 363. That's how many seats they had back in 2010. Remember that, because we're going to reflect it. And also, just have a glance at this. This is the opposition as it was in 2010. Lots of red, a tiny bit there. of yellow for the SNPs. What do we have this time around? Let's get rid of that. This is our coalition builder. You can go online and try it out yourself if you want. It's lots of fun. I'm not just saying that. It is genuinely quite fascinating because you can kind of enter your own different kind of permutations about what you expect. This is the exit poll. These are the numbers we've just had through here. Let's add the Conservatives over here. They are 10 MPs short of that majority, but add the Lib Dems on, and there, they get to the winning line. But again, look up there. 326 as opposed to 363. It's it's as tight as you can get. It really is as tight as you can get. A final thing just to reflect upon. Let's add in the opposition, as we may well have them over here. Labour, the SNP, we can add the other parties as well. This is all from the exit poll, remember. Just look at the difference here. Labour, a smaller Labour Party, and what's this? An enormous swathe of bright yellow for the SNP. What a change to the House of Commons in comparison with previous years.
Well, of course, we're keeping a close eye on what's happening in Sunderland. The result they're expecting in a few moments. We'll be back there just as soon as it is. But let's dwell on what that exit poll means north of the border. The SNP, according to that exit poll, looking to take 58 of 59 seats. There was an audible gasp from some here at the Glasgow count, including my guest, Professor Nicola McEwen from the Centre on Constitutional Change. Nicola, how much credence can we place on this? 58 of 59. I mean, that surpasses anyone's wildest expectations, even I imagine amongst the SNP themselves.
Well, there was one poll at some point in the campaign that suggested the SNP taking a clean sweep, and no one quite believed that one. So it would be astonishing. I think we have to be extremely cautious about reading too much into what is, after all, still a poll. But it does suggest at least that the SNP are going to have an extraordinary night.
Yeah, I mean, Nicola Sturgeon herself pouring a little bit of cold water on the idea that it's almost going to be a clean sweep here. But, I mean, we're in Glasgow, 7 Labour seats here. You look at some of the majorities involved, 10,000, 15,000, 30,
and
40%.
And more, absolutely.
I mean, if those polls are to be believed, can we take this as something of a bellwether?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if the SNP are winning across Glasgow, then they're probably winning in much of Scotland, absolutely. But these are seats that the Labour Party have held for decades. Not so much in the Scottish Parliament. Already their support has been eroding there in the Scottish Parliament. Similar seats there. So the SNP have been building a presence in this city, and Glasgow, after all, voted yes in the referendum last year. That matters to the debate.
I mean, has there been a separation in people's minds in Scotland between a vote for the SNP being a vote for a political party that can get stuff done in Westminster, or a vote for the SNP being essentially a vote for independence?
Well, up until this election, people in Scotland were voting rather differently in Scottish Parliament elections, where they were more inclined to vote for the SNP, and in Westminster elections, where they were more inclined to vote for Labour.
45% the SNP polled in the Scottish parliamentary elections in 2011.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's not exactly the same 45% who voted yes, but there is a stronger and stronger correlation between those who favour independence and those who back the SNP.
Professor McEwen, thanks very much.
We're still keeping an eye on Sunderland, expected to be the first of the 650 seats to declare. Their record is 41 minutes. Well, it's 45 minutes since the polls closed, and still haven't heard that declaration there. That could happen very shortly. I'm in Doncaster waiting for Doncaster North to be declared. It's going to be a good few hours yet. That is Ed Miliband's seat. His political fate in the balance tonight, and particularly after the initial exit polls aren't that encouraging on the face of it for Labour. So let's bring in Mr. Miliband's deputy, Harriet Harman, deputy leader of the Labour Party, joining us from Westminster. Very good evening to you, Ms. Harman. What are your initial thoughts on the exit poll figures?
Well, my initial thoughts are I'm probably here sitting in this chair about 6 hours too early, because we always knew that there are many seats across the whole of the country where we were expecting it to be a very close result, and that's what our sense has been on the ground. And therefore, that makes it very difficult for exit polls to effectively predict that. Having said that, we are quite sceptical of the conclusion that they appear to have come to. But I mean, even if the exit poll is right, which we are very sceptical about, it does actually show that the coalition by David Cameron has all but lost its majority. But having said that, we'll have to see the actual results. But, you know, we absolutely know from going around the country that people are very concerned about their family finances and the cost of living and very worried about the NHS. So if it is the case that David Cameron has lost a majority for his coalition, then that wouldn't surprise me at all. But I'm very sceptical about that exit poll.
Right. I mean, you're putting as positive a spin on it as you can from a Labour point of view, but in all honesty, it doesn't suggest that you've surged into a lead or have any chance of becoming a majority government yourselves. It's not a strong position as we head into a night of results.
Well, I think that that's what we're doing. We're heading into a night of results, and we haven't even had the first actual result. So I think, you know, we've had polls all the way through this campaign showing it to be neck and neck. We've had certain, you know, we've had all our information back from our 4 million plus conversations we've been having with people on the doorstep. So I'm afraid the reality is that we'll all just have to wait and see until those votes are counted. But the reality is that that the House of Commons, the newly elected House of Commons, will need to give someone a majority to be Prime Minister. And the question is whether or not, after the 5 years that this coalition has had, whether or not the people have elected a Parliament that does want to carry on giving David Cameron a majority. And we're thinking that that might not be the case.
If the exit polls turn out to be anywhere near true, and looking back over recent modern history, quite a lot of the exit polls aren't far off the mark, so you might have to steel yourself for that. Why haven't you got your message across in the way that you'd wanted to?
Well, I think, you know, I have actually sat in a chair similar to this when the exit polls did actually get it wrong and predicted a hung parliament with us, the biggest party, in '92, and that wasn't actually the result at all. So, you know, I've been in the situation of commenting on polls and then discovering that the reality didn't reflect that. So I think in terms of getting our message across, I think we wanted to put the question of living standards very much on the political agenda. Ed Miliband was very clear that was a problem in the country, that the recovery was not reaching ordinary people around the country. And that is undoubtedly the case, that message got across. I don't think David Cameron wanted to discuss living standards, but Ed Miliband rightly put that on the agenda. And I don't think either David Cameron wanted the NHS to be in such a big issue in this campaign. And we have made it a big issue because people are concerned about it. So I think the big issues that we wanted to put forward in the campaign are absolutely out there. We'll have to see what's happened in terms of how people have cast their votes.
Harriet Harman, very good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Straight across to a lot of activity in Sunderland and Eamon.
Yeah, there's the returning officer, Dave Smith, about to make the declaration.
I, Dave Smith, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Elvin, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 8,280. Stuart Thomas Hay, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,105. Jim Murray, Liberal Democrat, 791. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, Labour Party, 21,000.
So it is a Labour hold in Houghton and Sunderland South for Bridget Phillipson. She is the sitting MP. Her return, no surprise. The real surprise, that UKIP vote overtaking the Conservatives to take second place here in Sunderland. We will find out as the evening progresses. Will that be repeated elsewhere?
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking the Acting Returning Officer Dave Smith and pay tribute to all of the staff involved in tonight's count who have worked so hard once again to ensure a quick declaration. I would also like to thank the police for ensuring order throughout the count and on polling day. And finally, I would like to thank Les Scott, my agent, and all of those who've worked so hard, especially in recent weeks, to secure a Labour victory here. It is a privilege to have been re-elected to serve as your Member of Parliament. 5 years ago, I stood here and promised the people of Houghton and Sunderland South that I would work tirelessly and fight for our area in Parliament. I'm proud of what I've achieved for local people, above all on local transport and schools. But there is much more work to do. Tonight, people across Sunderland have renewed their vote of confidence in me, and more importantly, they have put their trust in Labour's belief that Britain only succeeds when working people succeed too. The Tories have failed people here and across Britain. Their failed economic plan means that too many hard-working people in our community and across this country struggle to make ends meet. They want a better Britain. It's too early to know tonight what the night will hold. But here in Houghton and Sunderland South, the result could not be clearer. And Labour here will continue to fight hard for working people. Thank you for your loyalty and thank you for your support.
So a victorious Bridget Phillipson there. Her vote has increased, but look at that Lib Dem vote. Absolutely wiped out. And where did that Lib Dem vote go? Conservative vote down 3%, but up 18% UKIP. That is the big state, the change of play. Just look at the share of how all of that translates. And there you have it, the Labour vote pretty much the same as last time around. UKIP way up, 21.5%. That is up 18 percentage points. The Conservative vote down 3%, Greens on nearly 3%, and Lib Dems, and there is the change from 5 years ago. Bridget Phillipson being the sitting MP, and this then a Labour hold. Next result from here will probably be Sunderland Central Ward. It could also be Washington and Sunderland West. We are expecting that count to come in about 35 minutes from now. Here they didn't beat their record, which was 45 minutes after the polls closed, but 50 minutes, I think they'll settle for that.
Eamon, thanks very much indeed. Well, we're down here in Margate. The counts for Thanet South and Thanet North are underway behind me. The far tables are Thanet South, which is Nigel Farage's hope, and Thanet North nearer to us. Also a Tory at the moment, and Tory hopeful as well, take over at the end of the result tonight. Well, those figures from Sunderland are extraordinary. We're trying to read the runes down here. The only rosettes we can see in the halls beyond here, the counting and the declaration hall, are blue ones. There's an atmosphere of optimism already as far as the Conservative faithful are concerned. But then we get this news from Sunderland South with UKIP coming into second place, 1,000 votes ahead of the previous second runners, the Conservative Party. That's the kind of news that buoys up spirits in a party like UKIP, and we don't, of course, even didn't even expect Sunderland to be anything like a UKIP target in this night's polling. Let's go live now to Shropshire. We can speak to the Deputy Chair of UKIP Party, Suzanne Evans. Thanks very much indeed for joining us, Ms. Evans. What do you make of this prediction in our broadcasters' exit polls tonight of only 2 seats for UKIP tonight?
Well, to be honest, I think it's wise that everybody I've heard so far commenting on the exit poll is advising caution, because it's certainly that 2 seats certainly doesn't accord with my experience on the ground. I was in Thanet South yesterday with Nigel Farage, and he was literally being mobbed by voters. His popularity there was obvious to see. I've had colleagues today in Dudley North, Bill Etheridge, MEPs fighting that seat, and again, the people I spoke to are convinced that he's going to take it. We know that Douglas Carswell is almost certain to hold on to his seat. I've been campaigning myself in Rochester and Strood, and I think Mark Reckless is on course to keep that. So my feeling is that caution is the right way to go, really. But of course, I'm obviously delighted with the Sunderland result. 21%, amazing, higher than we've polled, and I've always said throughout this campaign that the polls were definitely underestimating the strength of the UKIP vote. And to get that kind of a second place above the Conservatives in Labour heartland is very encouraging.
Well, just a recap there of the first result of the night, a Labour hold for Bridget Phillipson. But as you can see, the shares of the vote do suggest that UKIP, as we were hearing from Suzanne Evans there, has moved into second place. And just look at the Liberal Democrats at the bottom, a lost deposit for them. Well, joining me now are Gabby Hinsford from The Guardian and Tim Shipman, who's political editor for the Sunday Times. Welcome to you indeed. Well, we've had one real result. We've had the exit poll. We've had a YouGov Election Day poll pointing to a rather different result. What do you make of it so far, Tim?
Who would be a pollster this evening, Adam? I mean, after 6 months of this, it finally got exciting. If it's right, the exit poll, Linton Crosby's fee just doubled, didn't it? We still don't know what's going to happen. The Tories are looking at Nuneaton, which comes in about 1 o'clock in the morning, to see whether this, the switch between Labour and Tory is what the exit poll says it is, which is very small. A lot of people not quite convinced that the Lib Dems are going to collapse quite that badly, and sceptical about whether the SNP is going to clean up that much. But
Gabby, what do you think?
It's early days, but we could be looking at 2 leadership contests in the morning at this rate. I mean, if Labour has gone backwards on where it was in 2010, which is bad enough, and gone backwards despite a government that was very unpopular with a lot of prospective Labour voters, then it seems to me that Ed Miliband is in real trouble. And if Nick Clegg survives the night, then you just move on to the question of his longer-term future, if that polling is right for the Liberal Democrats. I mean, this is all predicated on a lot of ifs, but...
And what about Scotland? I mean, if it's 50-plus seats, they're saying all but one in the exit poll. Nicola Sturgeon's kept on saying this isn't about independence and the union, but will that inevitably come onto the agenda, do you think?
it has to, again, doesn't it? I mean, most people don't think it will come up before May of next year when the Scots have their next election. Nicola Sturgeon has sort of indicated that she's not going to move again on it until then. But it's, a lot of people down at South think, well, we could be in a situation of UDI or something like that. It's going to be a very strange situation where the whole of one country has effectively said, we're no longer interested in the politics of the South. A lot of people think if there were another referendum that people would still vote to stay, but at the moment it doesn't look that way.
I mean, we're seeing pictures now of Kirkcaldy, Gordon Brown's former constituency, and as things stand, that very safe Labour seat, according to the exit poll, would probably go.
And it won't be the only one. The places that Labour has held for sort of, decades and decades and decades will go. Same for Liberal Democrat seats. It's a sea change. It's an absolute cultural change. And all the parties we're looking at it thinking, where the hell do we get a Nicola Sturgeon? If you look at her sort of astonishing popularity and the connection she has with people, it's not just about the SNP, it's not just about nationalism, it's about her. She has something special, and other parties are going to be looking at that thinking, why don't we have someone like that?
I mean, there's some of the contests you mentioned. Nick Clegg, will Nick Clegg survive the night? I mean, in Scotland, we've got Douglas Alexander, who is the campaign chief for Labour. We've got their Labour leader in Scotland, Jim Murphy. And then on the Liberal Democrat side, we've got Danny Alexander, the former Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and indeed a former party leader in Charles Kennedy. It would be an unbelievable rewriting of the political map in Scotland.
This looks like a possible massacre, in a number of ways. People still talk about Chris Patten losing his seat back in 1992. Were you up for Portillo in 1997? These were 1 or 2 big names. We could have 10, 12, 15, big names, front benchers, people who've led their parties, careers dying tonight, based on, the public will. It's
and what about the, the main red-blue battle? Is it such a great result for the Conservatives? Bear in mind that they're still short, according to the exit poll, of an overall majority.
Well, Labour are making this point that the support for the coalition appears to have dropped, and that there'll be fewer seats. But I mean, you talk to any Tory over the last month, if you told them 316 seats, they would have bitten your arm off. Earlier in the week, the very optimistic Tories were talking about maybe winning 295. As of this morning, it was about 298. About 2 hours ago, they were suggesting it was 302 that they were looking at. So if they get 316, I mean, David Cameron is going to be a very happy man indeed. Yeah. But we've seen from this first result in Sunderland that UKIP do appear to be making a breakthrough in the north. If that turns out to be the case across the whole of the north of England, there'll be a lot of people in the Conservative Party who will look at that and say, if we're finishing third in the north of England, then something's got to give. There are a lot of people who are probably going to stage interventions and say things need to change even so.
I mean, that is one thing, that the map, if you like, of the UK is going to be fragmented and cut up.
It is going. There are different things going on in different parts of the country, but I think the Scottish scenario, dramatic and exciting as it is, shouldn't distract us from what's going on in England, which looks like essentially both parties being slightly trapped in their comfort zones, and Tories perhaps not breaking through in the north and UKIP breaking through where Tories should have hoped to break through. And at this rate, Labour absolutely not breaking through in the southern marginals or the Midlands marginals. You have a sense of a red-blue battle that's kind of, fought itself to a standstill.
Interesting too, the exit poll is suggesting that there could be some very modest but gains nonetheless, both for the Greens and for UKIP.
Yeah, I mean, these minor parties have been the big stars of the campaign so far. They've got themselves into the debates, and I suspect that means they're here to stay for the foreseeable future. And a lot of people have, looked at politicians they've not seen before and thought, these are interesting people. A lot of them have got more personality than the two main leaders, who have been deliberately kept away from the public during this campaign. It's been a great frustration for journalists, but I think it's been a frustration for the public as well. And, the people like Leanne Wood, people like Nicola Sturgeon, Nigel Farage, obviously, they have an ability to cut through, and this, should be a wake-up call for a lot of those other mainstream politicians, that they need to get out there and tell us what they think and be prepared to have people disagree with them.
Well, it is still just an exit poll. We got one result in, 649 to go. What are the milestones you're looking for throughout the night?
I think the first one's going to be Nuneaton, which is the big marginal. Everyone's sort of Tory-Labour marginal. It'd be interesting to see what happens in Loughborough. At that rate, you'd expect Nicky Morgan to hold on and Labour not to take it. Then we're looking at the giant killer seats where, famous names may rise and fall. But I'll be looking particularly at those seats where Labour would have to be coming back if it was going to be a sort of force to be reckoned with.
Just seeing pictures now of Ed Balls arriving at his count in Leeds. Of course, he's in a marginal seat, isn't he?
Well, that would be a heck of a scalp, wouldn't it, for the Tories if Balls was to tumble? I think it's very unlikely, but I think the significance of some of the results as they come in is, what are these leadership contests going to look like in the next few days? What is the narrative? If Labour are failing in the south, then that is going to give much more impetus to candidates like Chuka Umunna and Liz Kendall, who have been battering away behind closed doors, trying to get Labour to offer something a bit more to sort of voters in the south.
Well, I've already seen one or two people on Twitter saying, is it time to bring back New Labour?
Already. Yeah. I think maybe revised New Labour might be more what we're looking at. But yeah, I mean, there are going to be really serious questions.
But you would both feel that Ed Miliband will go?
I think he has to in this situation. I mean, people were beginning to talk about him holding on if he was within sort of 20 votes of the Tories. But even the polling numbers that YouGov are producing this evening, it's very difficult to see how Labour can put together the numbers that they would need to get over the line. They're in the sort of 260 range there, a good 20-30 behind the Tories. And, I've got text messages in my pocket from Labour people saying, 15-20 is OK behind, we can still do the leapfrog. 25 is a problem, 30 is fatal, and I don't think there's any way back from him.
I don't think he should go immediately, actually. I think hang on and basically do what Michael Howard did. Hang on and supervise a long, lengthy process of debate about where on earth the party's gone wrong.
Culminating in the Labour Party conference or something like that.
Yes, culminating in a collective nervous breakdown on all sides.
But don't forget that, this is 20-odd years since the Conservatives won a majority. It's 40-odd years since Labour won a majority without Tony Blair leading the party. And there's going to be quite a lot of soul-searching on both sides, I suspect, about what this means for their, wider future.
And where do the Liberal Democrats go from here? Because, I mean, effectively, as the third force, they're now the fourth force behind the SNP, unless everyone has gone completely mad in terms of polling tonight. And on top of that, they're back to the sort of levels that the Liberals had in the 1960s.
Well, I guess they'll hunker down. They'll do what they did before, which is go back to local politics. They'll try and get some councillors, and they'll try to rebuild, on a local level, using the tactics that Paddy Ashdown and his gang sort of did back in the 80s and the 90s. But, the only way is up, really, from 10 seats, isn't it?
Well, we're seeing the counters waiting there in Sheffield Hallam. Not really clear how long a lot of the counts are going to take place tonight, partly because many parts of England, people had multiple votes for the council and also sometimes for mayors or even in referendums. So the ballots have got to be sorted out, but also because there are fewer professional tellers from banks around these days. A lot of things are automated or done digitally. So the tellers are less experienced, and certainly things appear to be going at a fairly leisurely pace in Sheffield Hallam, if I could put it like that. What about the Conservative Party? Looks like David Cameron's going to form the government.
David Cameron is going to form a government. It looks like there are going to be a number of slightly disappointed, thwarted Tories who've been looking for an excuse to get rid of David Cameron and now don't have one. I mean, there will still be questions for the Conservative Party in their wake as for whether they should have done better. But frankly, David Cameron, if the polls are right, looks home and dry and looks as if he's vindicated himself, looks as if he's, trounced a lot of his critics.
Thank you both very much indeed. Well, one result in so far. It is a Labour hold in Sunderland, and Eamon is there.
And it's Bridget Phillipson who has conducted that Labour hold. She won this seat 5 years ago. She's done it again. She is first past the post in a first past the post system, 52 minutes after the ballot box is closed. Your majority's up, your share is up. But all the attention, with you being a Labour candidate, is that exit poll. 239 ain't going to hack it.
Well, naturally, I'm delighted with the result here. We fought a very strong campaign. Yeah. It's really encouraging that we've secured a strong Labour result, an increased majority, increased share of the vote. We're sceptical about this first exit poll. We really will have to wait and see. The second YouGov one paints a different picture. It's very early. It's great that we count here so early in Sunderland, but it's hard not to
so
jump
many
ahead.
Labour voters and Labour Party supporters, and I know your team who are behind you here, they've attached themselves to you. They are hoping that you're going to buck the trend that we have seen there with the exit poll. Let's talk about the other parties. UKIP, their surge up 18%, and it seems to come at the expense of the Lib Dems and the Conservatives.
Well, I think it's extraordinary that the Tories have slipped into third place. It's a rejection of the last 5 years and what we've seen in Sunderland, which is too many of our young people out of work, families facing a real squeeze on their budgets, an NHS in crisis. And really, I don't think the voters in Sunderland could have been any clearer in rejecting David Cameron's failed plan.
OK, what are they accepting with UKIP? What do they see with UKIP that they're not elsewhere?
I think we're entering a period of multi-party politics where smaller parties are picking up votes. But, I don't think the result here could have been much better for Labour. So it's really a question of why the Tories have slipped into third. The Tories used to do well in the north. They haven't tonight, not here.
If it hasn't gone according to plan for Labour, why do you think not? And how much of a responsibility has Ed Miliband to bear for that?
I'm not going to get into speculating about results that haven't come in yet. We've got a long, long night ahead. We're only just after 11 o'clock here. It's great we do it so fast. It's hard to read too much into that. Yeah. Let's wait and see.
Bridget, let me ask you, I remember 5 years ago when you took to the stage, it was first time round for you. How different a person are you 5 years on?
Well, the last 5 years have gone by incredibly quickly. It's such a privilege to serve the area I'm from. I think what I've seen is so many working people still struggling. At that point, we were coming out of recession here. We were seeing growth in the economy. And what we've seen here is, despite the fact that we've seen growth, local people, their wages are still down. They're still really struggling to make ends meet. Here in Sunderland, we need change. We desperately need change.
She's Bridget Phillipson. She is the returned candidate as a Labour hold for Houghton and Sunderland South. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. She is first past the post. We're going now to Kay Burley, who's been following the Prime Minister.
I most certainly have, Eamon. Thanks very much indeed. We are expecting to see the Prime Minister in just a short time here at the count in Witney. No doubt he will be cock-a-hoop, though, from that exit poll. Remember, it is only an exit poll, but at this early stage, it does give the Conservatives the most seats by some margin, though not enough to make a government on their own. Let's see what the Home Secretary thinks about that. Home Secretary, thank you for joining us here on Sky News. Your reaction to that exit poll?
Well, obviously, if the results that the exit poll shows are correct, it shows a clear win for David Cameron and for the Conservatives. But it is only an exit poll. I think we have to wait until all the votes have been counted and we can see what the results are. As I say, it's only a poll.
When you say a clear win, what do you mean?
Well, I think what is absolutely clear from the exit poll is suggesting is that the Conservatives are going to get the largest number of seats, that Labour are going to see virtually all of their seats in Scotland go, so it would be disastrous for Labour. They would clearly have lost the election. But as I say, this is only an exit poll. We have to wait for all the votes to be counted to see what the results are that come in, and then obviously and see where we are in terms of numbers of seats.
You wouldn't have control of the House, though, would you?
Well, this is, as I say, this is just an exit poll. Let's wait and see what votes, when the votes are counted, when all the seats have come in, see what the results are then. This is an exit poll. It indicates a strong support for the Conservatives, but let's just wait and see when all the seats have been counted.
Absolutely, and that will be probably early tomorrow morning. But looking at those numbers, you keep saying it is only an exit poll, but, you know, it is an exit poll, and we've seen them be incredibly accurate as well as quite inaccurate as well in the past. You would still need to do a deal with the Lib Dems, potentially with the Northern Ireland MPs, and looking at those UKIP as well.
Well, I'm very clear that, as I say, we have to wait for the seats to be counted. Whatever the result is, David Cameron's been clear, we're clear, that the Conservatives will make the choice that is right for the country. And obviously the Prime Minister, I'm sure, will have more to say about this tomorrow. But we're at a very early stage of the night. I think we've only had one result actually so far declared. It's that Sunderland result, which is always the one that comes in very quickly. They get their result out. They count very quickly to get that result as the first one out, but there's a lot of results to come through yet, a lot of votes to be counted. So let's see where we stand when that has happened.
Absolutely. Apparently the Conservative vote is up on 2010, is what we're being told it would appear, and the Labour vote is down. Are you surprised, or to what extent are you surprised at that, given that your Prime Minister has said he doesn't want to go for a third term? So he's saying, vote for me now, but I'm not quite sure how long I'm going to be in number 10?
Well, if you look at some of the polls that have been taken through the campaign in terms of looking at the issues, I think what you will see is that David Cameron's position as a leader, as a potential Prime Minister, has actually been strengthening in terms of the various characteristics, being in touch with ordinary people, a decision taker, good in a crisis, all those sorts of characteristics. Through the campaign, actually, he's seen an improvement in his figures. I mean, he's always been ahead of Ed Miliband on these sorts of things anyway, but he has actually gained in strength during the campaign. And the results in looking at one of the key issues, of course, that we were focusing on, which was the state of the economy, looking ahead to the policies that we had to build on the growth in the economy we've already seen, to create that strong economy to secure people's future. And we also saw during the campaign that actually there was movement and improvement in our position on those figures too.
Great to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Let's take you to Sunderland.
For each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Julie Elliott, Labour Party, 20,959. That's 20,959. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, the Green Party, 1,706. Ryan George Foster, UKIP Independence Party, UKIP, 7,997. Adrian Page, Liberal Democrat, 1,105. Geoffrey Guy Townsend, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,780. Joseph Young, 215. And that Julie Elliott has been duly elected to serve as the member for the said constituency.
It's another Labour hold for Julie Elliott, Sunderland Central. Double the vote of her nearest rival, the Conservative Geoffrey Townsend. Here's what she has to say.
The people of Sunderland Central for putting their faith in me and Labour again and giving me the opportunity to serve. The result in Sunderland tonight is clear. People want representatives that stand up for working people and their families. To put the interests of ordinary people first. I said when I was elected 5 years ago that I would be a campaigning MP, and that's exactly what I've been. Whether it's been
well, Juliet Elliott there talking in Sunderland Central. Well, welcome to Leeds. We're at the First Direct Arena. There are 8 counts taking place here. Currently, they are held by 1 Liberal Democrat, 2 Conservatives and 5 Labour MPs. The most high profile of those is the Shadow Chancellor, Ed Balls, who has a majority of just 1,101 votes. He's with me now. Good evening, Mr. Balls. The exit polls don't make good reading for Labour. How are you feeling at the moment?
Well, the exit polls are very striking. They're completely at odds with all of the opinion polls we've had for the last 6 weeks, and indeed last night and then today. Until we actually get some results, we're not going to know. I think so far, all we know is in Sunderland, Labour is increasing its majorities. And of course, I hope that's going to be the story for the whole night. We'll have to wait and see. The thing you can say is, even if this exit poll, which is a real outlier, is right, that means the Conservative and Liberal Democrat majority for the coalition has gone from 73 down to 0 in this election. David Cameron would be clinging on, trying to make a majority work, and only doing so by reaching out to the unionists.
But that would be because of the Lib Dem fall, not because of the Conservative fall, and equally could go the other way and say, goodness me, what might happen in Scotland?
Well, look, clearly, if the exit poll is right, it's a terrible result for Labour in Scotland. I really hope it's going to be wrong, because we've got some excellent MPs, some close colleague friends of mine, and I want to see them come back tonight. But of course, we've had no results yet. The thing is, if the exit poll is even wrong by 10 seats, if in those very close Labour-Tory fights we take 10 more, suddenly David Cameron, as Prime Minister, is not going to be able to put a majority together in the House of Commons and get a Queen's speech through. And then it would fall to Ed Miliband to put together a Queen's speech and put that to the House of Commons. So even if the exit poll is right, it's on a knife edge. I'm not sure this is right, because it rather jars with all the experience we've had over the course of today, and I think that this election is still wide open. The results will tell the story. So far, we've not even got the ballot boxes here in Leeds. There's rather a lot of counting to do before we know what's going on.
There is, but isn't the bottom line that if it pans out like it appears to be, that you have the wrong man at the top, it falls to him to clear up the mess, and it is him that hasn't led the Labour Party forward?
Big ifs, because so far there's no results at all, other than, as I said, Labour doing better in Sunderland. What we know is that Labour has fought a really good campaign, a very I think, responsible campaign. We've not been promising to spend money we've not got. We've not followed David Cameron into the sort of to take big risks with our relationship with Europe, or to set England against Scotland. I think Ed Miliband has had the best campaign of all the leaders, clearly, and we're going to have to wait and see what the result is, because so far there aren't any. We've got an exit poll, which, even if it's right, puts David Cameron's majority right on a knife edge, and I think many people are thinking it's overstating what we all think is going on tonight.
So lots of busyness here. As you mentioned, there's Hilary Benn down there, who's quite safe at the moment, his seat, isn't it? But your constituency, as you mentioned,
sure,
the ballot boxes haven't come in. They've only counted the postal votes, 1,101. Of course, social media is alight now saying, Ed Balls could lose his seat. What are you going to do tomorrow?
all of the votes are in the box. They've been cast today. The turnout is high, and we're going to wait and see how it's counted. What we know is that Hillary down there has got a very, very big majority. I, for 8 years, have been fighting a constituency where the majority is much tighter. We fought very hard in 2010. People predicted I might lose, and we won by 1,000. Today, the mood on the doorstep has been really good, very strong. Lots of people saying they're worried about the health service, jobs for young people, and urging Labour to win, saying they're going to come out and vote. So today, the mood's been really good. We fought a brilliant campaign in Morley and Outwood, but the people have decided. Their votes are in their ballot box, and it's not something I decide or you decide. They decide, they voted, and we'll wait and see in a few hours' time.
We'll see if you're still smiling. We'll talk to you again later, I hope.
I'll still be smiling.
Epols, thank you very much. Well, we talked about Scotland, didn't we? Well, Neil Patterson is up there for us in Glasgow. Over to you, Neil.
Let's just dwell for a second on exactly what this exit poll might mean for Labour north of the border. 58 seats the SNP taking, which essentially means that the Labour Party's 41 completely toast. So you're looking at figures like Margaret Curran gone, Anne McEachen gone, Tom Harris, another senior figure, gone. People like Jim Murphy, for example, the leader of Scottish Labour, no longer having a seat in the Westminster Parliament. Of course, there are a number of individuals pouring cold water on those exit polls, including, notably, Nicola Sturgeon, SNP's First Minister here. One person who's been following the SNP campaign as closely as anyone is Sky's James Matthews, and he's in Glasgow elsewhere for us tonight. James, when you've been speaking with senior people within the SNP, and what kind of figures were they putting on what they might see tonight? Certainly 58 seems at the uppermost end of anyone's expectations.
Yeah, well, that's right. Indeed, as you say, Neil, Nicola Sturgeon from behind the front door of her house, which is in the street behind me. She's going to be on the move a little bit later, coming to where you are. She's tweeted, dampening expectations. She says, I treat the exit poll with huge caution, huge in capital letters. I'm hoping for a good night, but I think 58 seats is unlikely. Now, polls have indicated they could take as many as 59, every seat in Scotland. One poll was indicating 2 weeks ago. Earlier tonight, the SNP were saying, look, we're looking to win the election in Scotland, to get more than half the seats. So if we get 30, they've been saying, then we have a strong mandate to take down to Westminster. It's proof that our campaign worked, and the message is endorsed on all the key priorities that they would take to any negotiating table. Will it come to a negotiating table? Well, the exit poll would tend to indicate not. If there is a Tory government, then I suppose the whole complexion of how things might play out in a Westminster Parliament with a strong SNP on the opposition benches, then, you know, the script is rather ripped up. There won't be Nicola Sturgeon making eyes at Ed Miliband. She'll be staring daggers across the floor of the Commons at David Cameron. Significant implications, of course, constitutionally.
Thanks very much, James. Very well put. Of course, we're going to have to wait until around about 3 o'clock in the morning to see if Labour can hold on to any of the 7 seats that they have here in Glasgow. But let's head south. Steve Dixon, what's it looking like where you are?
Neil, thank you. I'm joined by the leader of the Green Party, Natalie Bennett. Good evening to you. If we look at what's happened for the Green Party so far, you've had the most high-profile campaign ever because of your involvement in the leader debates, and yet, if we look at this exit poll, it's got you gaining just 1 seat. That's got to be disappointing.
Well, I think, first of all, we need to treat this exit poll with extreme caution. We're in a new age of multi-party politics. We're extremely unlikely to be seeing a uniform swing across the country. So I think, it will be a few hours when we'll know what the voters actually said, and it's really not very useful to speculate until then. But nevertheless, if we've doubled our parliamentary representation, we're sending, perhaps Darren Hall in Bristol West to join the brilliant Caroline Lucas in Brighton Pavilion as a strong group of Green MPs in Parliament, then that will be a good result for the Green Party, building on the fact that our membership has more than quadrupled over the course of the last year, and we've really got a new place at the centre of British politics.
But if you're looking at Brighton Pavilion and Bristol West, is that an acknowledgement that you're not going to make it here in Holborn and St Pancras?
Well, based on the figures beforehand, the poll that we had from Lord Ashcroft, that makes Bristol West the most likely. But as I said, what we're talking about here is entirely speculation. So, let's wait and see what the voters have actually said. And, what I'm concerned about also is the vote across the country. And I think, we're going to see strong seconds around the country. And the Green Party has actually never finished second in a seat in a general election before. And that's going to be something that will see a real advance and a real foundation for the future.
What is a good night for you? I mean, are you going to be happy with a significant number of seconds?
Well, I think we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, this really is the most uncertain election since the Second World War. We're still in a state of uncertainty. Let's give it a few hours and see what the voters have actually decided. I mean, what I can certainly report, on the streets of Holborn and St Pancras today in the polling stations, I was getting a really great reaction. And certainly, anecdotally, impressionistically, we've seen a very high turnout with a lot of first-time voters, a lot of young voters. And that's really encouraging, and a lot of them are indicating they're voting Green, which is a great sign for the future.
But this seat has been around since 1983. It's only ever been held by Frank Dobson for Labour with a big majority. Obviously, he's not standing this time round, Keir Starmer for the Labour Party. If you don't win here, can you stay on as leader of the party?
Very much so. I mean, I was elected by the Green Party members about 9 months ago, unopposed. No one stood against me for a 2-year term. And, I was elected as not an MP. And not being an MP has actually been a significant advantage in terms of being a leader of the Green Party, in that I've been able to be the leader for the whole of England and Wales. I've spent most of my time travelling around the country. One day I might be in Carlisle, the next day I might be in St Ives, the next day I might be in Gateshead. And in doing that, I'm really able to represent people around the country, and that's actually a significant advantage.
OK, Natalie Bennett, thank you. Let's head up to Sunderland.
Adam, we reckon we're maybe now just a couple of minutes away from the third declaration, and certainly Sunderland well ahead of their reputation here. It looks as though all three constituency seats will be declared by 11:30. The returning officer getting into position there, Dave Smith. What a very busy night for him, and they've been able to speed up things because they've made a few changes as regards things like the whole layout of the room. And if you look at that plan there, it has been modified slightly since last time around. The table positioning, they've even installed a few extra steps outside to make the transition of the boxes carried out by those 101 students from St Anthony's School. Adam, we'll go back to you. It's coming. Here's Dave Smith, and he is about to make a declaration. Let's hear.
Can I have your attention? I'm ready to declare the result for Washington and Sunderland West. I, Dave Smith, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Washington and Sunderland West constituency is as follows. Aileen Casey, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 7,321. Bob Dillon, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,033. Gary Stephen Duncan, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 341. Dominic John Haney, Liberal Democrat, 993. Sharon Hodgson, Labour Party, 20,478. That was 20,478. Anthony Murphy, the Green Party, 1,091.
Well, there we go. It's a Labour hold with Sharon Hodgson there. No particular surprise on that. It's a Labour hat-trick here in Sunderland, and those results in a record time. It's not even 11:30 yet.
Eamon, thank you very much indeed. Let's just have a look at the percentages there. Labour hold in Washington and Sunderland West. Thanks, Eamon. There we see the result, and what you can see is that the Greens beat the Liberal Democrats, and UKIP came second, beating the Conservatives. So if we look at the shares there, that is the third lost deposit in a row out of 3 seats for the Liberal Democrats. You have to get 5% to hold your deposit. Liberal Democrats didn't lose a single deposit in the last general election in 2010, so things going very badly for them. And a big swing to UKIP. And what we're also seeing there, as we've seen in previous seats in Sunderland, is a slight increase in the Labour vote and the Conservative vote down. Now, Michael Thrasher, our election analyst, who's been working on the exit poll, joins us now. What interests me about those results, Michael, is we are seeing a swing from Conservatives to Labour, and yet, according to the exit poll, the Conservatives may even be adding seats this evening.
Yes, it is interesting, Adam, but what the exit poll was doing, it was recognising the SNP surge in Scotland, but interestingly, in England, it was seeing some regional variation. And one of the areas that the exit poll was saying Labour was doing better than elsewhere was the northeast of England, where Labour is very strong anyway, so they're just simply adding votes there, and also Yorkshire and Humberside. So those 2 regions stand out as we were expecting larger than national swings towards Labour. But in other critical regions of England, where there are many marginal seats, we see a very, very small swing in the exit poll data. A very small swing indeed, away from the Conservatives to Labour. It's around about 1 percentage point. And that, of course, that won't give Labour many of these marginals that it so badly needs if it's going to take a hammering in Scotland.
What about in London, where Labour had hopes of picking up quite a large number of seats?
The swing in London is, again, slightly towards Labour. It's higher than the national average, but it isn't in line with what opinion polling data was telling us before the election. So there is a modest move towards Labour, a little bit larger than some areas. But I would also add, of course, if that's the case, then some areas of England are certainly improving for the Conservatives. And one region that the exit poll has identified as perhaps indicating a Conservative recovery compared with 2010 is East Midlands, where the Conservative vote is destined to rise compared with 2010.
So we may see actually some Conservative gains in the Midlands.
Well, that's a distinct possibility in terms of the exit poll data. So that's certainly one to watch for later on in the evening. But these early indications from the northeast are actually the swings that I'm seeing there. I've not had too much time to look at them, but the size of the swings is actually lower in Labour's favour than the exit poll was suggesting.
So you're not worried about the accuracy of the exit poll? You think it's going to be pretty spot on the basis of these first few results? They're consistent with your exit poll findings?
Yes, they are, Adam. I mean, it's the same method that we've used in 2010, 2005. We've got 20,000 responses from people as they've left the polling stations. We have a very good spread, both geographically and in the types of seats where people are voting today. And we're pretty confident. And it's important to note, Adam, that there is a 77-seat gap, I think, in terms of the Conservative-Labour seat projections. And that's a huge gap between the two parties. Even if there is an error in the exit poll, it's not really of that magnitude.
And we're just seeing pictures of Sky Centre here on election night. Just got to ask you about Scotland, though, Michael. I mean, that is the high end, even of what people thought during the campaign, all but one of the seats.
The size of the swing, the size of the surge in the SNP vote has really taken us all by surprise. But of course, it shouldn't really, because the opinion polling data was indicating that this was a possibility. And of course, what's happening is the surge that we're seeing in terms of the SNP, the swing in their favour, is the sort of swing that you and I have watched in many by-elections over the years, and we've never seen it at a general election. It really is phenomenal, and it's obviously largely at Labour's expense, but also at the Liberal Democrats, where, of course, they're critically trying to defend 11 of their 57 seats.
Michael, thank you very much indeed for now. Look forward to going through the night with you and seeing how that exit poll stands up. Well, during the day, the polling organisation YouGov has been asking people a series of questions about how they voted and why and what they want from the next government. They also asked voters who would make the best Prime Minister. And this is one of the results. 39% of those asked said David Cameron, and less than a third, 29%, said Ed Miliband would be the best, and only 7% favoured Nick Clegg as a good Prime Minister. Well, with me is Joe Twyman, who's the head of YouGov's political research. I should say you didn't update your projection on number of seats, which is pretty much in line with everyone else, which thought it would be rather better for Labour relative to the Conservatives. Doesn't seem that that's what's happening.
No, certainly the exit poll suggests that the Conservatives have done much better than all the polling organisations were showing, both in terms of their seats and their votes. What will be interesting is to see what the actual share of the vote is, and is it that the Conservatives have overperformed in particular areas compared to how they were expected to be, and so that may go some way to explain the difference.
What about the mood of the electorate that you're discovering from your more subjective questions?
Well, what we're seeing is that when it comes to leadership, as you said, the Conservatives are certainly ahead, and they have been for some time. David Cameron has consistently, throughout this Parliament, been seen as the more prime ministerial, and when you ask the question, who's the best Prime Minister, he consistently comes out on top. Now, Ed Miliband's leadership ratings have improved significantly throughout the campaign, but they've always been behind, and though David Cameron's pulled ahead, Ed Miliband is not even where he started at, where Cameron started at. And it's very, very unusual to come from behind on leadership to win an election. And there was speculation that maybe it would happen on this occasion, but it appears to have not done.
What about the issues? Has this been an election about issues, or has it been an election about leadership?
Well, I think certainly for a lot of people, when you ask them what are they voting on, it's about issues, and other people will say it's about leadership. Nowadays, people form these sort of broad ideas about parties, these grand narratives, these themes, the stories we tell ourselves and each other about who can be effective, who can be trustworthy, and who can do best for us. And in order to do that, leadership is massively important. And as I say, for the Conservatives to be ahead consistently was a good position for them to be in, and it's clearly one that they've been able to hold on to.
Joe, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Adam. Still waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive here at the count in Witney. We are expecting him in the early hours of the morning. Don't expect this count to conclude until around about 4:30, but he has, if the exit polls are to be believed, plenty to celebrate. Let's find out what he's got to say about it. Inishka Astana is outside the Prime Minister's home, which is about 12 miles or so away from where we are here at the count. What's he saying, Inishka?
Well, we're told that he is inside his home with his wife Samantha, and he's absolutely glued to the television. His reaction to that exit poll was to be pleased, because they were pretty surprised. They'd all seen the national polls. They thought it was much tighter than that. We've seen that Labour are quite sceptical about the exit poll, but the feeling that we're getting here from Conservative advisers is that they say they're more trust in that than in the other polls, because it's 22,000 people in 141 locations. So there is a little bit of caution, but essentially they're feeling pretty happy about it. We're told that the Prime Minister and his wife sat down with some close advisers, and I know you want to know what he ate. Well, he had a beef pie with salad and broccoli, we're told, to get him through the night. He will be staying awake, watching all the results as they come in. The message that they want to give out is that he wants to act in the national interest to form a stable government, clearly hinting that coalition talks or talks about vote deals will take place, although they want to wait for many more seats results to come in before they actually get to that position, and a little bit of confidence about the strategy that they have been using. If the exit poll is to be believed, the Prime Minister has spent a lot of time in Lib Dem seats, even ones with big majorities, 12,000-13,000. They believe they had a chance to take some of those seats, and if this is right, then it looks like they have done that.
Yeah, but it still would mean that the Conservatives haven't won a general election since 1992.
Well, clearly, they have been talking all the way through this campaign how they only needed 23 seats for a majority. David Cameron refusing to answer questions about the issues that might arise in the situation of a hung parliament, despite us asking about him about it almost every day. But clearly, that is where he might be in the morning.
OK, Anushka, for now, thank you. Still waiting for Mr Cameron to arrive here. Let's see how big a smile he has on his face when we do finally see him. For now, let's bring in Anna Botting. Anna.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, the exit poll forecasting a catastrophic collapse of the Liberal Democrats across Great Britain. They say this does not match their internal intelligence, which is much more closely aligned to that Recontact survey we were hearing about carried out by YouGov. Well, let's bring in Ed Davey now, who is standing in Kingston and Surbiton. Are you safe then, Mr Davey? And I ask in all seriousness because looking at more detail of this exit poll, it looks like the Lib Dem vote has fallen by between 13 and 16%. And I know you've got a 13% majority there.
Well, whether it's my seat or the intelligence we're getting from other parts of the country, it's much closer to what the YouGov poll was saying. And let's remember the YouGov has contacted people today. It's been asking lots of people, and it's as big a sample. It's a very authoritative sample. So we've got two different polls, if you like, and they're saying very different things, not just about the Liberal Democrat vote, but about where Labour and the Tories stand. But interestingly, what they both say is that we're in hung Parliament territory again. And if you remember, in 2010, Liberal Democrats put the national interest above party interest. We knew going into coalition would probably hurt us, and we'd lose some valued colleagues, and that may well happen tonight. But I think it's vital, as we get the results in, if there is another hung parliament, that all the parties act in the national interest.
So are you saying the best you can hope for from what could be a miserable night for you is to be invited back into government? Because surely you would no longer be the full partner, you'd be a junior partner. The balance of power has completely shifted.
I wasn't saying that because, unlike another pundits tonight, I'm not prejudging the outcome of the results. We've got to wait for a lot more results to know whether or not the YouGov poll is better analysis of what's happening than the BBC's exit poll. So I'm not going to speculate on the exact outcomes. But what is clear from both of them is that the Conservatives have not won a majority. Yet again, they failed to win a majority, and therefore we'll need to make sure that whoever forms the next government, there's going to be more than one party, and they need to act in the national interest. Liberal Democrats may well have paid a price for doing that if we are punished tonight. But I know that many of my colleagues realise that when we took the decision,
price, won't you? Because you are anticipating losses.
There's no regrets about taking that decision.
This is an exit poll, of course, carried out by all the broadcasters, interviewing 122,000 people in 141 polling locations in 133 constituencies. So it's fairly comprehensive. Just in terms of what you do next, obviously we don't know the numbers fully. We don't know if they're going to be coalition.
Anna, you could say the other thing, that there are 0.004% of polling stations. So you can use statistics the other way to suggest that these aren't as accurate as you might like to think. And John Curtis, who, as I understand, is the mastermind behind the exit poll, recently said that they could be very imprecise and could well be wrong. So I think we should not jump to conclusions.
And it could be 10 seats either way, which could get you to 20 on a better night, of course. Just want to push you, though. Nick Clegg has made much of the fact that the Liberal Democrats put country before party. Do you really think your party has the stomach to do the same again? Isn't it time to put party before country to save the Liberal Democrat Party?
Well, one thing I'm really proud of our party, whether it's my parliamentary colleagues or our members throughout the country, is throughout this difficult period in the coalition, we've stayed united. We've stayed determined. We've worked together, and that's what we'll do over the coming days and weeks. Under Nick Clegg's amazing leadership, this party and my party, the Liberal Democrats, have actually really contributed to pulling the country, the economy, out of the quagmire that was left in 2010. We've had to take some tough decisions, and we may well be being punished for taking tough decisions, but we won't regret that. And if we show the purpose and the character that the party has shown in the last 5 years, that will serve not just the party well, but the country well.
Ed Davey, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Well, Sheffield Hallam could be extremely precarious for Nick Clegg. Earlier today, we spoke to two voters here in the constituency of Sheffield Hallam.
I voted for Labour. For me, I kind of trust
him a little bit more than I do everybody else.
Our family have always been a Labour family. Got quite a lot of family who don't want the bedroom tax, anything like that, so that's always been easier for me, and we're never going to be Conservative, anything like that. Everything is really staged with Nick Clegg. I mean, I've seen him with a handful of people swarming him, and I just don't feel like he's real, whereas in a way Ed Miliband, you can relate. He's quite clumsy. He's quite.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah. He's quite just a human person. Like, you can relate to him. He's not too set up, and he does make mistakes.
You're a clumsy Prime Minister?
Not in that way.
I think he'll get there.
Yeah.
I feel that he needs a few more basically lessons on talking in public, but maybe I do too. He just seems like he's got more people's best interests at heart. I've been here for 6 years. I've met Nick Clegg once. And, I just think, fair enough, he's a busy man, he's mainly in London. If this is his constituency, why I just feel that somebody who lives down the road, who you do see around and about and is on the street and does, he's going to do a better job, in my opinion.
Well, the ballot boxes are arriving in numbers now. 6 counts here in Sheffield. All eyes, of course, on Sheffield Hallam, Nick Clegg's constituency, bidding for a third term here. A massive majority last time of some 15,000. But the local polling here has looked disastrous for Mr Clegg until this week, when a Guardian ICM poll talked about a breathtaking surge in Tory tactical voting. Is that what will save Nick Clegg, or will we see that Portillo moment of 1997? Watch this space. 4:30 is when we're expecting the declaration here.
Well, let me just show you what we're going to be kind of displaying later on when we get the data in, when we get the results in, because now finally we do have some results coming in. Just look up there, those 3 counts from Sunderland, you can see. This is our seat map. It's not a geographical representation, but it is nonetheless a representation of the UK, with each of these different hexagons showing you a different constituency. And this is going to be London here. Are there going to be many changes of colour? You heard Michael Thrasher talk about the exit poll in London and the swing there. Are we still going to continue to see a lot of blue around here, fair bit of red in Wales, and then up north, up at the top of the country, in Scotland? What colour will that predominantly be? It used to be red for Labour primarily, with only 6 SNP seats. But if that exit poll is to be believed, that is going to change a lot tonight. Just want to show you as well over here, we will have this tally running all the time with different seats for the different parties. And this, it may just look like a red border, but no, this is smarter than that. Over the course of the evening, as we get results in, you'll see that change colour proportionally with how many seats have actually been won. There's no gimmicks here. We just want to show you what's actually going on. Now, about that exit poll, what is it? Well, it does more or less what it says on the tin. It's a huge poll surveying 22,000 people in 141 locations and 133 constituencies, involving the country's top election experts, including our very own Michael Thrasher. Here are the people coming out of the constituencies, representations of them. Let's take a look at the numbers. For the first time, we've added UKIP and SNP to our data, and you can see it here. The Conservatives, 316 seats, up 10 on previous election. Labour on 239. The Lib Dems on just 10. 10. An enormous fall in comparison to previous times. The UKIP with 2 and the SNP with 58. We've also got data for the Green Party and Welsh Nationalists for the first time, plus other parties. That adds up to 25. So the question is, how do those numbers compare to the polls in the lead-up to the election? Now, this shows you the polls over the course, all the way from January there through to May, and you can see the Conservatives with a slight lead over Labour, but just look how much of it. They were neck and neck with each other. Now, that is a big contrast on what we've seen from those exit poll numbers, with a clear lead for the Conservatives, 316 versus 239. And the SNP, well, that is more or less in line, but 58. You can see that's actually below 60, so that is even more punchy than these polls were showing. So a definite kind of variation from where the polls had been previously. Now, throughout the campaign, we've been kind of calculating how many seats the parties could actually get in the Commons based on those opinion polls. But the difference that we've seen there kind of underlines just how much there is a kind of disparity between what we've seen in the previous polls and this bigger poll. The next step, of course, for us is to wait for more results, and then we'll start working out whether those numbers really stack up.
Well, we think it's going to be quite some time here in Scotland before we get much of an indication of whether that figure of 58 at the bottom of your screen, 58 seats for the SNP, is in any way accurate. Certainly here in Glasgow, it'll be around about 3 o'clock. The first seat that we will have a declaration for, we believe, will be at the Western Isles, or Náisiúnú, and I can't even pronounce the Gaelic name at this time, and I blame Glasgow. However, we can take you to Glasgow, to Dundee, where, of course, there are 2 separate counts going on. Dundee East, a little bit earlier on, we spoke with Stuart Hosey from the SNP, who currently holds that seat. The other, Dundee West, again a Labour seat, but very much an SNP target, given just how well they polled in terms of the independence referendum last September. But of course, all the way through this campaign, Sky News has been trying to re-engage with the younger part of the electorate through our Stand Up Be Counted campaign, an opportunity to try and give young people a bit more of a voice and at least perhaps pique a little bit more interest in politics and try and get them to re-engage with the process. To that end, I'm joined by 2 of them, Sarah-Jane McDonald and Fraser Stewart, both of whom, I imagine, are incredibly excited at being here on election night. Sarah-Jane?
Yes, I think we're actually at the heart of it in here. I mean, the only thing you need to do is walk through George Square and see people campaigning every second weekend and realise that people are now standing up and really campaigning in what they believe in. And I think the change has really happened post-referendum as well. The first time I had the opportunity to vote, I was just turned 18 years old and I just finished my higher modern studies at school. However, unlike a lot of young people, I was really passionate about it. I'm not best convinced that the majority were. I think that after the referendum, that's really changed.
Fraser, I mean, can we attribute all of this to the referendum itself? I mean, I remember coming back up to Scotland in March of last year and literally being gobsmacked by the way in which people were engaging, everywhere. Pubs, clubs, on the street corner. I mean, everyone had an opinion. There were quite a lot of people who disagreed with each other.
Yeah, of course. I don't think the referendum is solely accountable. I think it does serve as a catalyst, though. It kind of opened people's eyes to what they may or may not have believed in beforehand. People were awoken to this idea that maybe this isn't as good as it can possibly be. Maybe we can have a bit more influence. Maybe people do actually want to listen to what we have to say.
And of course, young people engage with the news in rather different ways than, for example, my mum and dad. I mean, it's also an opportunity to engage with politics. I mean, how important, in your mind, Sarah-Jane, has social media and the like been in getting people out to vote? I mean, looking at the SNP figures, you'd say pretty significant.
Oh, I would definitely agree with you. I think that social media has actually been imperative. It's played a key role in influencing the younger generation as well. Most of us round about our age are really tech savvy and we use social media such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and politicians are really engaging. They're speaking to people online and they're reaching out and they're encouraging people to believe in a cause as well, and they're educating the population by getting on the internet and spreading the message.
And young people getting involved in politics and young people getting involved in politics, Fraser, in a way, not just at the grassroots and campaigning, but at the same time, we're seeing people like, Mhairi Black, the candidate standing against Douglas Alexander. If the polls are to be believed, we're going to have a 20-year-old MP in the House.
It's unbelievable. To be honest, I think that's the best way to lead it, is to get young people not just involved in campaigning, not just forming opinions, but really taking a hold of things and getting active and telling people that we can do this too. We can be heard, we can sit up there with the big guys as well.
Fraser, Sarah-Jane, thanks very much, and I hope you'll continue to support the Stand Up Be Counted campaign as it carries on. So from Glasgow, let's head across the water to Belfast. David Blevins standing by. David, how's it looking there?
Yes, here at the King's Hall Pavilion in Belfast, counting's underway in 4 constituencies, Belfast North, East, South and West. But there's plenty of conversation about that first exit poll, which at least creates the potential for the Democratic Unionists to hold the balance of power, or at least to have some influence in the next government. One party that could stand in the way of that, of course, is Sinn Féin, and we're joined by the party leader, Gerry Adams. Given those exit poll figures, Mr. Adams, is it time for Sinn Féin to change its policy of not sitting in the British Parliament and to take your seats?
Well, if we get a mandate in the course of this count, it will be not to take our seats in the British Parliament.
If you look back over the seismic changes, the transformation that has taken place on this island and between the people of these two islands hasn't come from the backbenches of Westminster. It has come from direct negotiations between the various parties here and successive British government. So let's wait to see how, it's early days, let's wait to see how all these polls manifest themselves in actual votes. And let's not be carried away by the DUP claims to be kingmakers.
But if the exit poll is wrong, and if it's Ed Miliband who needs 5 votes, for example, to get him into Downing Street, wouldn't it be in Sinn Féin's interest to take its seats and to exercise that kind of influence in the British Parliament?
But what kind of influence?
Well, you would have direct access, obviously, to the British Prime Minister.
Well, sure, we have had for a very long time directly been able to bring about huge change. The other thing I think which the argument avoids entirely is that we would have a mandate not to take our seats. See, we're United Irelanders. We don't want to see any British involvement in our affairs from London. We want to see a new democracy develop, which would involve the unionists and ourselves and everybody else, developing our own society here. These two big parties in London are promising more austerity, and the Tories are promising union. Are people here going to let them do that? Should we not have powers vested here? Should we not have accountable politicians elected here that the people can sack if they want?
Gerry Adams, thank you very much.
David.
Of course, Sinn Féin holds the tightest constituency over in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Just 4 votes in it. We'll be watching there very closely come 5 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Just seeing some pictures there of Boris Johnson at his County Uxbridge. Behind him, his wife. She doesn't often appear in public with him, or not that often. Interesting that selfies are being taken. It's already being tweeted that Eamon Holmes up there in Sunderland has a large queue of people to take selfies with him. Well, anyway, we're joined now by Isabel Oakeshott, who is currently writing a biography of David Cameron, and also by The Guardian's executive editor, Jonathan Freedland. Welcome to you both. Jonathan Freedland, what do you make of it?
Well, it's the exit poll no one was expecting. I mean, the political parties were not expecting it. The polling companies were very definitely not expecting it. And I think it's fair to say, chatterers like us were not expecting it. The expectation was that this was going to be an absolute neck-and-neck race running right through the night, seat by seat. And instead, it looks like a very thorough margin. Not what Michael Gove is saying, a majority for the Conservatives. They've fallen short of that again, for the second time running. But if the exit poll is right, it's obviously an absolute hammering for Labour in both England and Scotland. It's a terrible night for the Liberal Democrats and for more or less everyone else.
Now, seeing Boris there, some people thought, Isabel, that he might soon be taking over from David Cameron. Doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Well, if this exit poll is anywhere near right, then that's the one leadership contest we're not going to be having in the near future. It looks as if the Lib Dems may well have to replace their leader, Nigel Farage. We don't know yet whether he's going to hold on. And, of course, Ed Miliband's position will be extremely perilous if this poll is correct.
Liberal Democrats, I mean, it is a historic collapse, really, isn't it?
It is. I mean, we all knew that their share of the national vote was falling ever since 2010. We knew that. But we thought that they would hold on to those sort of citadel seats. That was meant to be the idea.
You say we, but there have been Lib Dem voices. For example, my very distant relative, Lord Oakeshott, who's been saying for a very long time that Lib Dems would be wiped out to this extent.
Yeah. Because the expectation I had certainly was that there would be those fortress seats. You'd have 52 Eastleigh by-elections, and they would hold on to 25 or 30 of those. So 10 is an absolute rout.
I mean, people are already keeping track of the Liberal Democrat lost deposits. There we are. £1,500 so far. That's the third deposit out of 3 that they lost.
Yeah, but that's because in seats they didn't hold before, you expect them to absolutely crater because they've sank no resources into those.
They didn't lose a single deposit nationwide in 2010, and they've lost 3 out of 3 already.
But that's going to happen.
It's quite an expensive night.
yeah, 500 quid a go, isn't it?
But that's going to happen in those seats where, because nationally they are a broken brand. They're a toxic brand, actually. The only hope for them was that in those places where they had a local factor, someone dug in, they would somehow buck the trend UK-wide. That was their hope, and that could have got them to 25 or 30. If the exit poll is right, that hasn't saved all but 10 people have been just swept aside by this tidal wave. And you've got to wonder about Nick Clegg himself in Hallam.
So if we have a second Conservative-led government, probably a minority government, if the exit poll is absolutely right, what does that mean for Britain?
Well, I think the really exciting thing, certainly for us as political commentators, is it should mean that we get an EU referendum before the end of 2017. And I think we would see that as a very dominant theme for the next couple of years in the run-up to that. It will be very interesting to see whether UKIP has Nigel Farage in the Commons to actually lead the campaign for Britain to leave. If there is no Farage, what is UKIP going to look like, and what is that no campaign, that exit, let's get out of Britain campaign going to look like?
I think there'll be two questions of union that now dominate. There'll be the question of the European Union, which Isabel's just mentioned. We'll now be in a 2-year campaign about that. This existential question about where does Britain see itself? Is it in Europe or not? To my mind, a very unnecessary diversion. Business will be really shaken by that prospect. But there's also going to be a question about Britain as a union. Scotland, the notion of Scotland being ruled by a sort of full-blooded Conservative-led government, while the entire country, according to this exit poll, has switched to the SNP, is going to heighten, it's going to dramatise that tension between Scotland and being ruled by, in some ways, what will feel to them an alien government in London, and that will sharpen the question and the demand for another referendum.
Thank you both very much indeed. Thank you. Kay.
Carried on recording. Thank you, Adam. So we're hoping to chat to Chris Grayling for the Conservatives in just a short time, but we can just pause for breath and reflect on what the exit poll is telling us so far. This is only an exit poll. This isn't the declaration of seats, but you can see at the bottom of your screen there, 316 is suggested by that exit poll for the broadcasters. For the Conservatives, 239. For Labour, Lib Dems down to 10. If that is the case, then they'll be looking for a new leader in the morning, one would anticipate. UKIP are potentially on 2 seats, and a big surprise up there in Scotland, 58 of the 59 seats likely to be going SNP's way. Now, Nicola Sturgeon has advised caution as far as those figures are concerned. She has said she doesn't expect to win that many, but the big question is who will be in charge at the Palace of Westminster, the House of Commons, to be more precise, as a new day dawns in about 3 or 4 hours' time, with just past midnight. And you can see the exit poll there on your screen. The Conservatives, as far as the exit poll is concerned, these are not confirmed figures. I have to keep underlining that, reiterating that for you. 316 for the Conservatives, 239 for Labour. The Lib Dems totally destroyed, if that is the case, down to just 10 seats. That really is appalling reading for Nick Clegg. One wonders what the atmosphere is like in his front room in Sheffield tonight. UKIP 2, does that mean 2, including the seat for Nigel Farage, who has been campaigning incredibly hard in Thanet South? SNP 58 out of 59 seats in Scotland potentially, and others 25. Chris Grayling, what do you make of those figures?
Well, you're right to say, first of all, this is an exit poll, and therefore I give it a cautious response. I'm obviously pleased that it says this rather than the opposite. And of course, if this is what the final result looks like, it will be a great victory for the Conservatives and for David Cameron. But we do have to be cautious. This is very early in the night. We simply have a poll, 3 results from safe Labour seats. I'd like to see some real results from real marginals come through before I start thinking we really have achieved this kind of result.
You must be surprised, because this is not what any of the other polls were saying.
Well, what's interesting about this is that for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've been all around the country. I've been to more than 60 seats. And over the last 2 to 3 weeks, our teams on the ground have been saying that the response to them has been getting more and more positive. And you know, they have all said to me they are seeing people who were previously undecided now saying to us, we're going to vote for you after all. So what's been reflected on the doorstep is what we're seeing in this exit poll. You're absolutely right. The core opinion poll said something very different. And if it proves to be the case that we've ended up with 316 seats or thereabouts, there's clearly, I suspect, going to be some quite big inquests in the polling world.
7,000, Tory vote down 1,000. And my congratulations to the Daily Mail and the Sun. They're geniuses. They understand politics beautifully. They think the UKIP vote splits the Tory vote.
No, I can't. No, I can't.
God help
us.
You sounded quite angry.
OK, so that's Nigel Farage. Let's bring in Chris Grayling again. Sorry about that, Mr. Grayling. I just wanted to highlight to you the fact that we were looking at Boris Johnson waiting to find out in Uxbridge whether he will be an MP again. Given that your leader has said that he doesn't want to stand for a third term, are we potentially looking at the next Conservative leader there?
Well, I think you're looking at a situation that hopefully, if tonight's exit poll proves right, is 5 years away from us, and 5 years is a very long time in politics. Right now, what I'm concerned about is making sure that David Cameron really is Prime Minister again tomorrow morning, that we have 5 more years of continuing the progress we've made. And I think that if this opinion poll, this exit poll proves to be correct, it will, I think, be a big thumbs up for David Cameron's leadership and for the progress we've made over those past 5 years.
How surprised are you, Mr. Grayling? Finally, I know you've got to dash away and do other things. How surprised were you when he made that announcement that he wouldn't be standing for a third term? And how much do you think it damaged the Conservative Party at that really, really vulnerable time?
See, I don't think it damaged us at all. I think it would have been seen by most people as common sense, somebody just giving a sense of what they were planning to do for the future. Actually, people say there's not enough honesty and straightforwardness in politics. Well, there's David Cameron being honest and straightforward. And of course, 5 years is a very long time in politics. And if we are going to get 5 more years in government, as I hope we will, at the end of tonight and its results, then I believe by the time David Cameron takes the decision to hang up his hat, he will really have turned this country round from the mess we inherited in 2010 and really set it on the path to a brighter and better future.
OK, thank you for joining us on Sky News. Thank you. I was going to say this evening, but of course it is this morning now. We do have that exit poll for you on the screen suggesting Conservatives will return 316 seats. Liberal Democrats not reading well at all there, is it? Let's, as we continue to look at those images of Boris Johnson, could he potentially be the next leader of the Conservative Party, given that his boss has already said he doesn't want to stand for a third term? He should be joining us here in a couple of hours or so, but for now, let's bring in Andrew Wilson. Andrew, hello, good morning.
Good morning to you, Kay. Thanks very much indeed. Things warming up extremely slowly here in Margate. There's a long way to go before we have the counts announced here for North and South Thanet. Of course, South Thanet, the crucial one that Nigel Farage is challenging. He did emerge from his hotel moments ago, and we had a quick chat with him. This is what Nigel Farage had to say just a few moments ago.
And my congratulations to the Daily Mail and the Sun. They're geniuses. They understand politics beautifully. They think the UKIP vote splits the Tory vote. God help us.
You sounded quite angry.
UKIP vote splits the Tory vote. God help us. The last comments from Nigel Farage. We believe now what he wants to do is absent himself until the count here. That won't be until well after 6 o'clock this morning, we imagine, although we may get some signs of movement before that. A quick look at who else is joining us in the hall there. We'll give you a quick shot of one party that have already made their presence known here. They are the Al-Zababist Nation of Oog. They're also contesting this seat of South Thanet. Good luck to them. At the moment, you can see they haven't got much to say, but they are now already with us. Let's go to perhaps the safest UKIP seat there is around, and that's the seat of Clacton. Douglas Carswell, the MP, was the MP there, hoping to retain his seat in this count. Douglas, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Extraordinary exit polls coming out tonight from the Broadcasters Collective. 2 seats predicted for UKIP. Yours must surely be one of those. You have the safest majority of all of them. Who do you think the other one will be?
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, there's plenty of slip between cup and lip, and the counting's only just started, so I'm not taking anything for granted. But what I think is truly extraordinary is when you reflect on the fact that 5 years ago, UKIP polled just over 3%. We're now on the verge of getting between 3 and 4 million votes. That's an extraordinary leap forward for UKIP.
Yeah, but in the first past the post system, that's not much use to you in terms of getting seats in the House of Commons, is it?
Well, if it's the case that UKIP gets, say, 4 million votes and only a clutch of seats, I think that's more of a reflection on how dysfunctional our political system is than a reflection on UKIP's campaign tactics. I mean, isn't it extraordinary how, if you look at both the UKIP vote and the Green vote combined, we're talking about sort of 5.5 million people who are, it looks as if they're going to be woefully underrepresented by a system of politics that gives Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon Virgin's party almost 10 times the representation. So I mean, I think UKIP has done well in terms of increasing its share of the votes, but I think this could raise some profound questions about the nature of our political system.
Certainly, the idea of voting reform is pretty near the top of many people's agendas post the election results tomorrow. OK, let's talk about that a bit then. In terms of the momentum of UKIP as a political force, you're coming second now in 2 of those Sunderland constituencies. That hasn't happened before. So there will be, it seems, something of a showing around the country that you could interpret as to increase popularity. Where do you take that momentum then?
Well, I think it's interesting that UKIP seems to be, in its early days, seems to be doing well in places where the Conservative Party doesn't stand a chance of ever forming a credible alternative to Labour. Now, if it is the case that UKIP is doing well in the north of England, I think between now and 2020 we can really structure the party around trying to replace the Labour Party as a credible alternative in seats where, frankly, the Conservative Party has not been up to the job for a generation or more. And I think that's a huge opportunity. If it's the case that we get 4 million votes in this election, I think we're in a very good position between now and 2020 to become a serious player in seats where, frankly, 5 years ago we barely had a presence.
Well, what about leadership, though? South Thanet's going to have its count much later on this morning, but there is a very strong chance that Nigel Farage will not get his seat in the Commons. What are you going to do about that? He's the only figure that the public really associate with UKIP and really associate with the character of the party. Well,
I spent a lot of time helping in target seats. I spent time in Thanet South. I'm pretty confident that he's going to do it. He's been an extraordinary inspirational figure. For 20 years, he's at times stood alone against the political establishment, and I'm pretty confident that he's going to become a member of Parliament in the early hours of Friday morning. But let's wait and see.
Briefly, Douglas Carswell, you're a very popular MP in your constituency. Everyone knows that. You could have won it under any colour. Are you missing the Conservative Party at all?
We'll find out. Am I missing the Conservative Party?
Are you missing your previous party? Yeah.
I've got lots of friends in the Conservative Party. There are lots of good people who still vote Conservative, but I don't miss the Conservative Party at all.
Douglas Carswell, thanks very much indeed for joining us tonight on the line there from Clacton. Let's go live to that hotel there, not far from the Winter Gardens here in Margate, and speak to my colleague Robert Nisbet. Robert, we saw Nigel Farage briefly appear, congratulate the Daily Mail for some comments, and then gone away. What do you make of those comments? And is that the last we're going to see of Mr. Farage until the early hours?
I think that may be the case. There are a number of UKIP supporters inside the hotel, and he's hosting several drinks and dinners with them this evening. He's already done a tour of some of the pubs in the constituency, which he's been visiting quite a bit over the past few weeks, because what he's tried to do is anchor a national campaign here where he's fighting a local campaign, and that may have proved to be something of an issue for him, that he wasn't able to travel around some other marginal seats that UKIP wanted to target. Because it is a very close race here, and we're hearing from all kinds of things from different sources, including the Conservatives in Thanet, who they think their vote is held. The Labour party here in Thanet, they believe that Tories and Labour are doing much better, and that in some seats, particularly one sample safe Tory ward, it appears that Mr Farage is coming third, whereas UKIP sources in Thanet South say that they are very strong, but they're not confident of victory yet. What we do seem to be picking up, though, is a suggestion that perhaps, including from within the team of Mr Farage, that perhaps it was unwise of him to say that he would step down as leader of UKIP so early in the campaign, because that gave opened the door, if you will, to the Conservatives, who started pushing ministers down here day after day to try to capitalise on the possibility that if they managed to defeat Nigel Farage here in Thanet South, then they would deprive the party of their charismatic leader, and therefore the party could wither underneath him. That was their calculation. Mr Farage not being very chatty this evening. We will see him later on. We think that he will arrive at the count probably at around 4 o'clock in the morning. We're expecting a final vote, a final decision, an announcement at around 6 o'clock. Andrew.
Robert, thanks very much indeed. Robert Nisbet there, keeping his claws onto the ever-elusive Nigel Farage. The count is scheduled for around about 6 o'clock. It may be a lot later than that. About 45,000 votes last time had to be counted here in 2010, so we imagine a similar number this time. It will be a long wait for Mr Farage and those who would also rob him of his potential chance to be in the House of Commons. We will wait and see for that, of course. Let's go back to the Sky News Centre now and Ed Conway. Ed.
Thanks, Andrew. Well, the night is still young, the morning is still young, and our screen, which has every single constituency in the country, has yet to be fully populated. As you can see, we've only had 3 results there. We are Sunderland Central, Sunderland South and Sunderland West. But over the course of the evening, the morning rather, this will fill up with the colours of each different constituency, and we'll get a sense of how that battle is actually going. Which ones should you be looking at in particular? Well, I told you about the Sky 150 earlier. Let me show you what we're calling the battleground. This is the battleground between the Conservatives and the Labour Party, and clearly, if the Tories indeed are going to get the result we saw in the exit poll, they're going to need to start winning seats. And likewise, Labour, if they wanted to win, would start to have to do well at the moment. These, right now, so in the previous election, were mainly Conservative seats. And if Labour wants to win this election, it needs to get a swing from the Tories of more than 1%. These seats, it would win if it got a 1% swing. It would win these seats if it got a 2% swing. This is Corby. That's an important seat because at that point, all else being equal, if Labour won that, then they would get the most seats in the House of Commons. Of course, the exit poll's not suggesting that, but they would also need to get these seats as well, a 3%, a 4% swing, a 5% swing, up to 5%, up to Milton Keynes South. That is where Labour would be winning a majority in the House of Commons, 4.8% swing to get there. Clearly, the exit poll's not pointing towards that. It's pointing in this direction. Have a look at this. These are the Conservative targets. So most of these are currently Labour seats. And in order to win tonight, the Tories need to start winning these, or indeed, in order to increase the number of seats it has in the House of Commons. So Hampstead and Kilburn, just over 40, the majority there. So a tiny kind of wafer-thin majority. The Tories would need to win this. They would need to get a swing of up to 2% and win Middlesbrough South, this seat here, in order to get a majority. And it would need to get over to Derbyshire North East to have a comfortable majority. What have we learnt so far tonight, though? Let me show you how the vote share has changed just in those seats that we've had. So there's 3 seats already. Just have a look at this. You might have seen this on your screen a bit earlier, but just look. I mean, this is obviously a slight increase to Labour, not quite as much as they might have wanted here, but just look at that. Lib Dems down incredibly sharply, and UKIP up incredibly sharply, 17.2% there. I want to show you one final thing to do with this, because I've got this great toy that basically allows you to filter the different seats based on a few kind of particular requests you put in. So let me put in all the seats that Labour has won so far. You won't be surprised to see it's those 3 seats we had announced already. But what if you put in, because you know UKIP are doing really well behind the scenes. They're not winning those seats yet, but for the first time, they're coming second place in a few of them. So which of the seats that we've had so far, those 3, have UKIP come second place in? 2 of them. They have come second place in 2 seats. It's the first time in UKIP history that they've actually come second place, and they've managed to do it twice. Now, finally, the Lib Dem collapse is that other story that we're talking about as a potential story from the exit poll. Let me have a look at which seats Lib Dems have lost their deposit. So they forfeit their deposit if they don't get 5% of the votes. They didn't do it. In 2010, they didn't lose a single deposit. So how many have they lost so far? We've had 3 results. Let's have a look. 3. They've lost deposits in all 3 of the seats that we've heard from so far. That would be a great disappointment for the Lib Dems. They knew they were going to have a tough night. They knew it was going to be really difficult, but it has been a lot tougher than they might have expected. 3 deposits already gone. How many more to go later on tonight?
Well, from Sunderland, who managed at least to win 1 tonight, that's they got in first with their results. Just up the road to their old rivals on the Tyne, Newcastle, and that's the count there. We're looking at the moment at that probably being the next set of results to reach us. It's going to be a few hours yet here in Doncaster before Ed Miliband knows whether he's back as an MP or not. Whether he has a future leading his party or leading the country, we may not know for a little bit longer. But it's an intriguing night. He hasn't turned up. The biggest roar of the night went up for Nick the Flying Brick from the, guess what? The monster raving loony party. He came in with his entourage a short time ago and got the biggest cheer of the night. It added a bit of levity to an otherwise rather serious scene. Well, I'm joined by two youngsters who are sort of absorbing all this fresh election business for the first time voters, Aisha and Niall. You're both quite involved in politics. You're involved in the local youth parliament here, Aisha. Niall, you're studying politics down the road at Huddersfield University. You both voted for the first time. What have you made of this whole election campaign? Has it excited you, got you engaged, or what?
I think it's definitely excited me and a lot of my friends and peers. I mean, you just have to look at social media to see that young people are engaged, and it's no longer kind of the traditional viewpoint that young people aren't really into politics or they're apathetic towards it. So.
Niall, has social media played a big part? I mean, has that drawn you in? Are you more aware because of that?
Well, personally, I was aware anyway, but I think social media has played a big part, not only in canvassing for politicians and candidates, but for also slandering them as well, because you get like all the memes all over and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think it's played both a positive and negative role in this election.
And have you sensed, Niall, that one party's better at social media than others? Have some, got a grip of it better and got through to a younger generation?
If I was to pick a party to say they came out on top on social media, I would say the Labour Party, but not just on social media, because the Labour Party are also good at sending emails to everybody. Like, I must have received at least 8 emails off the Labour Party asking for donations and stuff like that. So.
Aisha, the old idea that when I was a youngster, I'd have gone to a big town hall somewhere and listened to a famous politician speaking to 5,000 people. It's not what you do anymore, I assume.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think a lot of the TV debates have helped people make their decision, and a lot of people have been interested in watching them, making the effort to, know who to vote for, and yeah.
I think the issue with young people in politics is the fact that politics isn't taught in schools. In secondary schools, there is at least one lesson of either ethics or religious education a week. And I think that if there was a lesson of politics a week, then we would create a more politically coherent electorate. And then we wouldn't have such problems as like UKIP, for example, because personally I think UKIP's a group that have played on the one issue of immigration, and educated people would not have jumped on that one issue of immigration and then voted UKIP.
I mean, I do think young people are interested, because as Youth Parliament we have a Make Your Mark ballot, and it's the largest youth consultation, and last year we got over 500,000 young people's views, and just showing that sheer amount of young people who've kind of ticked which is their most important kind of issue.
Lovely talking to you both. We've got to dash off to Newcastle now, because that's the next set of results we'd like to hear. So let's dive in a bit further northeast. That's going to be coming through to us in the next couple of minutes. Adam, steer us northeast to Newcastle.
Yes, indeed. The northeast doing very well in getting the early counts out, Jeremy. We think we're going to hear from Newcastle East, first of all. That's the seat of Nick Brown, the former Labour chief whip. But we have heard in the last few minutes from Boris Johnson, who's arrived at his count in Uxbridge. Let's listen to what he had to say.
How are you feeling about tomorrow?
We're quite optimistic. We're quite optimistic.
Are you hoping that Mr. Cameron will keep your seat warm for the next election?
We're not counting. I don't think anybody should count their chickens, but clearly, if the exit poll is correct, it's a fantastic result. We're working very hard. There you go. There you go. Come on.
Well, interesting hearing the Tories talking about a fantastic result and indeed talking about victory and increasing their majority. The exit poll, in fact, is saying they wouldn't have a majority. They would be on 316 seats. That's short of the 320. Well, let's go over to Darshini, David, who is following Boris Johnson in Uxbridge. And Boris got there quite early for you, Darshini.
He did, but I've got to say, he's gone again. He was here for about half an hour.
meeting the counters, having a chat with them. As you heard there, he seemed in a very upbeat frame of mind. He said that if the exit polls are right, it would be a fantastic night for his party, although, as you point out, they wouldn't have an overall majority. He's also admitted to us before, of course, that it would be wonderful to be the next Conservative leader. If David Cameron gets back into number 10, that might be a little bit further down the road now. But of course, at the moment, all attention is whether he makes that first step, getting that seat in the House of Commons, and that depends on what happens here. Conservative majority in 2010 of 11,000. Now, as you may have heard there, not everyone's feeling positive about Boris being their local MP here in Uxbridge. A big student population at the university here. Some of the students out there weren't that pleased to see him, accusing him of eating the poor. Some of his opponents here say that it actually hasn't shown that much interest, for example, in coming to constituency meetings here ahead of this election. But we'll find out a bit more. Several hours to go. They're still counting the postal votes here at the moment. We don't expect a result until 6 a.m. So hence why Mr. Johnson thought it was time to go. But he will be back and we'll hear more from him then.
Darshini, thank you very much indeed. Boris Johnson there with his wife, Marina. Well, let's go now to Labour's Yvette Cooper, who is awaiting her result in Wakefield. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Are you reconciled to the fact that this is not going to be Labour's night, Yvette Cooper?
Well, we're quite sceptical about the exit poll because it doesn't really fit with not only the work that we've done and the response that we've had on the doorstep, but also the experience that I've had in the marginal seats I've been to and the candidates that I've talked to today. So I think we're going to have to wait until the results actually come in and the constituencies across the country are counted. We know there's a lot of tight results here, so I think we need to wait for those results. Everybody, I think, has been quite puzzled by these polls, including several of the other parties as well. So we do know, of course, that even with this exit poll result, that actually, in fact, David Cameron has lost the 73-seat majority that he had for his coalition. And so that does, I think, put him in a very difficult position, even if this exit poll is right, where he will find it very difficult to command the confidence of the House of Commons on these numbers. So let's just see, because I think there's a lot of doubt and question about this exit poll, and we need to wait and see when we get the results in.
Yes, but on the other hand, one would have to question your seriousness, because even if that opinion poll is wrong, the margin that the Conservatives are ahead of Labour and the fact that the exit poll at least is suggesting that they will have actually added seats to their total where Labour has dropped, would suggest, if we're talking about the Conservatives rather than the coalition, that at this stage there really is only one party that could form a government. Are you saying you think there's an alternative?
Well, the Conservatives don't have, or even on this exit poll, don't have a majority. David Cameron obviously said he wanted a majority. That was the test he set himself, and he has failed in that even on this exit poll. We also, in the end, the question for a government is whether you can command the confidence of Parliament. On these numbers, it doesn't look as if David Cameron can command the confidence of Parliament, even if this exit poll is right. And obviously, we have to keep qualifying it by saying, even if the exit poll is right, because it doesn't fit with not just our experience, but I know many of the other parties' experience as well. But, that is the test. And if he cannot form a government which has the confidence of Parliament, of the Commons, then he cannot continue as Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, with due respect, first of all, the coalition, if he did reignite the coalition with the Liberal Democrats, he'd have a majority. If he relied on the likely votes of the Ulster Unionists, he would have a majority. And he's got 2 UKIP to add to his total. So I would put it the other way, rather. I can't see how a Labour-led alternative could have a majority in those circumstances, given those parties.
Well, again, let's wait and see until we've got the actual results. You'll know the only constituencies we've obviously had fully counted now have had increased Labour majorities. Obviously, those were strong Labour constituencies in the northeast of England. But I do think we need to wait until we see the actual results, because, having talked to some of our candidates, some of our big campaigners today, of course, the end of the day in some of our key seats, again, this exit poll just doesn't reflect their experience. So we'll need to see that. But I do think it is worth just recognising saying that the coalition has lost its majority. They had the majority of 73. That has effectively disappeared. And in the end, the test for a government, the test for a Prime Minister, is whether or not you can command the confidence of the House of Commons. And that is the test. And at the moment, I think that looks very difficult, even on this exit poll for David Cameron. But obviously, look, let's wait and see what the final results are in.
If the post should become vacant, would you be a candidate for the leadership of the Labour Party?
That is not the situation we are in. I really think I have huge scepticism about the polls that you've got, the exit polls. I really don't think that is the situation we are in at all. And so that's why I think you've got to wait until we've got the results that are in, because I think we've had a really strong campaign across the country. We've been, knocking on 5 million conversations just in the last few weeks. That shows, I think, huge tribute to the whole campaign, to everything that Ed's been doing, but also to the whole campaign right across the country.
But it's not just the conversations, is it? It's whether people are listening to you, and they don't appear to have done.
Well, again, let's wait until we've seen the results come in, because in those constituencies, obviously, that have counted so far, we have seen the increased Labour majority, and we certainly had people today, a really strong, warm response from areas that I've been canvassing in and talking to and visiting the key seats over the last few weeks, and a lot of people saying they had a very warm response today on the doorstep and people going out to vote. So, we're in it's a very kind of complicated situation, isn't it, when you've got the exit poll out, but so many of the parties and so many of the pollsters, including, Peter Kellner and YouGov, saying they've got are very puzzled by this exit poll result. Many of the parties, I think you've got, Paddy Ashdown saying that he doesn't believe the exit polls. You've got a lot of things moving around within this poll. Obviously, what's happening in Scotland, even this exit poll shows Conservative seats being lost to Labour, and Labour gaining constituencies off the Conservatives, and as well as the complicated situation between the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives as well. So in these circumstances, it's just going to be, I think, one of those nights in which you're going to ask a lot of questions, and we're going to say, look, until we see the results. And I think you know that in the studio, until we see the results, actually...
Well, I understand that, but I've just got to ask you about Scotland. I mean, you've been absolutely hammered in your homeland in Scotland and, heartland, Labour heartland in Scotland. And that must raise some existential questions about the Labour Party, doesn't it?
Well, we know that things are hard in Scotland. Again, we don't know what the final result is going to be, and I think there's a lot of constituents in Scotland where, again, we've been working really hard and getting a warm response. But look, we know it's difficult in Scotland, and we are still in the aftermath of the referendum, and we've seen wider issues in terms of nationalism, not just in Scotland but in other parts of Europe as well. So look, I think this is a different situation, and we'll have to wait and see what the results are.
Yvette Cooper, once the picture's a bit clearer, we'll look forward to speaking to you again. Thank you for joining us. Now let's go to Scotland.
We're getting a little bit more of an idea about turnout figures here in Scotland. We're hearing that in Jim Murphy's constituency, 81%, and Douglas Alexander's around about 75, 76%. Certainly doesn't bode well for either men. And having just had a quick walk around the room here in Glasgow, on the seats that I've seen, well, certainly the counts that are being taken by those members of parties would appear to suggest that the SNP are in line to gain a fair few of the seats. Let's speak to Humza Yousaf, a member of the Scottish Parliament for the SNP, leading light within the nationalist movement. You'll have been speaking to your party staff a little more readily than I have. What are the figures telling you? How many of the 7 do you think you're going to take?
Well, I've been in this position before.
Oh, come on, it's looking good.
It's very good. Well, it's looking good, but there's still early indications, and we've still got to wait till every vote is counted. But yes, we're in, I think, for an optimistic night. Nicola Sturgeon said that, but she was right when the first exit poll came out to note a sound of caution. That these exit polls, let's just get back to reality.
Okay, Humza, let's play the hypothetical game a little bit. If you take 6 or even 7 of the 7 Labour seats in Glasgow, I mean, what does that mean for the Labour Party north of the border? I mean, Adam Bolton was just describing it there to Yvette Cooper as something of an existential crisis. You would undoubtedly agree.
I mean, look, let's put it in context. The SNP has never won a seat in Glasgow in a general election. Yes, by-election victories, but never in a general election. We have 6 MPs at the moment, a record in our 81-year history. is 11 seats. If the numbers are close to what is being projected, it is phenomenal. The tectonic plates of Scottish politics are shifting if that is the case, and we have to put that caveat in everywhere. As I said, I've been in a position where it's looking good and it's turned round, so let's just keep our feet firmly planted to the ground.
Of course, and the more MPs that you have being returned to Westminster, the greater the power that you will hold, although it's on whom you will exert that pressure. Will it be David Cameron, will it be Ed Miliband in your mind? I mean, who are you going to be dealing with?
Well, we've been very clear. We wouldn't do any type of deal or conversation with the Conservatives. In fact, we'd work with the progressive parties to lock David Cameron out of number 10. So we'll speak to the progressive parties.
Well, what do you mean by that? Okay, the people of Scotland, judging by the exit polls, have spoken, and they've firmly said, of course, they don't want the Conservatives, but they've also said they don't want the Labour Party. But, let's think back to the days where the Conservatives were last in power. Scotland didn't have a voice. It was England that was dictating to Scotland. It's essentially the situation in reverse, isn't it? If you deny David Cameron the opportunity to get his policies, his legislation through.
In the last couple of years during the referendum, it was David Cameron himself who said, we don't want the Scots to leave the UK, we want you to lead the UK. For somebody to say that the democratic voice of the Scottish people is not a part of that United Kingdom, I think is utter rank hypocrisy. So,
but you've said ahead of this of polling day that you will do whatever is within your power to ensure that the Conservatives cannot form a stable government.
Well, what we've said is we will work with parties if there are enough and if there is a majority of anti-Tory MPs, we will lock David Cameron. That is democracy, actually. That is how our Parliament works. He who commands the majority of MPs goes on to become Prime Minister, and that's how it works.
The polls have closed. Any chance that the SNP will now give us an indication of whether or not there'll be a commitment to an independence referendum in your manifesto for the 2016 Scottish parliamentary elections?
I do salute your indefatigability in asking the question, but we've said this is not about the independence question.
It's a fair question to ask, though, surely.
But we've actually said, even if we won all 59 seats in Scotland, isn't going to happen, but if we won all 59 seats in Scotland, even that wouldn't be a mandate for another referendum. So this is not about a referendum, it's about Scotland's voice being heard, and we hope for a good night.
Hamza Yousaf, thanks very much for your time. Time now to take us all the way back down to Whitney. Kay Burley standing by.
Lovely, thank you, Neil. Waiting within the next few minutes to hear the results from the returning officer at Newcastle East. It is a safe Labour seat, but just flagging that up for you as soon as we see him or her take to the podium, we will bring that to you. Meantime, we were expecting the Prime Minister here at the Whitney count in an hour or so, but apparently that's not happening. We were leaving Anushka Astana outside his house until he left, but he's staying inside, so we've let her come in. What's going on?
Let me come into the warm. He's at home, glued to his television, watching the results come in. We're not expecting a declaration here till around 4:30 in the morning, so he will come in good time for that, but we're not sure exactly when that might be at the moment. He is quite pleased with that exit poll that we've seen there. His advisors suggesting that is 22,000 people in 141 places, and so that's given them some confidence, even though it states a bigger position for the Tories than some of the other polls that we have seen around the place.
It's not good news. I mean, it's relatively good news, I suppose, but it's not good enough to get him over the line, is it?
No, the Prime Minister has been talking all the way through this campaign about how he only needed 23 seats for a majority, and that's what he was going for. We asked him about hung parliaments. He did not answer the question about them. But realistically, his teams knew that a hung parliament still looked the most likely. And before we saw that exit poll, they weren't that confident, Kay. They were still arguing that if it was over 300, they'd be pretty happy with that. So 316, that suggestion is something that they like the sound of. And I know that the 1922 committee, which is the backbench MPs committee for the Tories, will be meeting tomorrow. Their executive will be. And I think if they do get to those numbers, they'll be saying, look, do we really need to do a coalition, or can we go it alone? From the Prime Minister, what they're saying is he does want to put the national interest first and make sure he can form a stable government.
Early days yet, we're in the early hours of the morning, but I mean, with your sort of general political hat on now, it's looking like three leaders might be in a lot of trouble tomorrow.
Well, you've seen what with Nick Clegg could be in big trouble if the Lib Dems fall to 10 seats. That is far, far worse than anyone was predicting. The Libs, when you talk to them, they were talking about 20 to 30, if not more seats. They're very good at focusing in on individual seats and trying to win them, and they thought their national share would fall, but they do well. And you're right, he could be in trouble. Nigel Farage in South Thanet, well, people are saying it might not look like he's going to win. It's not as easy fight as they perhaps once thought, and he has said he will resign as UKIP leader if that is the case. And of course, if this exit poll is to be believed, then a lot of pressure on Ed Miliband.
OK, for now, thanks very much indeed. Thanks a lot. Well, let's bring in David Lammy and also Laura Sandys. Laura Sandys was the Conservative for Thanet South. She has stepped down at this election. Let's start with you, Laura, should we? And certainly Nigel Farage thought it was his, bar the shouting. Perhaps not quite as easy as he anticipated.
Well, I think the residents of South Thanet will make their voice very, very clearly heard at this election. And no, they're not up for sort of, Farage-type politics. And they're going to be looking, for, we suspect that it's the Conservative candidate who will win. And I'm extremely pleased and extremely positive news coming from Margate at the moment.
Are you sorry that you stepped down now, given what it looks as though the Conservatives are up to?
No, I mean, I was always confident there was going to be a Conservative move towards the end of the election period. And, I think that the public have said we've made some difficult decisions and now we're building on those to actually create a much more positive future. I'm very, very pleased, and I know that many of my colleagues around the country will feel that a lot of the difficult decisions we've made have been vindicated by hopefully the results that we're seeing tonight.
Let's bring in David Lammy. David, we're just waiting for the results from Newcastle East. You'll forgive us if we have to break away for that. It is a safe Labour seat. You know all about safe Labour seats, of course. You have one of the biggest majorities for a Labour Party seat, but it's not looking good tonight, is it?
Well, look, it's just a bit early. I mean, if the exit poll is right, all of the polls that we've seen during the course of this campaign have been wrong, and that includes your own. So I would approach the exit poll with tremendous caution after just 3 results in the early hours. This election is going to run and run and run for many hours yet. It's just too early to call, I think.
You would say that, though, wouldn't you?
Well, that's because it's patently obvious. We've had 3 results. Actually, in those results, we've actually seen a swing of 4% to Labour. If that were replicated across the country tonight, I think we'd be very pleased in England and Wales. The Scott Nats are saying that they think those figures are too high. The Liberal Democrats are saying they think the figures are too low. It's very, very early days, and actually there's a big margin of difference. I think that we could find, if indeed the Liberal Democrats and SNP are right about that exit poll. So I think it's just too early.
Looking at pictures of Al Murray as we're chatting to you, Mr. Lammy. Let me just listen to him very quickly.
It's been the most beautiful thing. Democracy in action. Yeah, it's been fantastic. I knocked on people's doors, mate.
And you said I thought this was a pub.
No, that's not quite true. No, that's one of your attempt at humour there. Yes, of course.
What's going to be a good result for you, Al, here, do you think? Second place or?
Well, no, I think, obviously, second place would be a miracle. First place would be deserved. But, maybe if the 1% vote for me, then obviously we all know that the 1% rule the world. And if they vote for me, then I'm obviously in touch with the people who rule the world. It's a job done.
What's your take on rumours that Nigel Farage isn't going to win tonight?
Well, then we're all walking with history tonight, aren't we? I feel the hand of history on my shoulder, sir, if that's the answer you're after. Yeah, that'd be an interesting turnout, wouldn't it? Turnout for the books, wouldn't it? Yes, sir.
Did you do your charity gig because you felt a bit guilty?
No, I did the charity gig because Pilgrim's Hospice is a good cause. I've got nothing to feel guilty about, have I? Why would taking part in democracy, you're supposed to vote, aren't you? You can stand, anyone can stand, anyone can vote. That's the whole point. All I did was join in, right? Because we've got to join in, because there's been some loose talk in recent months from certain people about how we shouldn't vote. Some people who've changed their mind miraculously at the last minute about how we ought to vote, right? And I didn't want to be part of that. You've got to join in. You've got to be in it to win it. It's as simple as that.
Is Nigel Farage welcome in your pub?
Mr. Farage, Monsieur Farage from France. Yes, he's welcome. Anyone's welcome in the pub. That's the beauty of the pub. Everyone's welcome. It's a public house. Whether you're a prince or a pauper, you can come in a pub and get yourself a pint.
If he's drowning his sorrows of you tomorrow in your pub, then what would you say to him?
If he's drowning his sorrows tomorrow, then I'll say, well, mate, yeah, better luck in 2020.
Oh dear,
Oh, Nigel, it's the wrong bloody Nigel. It's the other bloody Nigel. Right, we're heading through. Let's go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. How fantastic. How fantastic.
Okay, so they're from Al Murray, otherwise known as the pub landlord, as his alter ego, standing in Thanet South against Nigel Farage. David Lammy is still with us. David, talking there about the hand of history on his shoulder, that was a famous quote, of course, from your great leader back in 1997 when the exit poll was 168. Nobody believed it then, but of course it turned out to be incredibly accurate. Who's to say it won't be this time?
Look, exit polls have been right, exit polls have been wrong, but what's different in this election is that this exit poll does not accord with the polls that we've seen during the course of this campaign, and the general feeling on the ground is that this is a very regional election. Here in London, I think we're on for a tremendous night with, I suspect, wins in Hornsey and Wood Green. I'm going up to that count shortly. In Finchley and Golders Green are very close run rates. Battersea, there's a number of seats in London that are looking very well. Scotland, of course, looks difficult for Labour, but let's wait and see how that unfolds. Along the coast, of course, UKIP, and differences in the south of England, particularly for the Conservatives. So let's look at the record and how it stands much later in the evening, but I think there will be regional variation tonight for sure.
But David Lammy, if they do prove to be correct, or even if we find that the Conservatives have got the most seats and the popular vote, there's no alternative for Ed Miliband. He'll have to stand down.
Come on, look, let's be clear. The Conservatives will not have won this election. They haven't won an election since 1992. They didn't win in 2010, and it looks like they're not going to win tonight. So to say that they've won
wasn't my question, though, was it? David Lammy, sorry to interrupt you, but that wasn't my question. My question is, if there are more seats for the Conservatives and they have the popular vote, Ed Miliband has no choice, and the Labour Party has no choice, but for him to step down.
If there are more seats for the Conservative, of course, it is right for the Prime Minister to decide and to look and see if he can actually command the confidence of the House, and he'll have to look to other parties to see if he can do that. If he can't do that, then constitutionally it falls to the major opposition party, and that is to Ed Miliband, to see if he can make a go of it. That is how our constitution works. It's happened before, 1924, 1977.
Totally
Let's see what happens.
Absolutely. I've absolutely been reading up about it for the last month or so. Again, that wasn't my question. If I was to press you on it, might you answer my question? If we see the Conservatives with more seats, if we see them with the popular vote, presumably Ed Miliband has no choice but to step down. If I asked you again, would you answer my question?
Absolutely not. That is not the position at this stage, and it's too much to extrapolate from an exit poll that they will have a bigger share of the vote. Let's see where we get to at the end of tonight, but absolutely clear they have not won the election. They've not won one since 1992. If he can't command the confidence of the House, it falls to the leader of the opposition, and very clearly it is very likely that at the end of tonight more people in this United Kingdom will have voted for the progressive cause. That, in fact, is a basis on which to govern the country.
You didn't answer my question, though, Mr. Lammy, did you? We've run out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you for joining us.
Okay,
Thank you.
I did answer your question. You don't want to hear the answer, I think.
Yeah, I do. OK, let's just ask it once more, then. Let's ask it once more. Here we go, fourth time of asking.
I'll try the answer again.
If the Conservatives have got the most, if the Conservatives have got the most seats, and if they've got the popular vote, should Ed Miliband step down? Yes or no?
And I said no, and it is too much to suggest that they will have the popular vote on the basis of an exit poll case. So I've answered your question twice now. I hope you've got the message.
OK, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for jousting with us here in the early hours and having so much energy. We appreciate it. We've just had a result in while we've been speaking. Just remind me of what that is, please. Swindon North. There you go. Swindon North, we're being told, is a Conservative hold. So that is the first successful seat for the Conservatives. Now, Swindon North is a Conservative hold. We're hearing there from Mr. Lammy. He did concede that the SNP has probably done very well according to the exit poll and given all of the other polls that we've been looking at over the previous weeks. Nicola Sturgeon says, don't count your chickens. Neil Patterson is there for us. Neil?
Yeah, thanks, Kay. Well, of course, it used to be said here north of the border that there were more pandas than Conservative MPs. Going by the polls this evening, there may be the same number of Tory MPs as there are unicorns in Scotland. To discuss this, Ruth Davidson, MSP, leader of the Scottish Conservatives. It's not good for you, is it?
Well, we fought a fantastic campaign. There's going to be a number
no
of
one-
seats
no one
across.
no one doubts that.
Number
No
of
one
seats
doubts
across
that, but-
Scotland where, in any ordinary election, we'd be looking at picking up seats. This isn't an ordinary election in Scotland this year. There's been an SNP tsunami. We haven't had a single seat in Scotland declared yet, so it's a bit too early to say what's happened. But it does look as if it's not just ourselves that could be facing a difficult night, but it could be the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats as well.
Your party workers will have been on the floor counting as much as anyone else's. What are they telling you?
They're telling me that the vote in Glasgow appears to be up in several of the seats. So there's obviously 7 seats that are counted here. This is one of the biggest counts in the country. So that's encouraging for us. But
What does it tell you about the seats that the SNP might take from Labour?
They seem to be telling us that it looks as if there is a chance that it could be a clean sweep here in Glasgow.
7 from 7.
7 from 7 is what I'm hearing, but again, we've not had a single one declared, so that's caveated. That's the scuttlebutt in the room, and I'm sure you're hearing the same as I am. And you've also heard from at least one senior Labour MP who says that he won't be demanding a recount in his seat.
What does that mean in your mind for the political landscape here north of the border? I mean, everyone always talks about the fact that people tended to vote, with their heart in Scotland. The SNP, for example, in 2011 polled 45%, but as soon as we rolled to the Westminster elections, it was a slightly different thing. Everything's changed now, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I said after the referendum that the snow globe of Scottish politics had been shaken up and we hadn't quite seen where the flakes had fallen yet. Well, tonight we're seeing some of those flakes fall. I think that will be interesting to see the share of the vote that the SNP get. I think that if they lock down the 45% that Yes got in the referendum, which I think they will do, 45% is enough to take almost every seat in Scotland in a general election. It's whether they've gone much beyond that, and then I think that's where we start to look at where the votes have gone.
Let's talk more generally about the campaign. How annoyed are you at the line taken by your leader, the Prime Minister David Cameron? You're a Conservative, you're a Unionist. For large chunks of this election, I mean, David Cameron has been waving a flag of despair and woe about your close personal friend Nicola Sturgeon. Maybe I've gone too far there.
I don't think either of us ever called each other that.
But let's
I do respect her, though. I think she's a woman of immense, talent and ability. I just think she's wrong about everything.
But the National Party, the Conservative National Party, appears to have given up on ever having a foothold north of Gretna Green ever again.
Absolutely not. You saw the Prime Minister during the referendum fight incredibly hard to keep our United Kingdom together, as did I. And I was one of the first people in the Conservative Party back in January really pushing hard on this idea between Ed Miliband and Nicola Sturgeon having a deal and making sure that the Labour Party outlined what that would be. In fact, I think I said in January that they were halfway down the aisle towards that deal, and we had to push really hard. And you saw 6 weeks ago Ed Miliband still wasn't ruling out a coalition. Then he ruled out a coalition but not some form of other deal. Then he ruled out confidence supply but not some form of vote by vote. And he's been all over the place on this. But let's not get this wrong. There's been a total and utter collapse of the Scottish Labour Party, and while the Prime Minister of this country, David Cameron, has many responsibilities, the long slow decline of Scottish Labour is not one of them.
Ruth Davidson, MSP, thank you very much. We'll obviously have to hold on just a little while to see if they can hold on to their one Conservative MP. Adam, don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, it's looking good for the SNP, isn't it? Now, we've got our first result in from Middle England, if I could put it that way, rather than the North East. It's Swindon North, and there we see that's a Conservative hold. Justin Tomlinson re-elected. But what is interesting here are the swings, and this really bears out what Professor Michael Thrasher was saying to me a while ago. You see, the Conservatives have got more than half the votes there. Remember, Swindon was the place chosen by the Conservatives to launch their manifesto, and when we look at how things have changed, we can see that, yes, there's been a swing from Labour to the Conservatives in this constituency in the heart of England. Now, Michael Thrasher was saying earlier on that we were seeing a regional election with different patterns of voting in different parts of the country, and I think Michael Thrasher can join us now, and that is borne out at least in that result from Swindon.
Yes, Adam. I mean, that's a swing from Labour to the Conservatives in the southwest region. Again, in line with what the exit poll was saying. It was saying that should happen. That's a slightly larger swing than we were expecting in that Swindon constituency, but it does bear out the exit poll. Contrast that with what the national opinion polls were saying, which were pointing to about a 3.5% swing from Conservative to Labour.
Michael, we're just seeing on the screen now Wandsworth, South London, south of the river. We're not quite sure whether this is going to be Tooting or Putney or Battersea, possibly. Yeah. Putney or Battersea.
Well, I don't expect either of those, if it is those, I don't expect certainly either of those two seats to change hands, albeit we suggested earlier in terms of the exit poll data that there will be a slight swing from Conservative to Labour across London, but not as big as the opinion polls were suggesting there would be.
This is Putney, Justine Greening's constituency, the Overseas Development Minister.
Each candidate at the election is as follows. Boswell Sheila Mary, commonly known as Sheila Boswell, Labour Party, 12,838. Detroit Guy Richard, Animal Welfare Party, 184. Greening Justine, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,018.
Justine Greening increased her vote.
Andrew James, Andy Hallett, Liberal Democrats, 2,717. Cole Christopher Edward, Green Party, 2,067. Tricia, commonly known as Tricia Patty Ward, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,989. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows. 1 to an official mark, 0. Voting
so Justine Greening, the first Cabinet Minister of the night to be re-elected. We'll hear from her in a moment. Her share of the vote went up, so did her majority. And as we see, almost twice the number of votes as Labour. Let's listen to Justine Greening.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank the returning officer, the police, the people who counted the ballot papers very quickly as usual, for doing such a professional job this evening. I'm immensely proud to have been re-elected as the MP for Putney, Roehampton and Southfields. In 2005, when I was first elected, it was with a very small majority. So I'm truly humbled to have been returned with 53% of the votes of local people this evening. For me, being an MP is about serving my community, and it's about serving my country. It's about working hard on the things that matter to local people, taking our community's priorities and making them mine, getting things done and reaching across all parts of our community. That means I'll keep working hard on getting better transport, protecting our quality of life, making sure that Regeneration Roehampton brings the jobs and the facilities that local people in that part of my community need. And it also means that I'll work hard on the things that matter to me as national priorities, on equality of opportunity.
So Justine Greening keeping it local, nothing triumphalist at all about her acceptance speech there. And really, Michael, as we look at how the votes went, the story in Putney, inner London, fairly affluent constituency, is of a catastrophic collapse in the Liberal Democrat vote, although they did just manage to save their deposit with 6%, but down 10%, Michael.
Yes, I mean, every party appears to have gained at the expense of the Liberal Democrats. I make the swing there, Adam, to be about 0.4% in the direction in favour of Labour from the Conservatives. The polling data that I have from London before this suggests that the swing in London was of the order of 4.5. So contrast 4.5% swing suggested by the polling data and a 0.4% swing by the actual result. So that does suggest that the exit poll is probably more on target than people perhaps have believed.
And it's fair to say that Putney and neighbouring Battersea, there used to be seats in which Labour was a contender.
They were, but of course they've changed quite markedly in terms of their demographic characteristics. So in parts of London there are large amounts of social change taking place, which has transformed London. Of course, there are other parts of London that have swung more in Labour's favour, particularly in some inner city parts of London. So it will be, London will be fascinating, partly, of course, because of the Liberal Democrats in the southwest of London, but also some key marginals. For example, Hendon is one of the tightest Conservative seats in the country, and on a similar swing that we've just seen in Putney, then it should fall to Labour.
We're just seeing on our screen the other corner of the country, up in the northeast there, Newcastle, and that was Newcastle East, where Nick Brown, with the open neck in the middle of the picture, was the incumbent MP in 2010. Of course, former Cabinet Minister, Agriculture Secretary, and Gordon Brown's chief whip. And they've been imminent at declaring the seat for a while, although it doesn't look as if they've gone up onto the stage yet.
It probably looks as though they're just kind of making some last-minute decisions about, what they're showing them the result that they're going to actually declare. So they're all seeing whether those numbers tally with what they've been led to believe. I wouldn't expect a big surge in this seat for UKIP necessarily, Adam. It's not good UKIP territory, but it will be interesting to see the swing between Conservative and Labour and how far the Conservative vote falls, because the exit poll was saying that the North East region would be good for Labour. Of course, it doesn't really matter whether it is or it isn't, because Labour holds the vast majority of the seats in any case.
OK, well, we'll go back to Newcastle as soon as they get on the stage and declare the result. I should just say we wait for the results to be announced officially on Sky News. Other networks have gone wrong of going early with those results. So remember, at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that's where you're going to see the votes so far. And currently, as you can see, we've only got 5 out of 650 constituencies in. At the moment, they're all holds. Conservative hold 2 and Labour hold 3. Joining us now is the Conservative Chief Whip at the end of the last Parliament, Michael Gove. Mr Gove, thank you for being with us. What are your thoughts on the election night so far?
Well, we're still at an early stage, as you quite rightly said, Adam, but the results so far have been encouraging. I'd like to congratulate Justin Tomlinson and Justine Greening on their victories, both of them outstanding members of Parliament, and the swing to the Conservatives in Justin's seat and the great performance that Justine put in do suggest that Conservative candidates who fought a good campaign and Conservatives overall have done well this evening.
Labour spokesmen we've talked to this evening have suggested that if the Conservatives are short of an overall majority, there might be some question as to who becomes Prime Minister. What do you say to that?
Well, I think the position is very clear that the sitting Prime Minister remains Prime Minister until the House of Commons meets. And it's normally the case that the largest party in the House of Commons forms the heart of the government. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We will have more details later today, and David Cameron will outline later today what the best approach is in order to ensure that we can have a stable and secure government.
OK, Mr Gove, do stay with us. I'm sure you're going to want to hear this declaration now in Newcastle upon Tyne East.
I, Pat Ritchie, acting returning officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne East constituency is as follows. Nicholas Hugh Brown, Labour Party, 19,378 votes.
Nick Brown has held the seat, no surprises.
Duncan Carlisle Croot, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,884. Andrew John Pluvins Gray, Green Party candidate, 3,426. Paul Phillips, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 170. David Tilley Robinson Young, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 4,910. Susan Molly Stevenson, Communist Party of Great Britain, 122. Wendy Barbara Taylor, Liberal Democrats, 4,332. And that Nicholas Hugh Brown has been duly elected to serve as the member for the said constituency.
So Nick Brown getting more than half the votes there. Conservatives second, UKIP in third place, just ahead of the Liberal Democrats. And we can just see the result in detail there in order.
I would like to thank the people of Newcastle East for the trust.
There's the share, 49.4% of the votes for Labour. And again, it's a dramatic drop in the Liberal Democrat vote, and Labour up slightly, Conservatives up slightly, and quite a big swing to UKIP. Michael Gove, do you have any sympathy at all for your former coalition partners, the Liberal Democrats, getting hammered tonight?
Well, again, let's wait to see. But obviously, if someone's dedicated their life to public service and served in the House of Commons, and they lose for any reason, then naturally I don't take any pleasure in any public servant's defeat. I want the Conservatives to win, but I also acknowledge that when an MP loses a seat, that a public servant who's devoted their time and energy to doing their very best, who now faces the political career, or the stage of the political career, being terminated. So I do have sympathy, yes.
But, I mean, the Liberal Democrats were more than just MPs losing their seats. They were your coalition partners. I was wondering whether there's any extra sympathy, if you like, bearing in mind that they've supported you over the past 5 years and appear to be paying the price for it.
I worked with Liberal Democrat colleagues, some of whom chose to leave in this Parliament, others of whom are fighting again. And I have... there are members of every political party in the House of Commons who are civilised and decent men and women who I wish well whatever the result tonight.
Because, again, what Labour is saying tonight is that there's an anti-coalition vote, because if you put together Labour and Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, the number of MPs is likely to be considerably lower.
I think that at the moment, based on the exit poll, Labour are trying to construct an argument from the various straws that they can clutch at. But I think it would probably be wise for Labour at this stage not to concentrate on that, but to reflect on why their performance appears to have been so poor. But again, that responsibility will be Labour's later when more results come in. But at this stage, I think that is a very, very weak argument to run when David Cameron appears to be doing very well in the polls after what was a very successful and effective campaign.
You used to be a journalist. How many of the current 7 leaders do you think are going to be there by Christmas?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm certain that David Cameron will continue. Well, as our leader, I think he's going to be Prime Minister on the basis of everything that we've seen so far. And I think that that's a good thing, because it means that the security and stability that we have argued this country needs will be there. As for the other parties and their leaders, I just don't know. It's a matter for them.
Well, supposing the exit poll was right, do you think that Nick Clegg and Ed Miliband could survive as party leaders?
I simply don't know enough about the dynamics there. I mean, you're right, Adam. I used to be a journalist. I am no longer. I'll leave that sort of thing to proper commentators who are plugged into those parties and understand them. During the course of this campaign, I've been trying to make Conservative arguments. Tonight, I just want to reflect on these results and emphasise the point, which is that I believe that they appear so far to vindicate the campaign that David Cameron ran, and to underline the fact that he deserves to be Prime Minister for another 5 years.
Mr. Gove, thank you very much indeed. Well, this is the declaration in Tooting. Sadiq Khan, Labour's justice spokesman, the incumbent MP. Doesn't look like they're going to happen. While we wait for that, joining me here are Stig Abel, the managing editor of The Sun, and Deborah Mattinson, the research and strategy of the research and strategy consultancy Britain Thinks, used to work for Gordon Brown. What does Britain think, Deborah Mattinson?
Well, Britain, right up to the wire, was quite undecided, and I think in a way that's perhaps what we're seeing played out tonight. I mean, it's not been a great night for pollsters, for sure. If the exit poll is right, then most of the polls are probably wrong.
The exit pollsters might say they're wrong.
We don't, of course, know that the exit poll is right either at this point. But what we were finding with the qualitative research that we were doing was that people were quite undecided. Even yesterday, this week, we had, 25% of the people in our panel of undecided voters saying they still had no idea how they were going to vote. And some had switched from one to another and back, and were very worried about what they were going to do.
But they turned out to be shy Tories, people who didn't know or didn't want to admit it, and have stuck more solidly with the Conservatives than anybody else.
It would seem to be the case. And the question you asked Michael Gove, there could be a massacre of the leaders if this exit poll is proved correct. Nick Clegg can't really survive. Farage might lose Thanet. Miliband
might lose his seat.
Nick Clegg might lose his seat.
On these figures, if they're,
exactly.
if they're only 10, then he certainly can't.
Miliband,
he's got one of the safest, it has to be said.
And actually, the polling in that was hardening up. Whether we believe that or not is difficult. Miliband, I think, will find it very hard to command authority if he gets 239, gets the Labour's worst result since 1987. The exit poll could be wrong. It felt to us at The Sun when we looked at it when it came in, it felt like it slightly understated Labour, slightly overstated the SNP, but you just don't know. The noises coming out of Scotland, there is potentially a complete wipeout for the SNP, and therefore the exit poll just beginning to look like it might stick. And if that does stick, the Tories will claim it as a victory, and the other leaders will be looking at themselves thinking this is a disaster.
I mean, Deborah Mattinson, you know the Labour Party very well. What do you... I thought we're about to get the result in Tooting.
Notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Stravinsky, Discuba, Kretschmer, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,537. Khan Sadiq Aman, Labour Party, 25,200.
Sadiq Khan holds his seat.
From 5 Liberal Democrats, 2,107. O'Leary Darko Esther, Green Party, 2,201. Watkins Daniel Richard, commonly known as Dan Watkins, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,000.
Well, that's an interesting result, because actually 22,000 votes was as many as Sadiq Khan had in 2010. So he'll be pleased there's been a swing to him. And I suspect the story, yet again, is going to be a collapse in the Liberal Democrat vote. In fact, the Liberal Democrats, they're in fourth place behind the Green Party, their vote down from 7,000 to 2,000. So Labour's Sadiq Khan now.
Can I begin by thanking the returning officer, the council staff and all the police who have made sure that today's election has run smoothly. Politics has a bad name, but anybody who puts themselves forward as a candidate deserves our gratitude. I want to thank all the candidates for the amazing work they've all put in, and the volunteers from all the parties for the hard work you've done over the last few weeks and months. Thank you. I also want to thank Team Labour. I want to thank you for having the confidence in this son of immigrants, this son of a bus driver raised on a council estate, to be the Labour candidate for Tooting for the third occasion, but also I want to thank the people of Tooting for having the confidence in me for the third occasion. Ordinary residents, Labour Party members, teachers, nurses, lawyer club ladies, trade union members, neighbours and friends have all contributed towards this success tonight. Elections aren't about politicians.
Well, let's have a look at that vote in detail, because it's telling what's becoming a familiar story tonight of the yellow arrow of the Liberal Democrats certainly plunging below the line, narrowly beaten by the Greens there. But if you look at the share of the vote, you see both the Greens and the Liberal Democrats again lost their deposit. That's at least 4 out of the 7 seats declared tonight where they've lost their deposit. And the swing against them, 10.9%. Michael, your thoughts?
A very, very, very small swing from Conservatives, to Labour. The Liberal Democrats once again collapsing, and it's just worth reiterating, Adam, that the exit poll found a very small swing in London that would be from in the direction of Conservative to Labour. This contrasts very strongly with all the polling evidence produced before polling day that there was going to be quite a large swing away from the Conservatives to Labour in what is becoming a strong Labour area. That Tooting result certainly doesn't indicate any kind of swing of that nature, and is more in line with what the exit poll was saying that would happen in London.
And am I right in saying that the Liberal Democrat vote is going pretty much even Stevens to Labour and Conservative?
Yeah, well, it is on the balance of those share figures, Adam, that they're simply collapsing wherever they are, and Tooting became more or less a two-party constituency once again, and there's a long time since that was the case, and it really is. I mean, the exit poll picked up very dramatic decline in the Liberal Democrat vote, and nothing that I've seen thus far would suggest that it's anything other than quite a dramatic decline.
I do want to ask you about the Greens just briefly, because more often than not tonight they're actually beating the Liberal Democrats. You've got them down, I think, in the exit poll for 2 seats. Any idea where that might be? I see it's being reported that Brighton Pavilion, Caroline Lucas will probably hold on. Where else should we be looking for that other Green seat?
Well, Bristol West would be one indicator. Norwich South would be the other in terms of the possible seats. But as you know, the exit poll works on probabilities, and unless you've got local intelligence to suggest that the Greens are saying that they're going to win this seat or another, you have to go on the probabilities. But of the Greens, those are really the 2 strongest candidates to double their representation in the new Parliament.
Well, I can tell you that there have been no results yet, but in Norwich there's claim and counterclaim that possibly the Greens have taken that. Anyway, let's speak to a London Assembly member for the Green Party. Joining us from Westminster is Darren Johnson. Darren Johnson, are you expecting to get 2 seats tonight, as the exit poll suggests?
Well, who knows? I mean, it's really, really encouraging to see those exit polls and to see the results that we've had so far, where seat after seat now, the Greens are outpolling the Liberal Democrats, really striking up some significant vote shares now compared to past elections. And I think it's really showing that Greens are now part of the political landscape in a way that we weren't in previous general elections, in spite of the win by Caroline Lucas last time round. I think this time the Greens have really been, on a day-to-day basis, part of the election, really getting our message out, and I've been encouraged so far with the results I've seen.
Is there really much difference between Greens and Liberal Democrats?
I think there are big differences on some issues. I think voters wouldn't see massive differences, but I think the direction that the Liberal Democrats took in government has been a disaster, and against what so many traditional Liberal Democrat supporters wanted, where they wanted a party that was serious about the environment, that stood up for fairness and equality, that stood up for students and things like that. And on issue after issue, the Lib Dems just caved in to the Tories. So it's no wonder that Greens are beginning to replace them as a serious alternative in British politics. And if the results that we've seen so far tonight continue, it looks like it won't be too long before we will be replacing the Liberal Democrats as the major left of centre alternative to Labour in this country.
Doesn't look very likely that Britain is going to become greener with a small g, though, does it?
Well, I think we'll see. It could be a very, very tight result. I mean, everyone, the exit polls and so on are showing it's going to be a very, very tightly balanced parliament, whatever configuration finally ends up running the country. And if we have, whether it's just Caroline or whether she is joined by one colleague or more, Greens will be driving a really hard bargain in that that new parliament. No party can take our votes for granted in the new Parliament, and Green MPs will be making their presence felt.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us. As you can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we've had 8 seats in. They're all holds now. We're beginning to get to the point where there's some seats that might change hands. All eyes on Nuneaton as to whether Labour can take that from the Conservatives. Let's go now to Ed Conway at the big screen.
Yeah, Adam, you're mentioning those contested seats. It's worth us just looking at some of those seats where there could be what's known as the Portillo moment. This is the moment where you've got a kind of electoral David knocking out a political Goliath. It's been nearly 20 years since Michael Portillo dramatically lost his seat to an unknown 30-year-old Stephen Twigg. This is he. If the exit polls are proved right, tonight looks like being another one of those nights. So who might well lose their seats? Well, Nicky Morgan, the Education Secretary, let's have a look at her. There she is. She was facing a big threat from Labour's Matthew O'Callaghan. She has this relatively small majority, 3,744. Will she hang on? We'll have to wait and see. Esther McVey, the Employment Minister, she's got an even lower majority. Here in Wirral West, it's a majority of 2,436. Labour's Margaret Greenwood has that in her sights, but with that, what that exit poll is saying, might that be too much to ask for? What about Shadow Chancellor Ed Balls, perhaps the biggest name, who's looking particularly uncomfortable tonight? He's got this marginal seat, Morley and Outwood, majority of just 1,101 there in Morley and Outwood. Andrea Jenkins going for him. And we'll leave it there, and I'll pass it back to you, Adam.
Thank you very much indeed, Ed. Well, this is Battersea,
being the returning officer
by the junior Conservative Minister Jane Ellison.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ellison Jane Elizabeth, commonly known as Jane Ellison, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,730.
Votes up.
Howe Christopher for Jeffrey, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,586. Martindale, Will Martindale, commonly known, Labour Party, 18,792.
Jane Ellison holds the seat of Battersea, held by Labour during the new Labour years.
Eldridge Fronkelroy Joseph, commonly known as Joe Stewart, Green Party, 1,682. Taylor Luke Alexander, Liberal Democrats, 2,241. The number of papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows.
So Jane Ellison holds that seat. Liberal Democrats beat the Greens on this occasion. Her majority goes to 7,900. And these were her shares of the vote. Over half the votes cast in Battersea. And Liberal Democrats again losing their deposit. And again a 10% drop in the Liberal Democrat vote.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, could I start by thanking...
Well, good evening from Margate, taking you from Battersea in London down to the most southeasterly point of the UK, where Thanet North and Thanet South are faithfully being counted in the counting room behind me. But let's talk about what's going on with UKIP tonight. The mood music is suggesting good night for UKIP, bad night for Nigel Farage. That's the way things are looking at the moment. Let's pick up now with Matthew Goodwin, Associate Politics Professor at Nottingham University, joining us from central London. Matthew, thanks very much indeed for joining us. What do you make of that this may be, in terms, I suppose, of the share of the national vote, a good night for UKIP, but perhaps not so strong for its leader?
Well, absolutely. So far, we're seeing a number of interesting things regarding UKIP. Firstly, they're polling very strongly in those northern Labour heartlands that we've seen. They've already ratcheted up a couple of second places. Their share of the vote is up about 16 points. But we are hearing rumours from South Thanet that Nigel Farage may be behind. And in a way, there's an interesting irony emerging for the UK Independence Party tonight, which is a party that's likely to finish ahead of the Liberal Democrats in terms of the national share of the vote, winning perhaps between 3 or 4 million votes, but its leader is unable to win election to the House of Commons, and has promised, of course, to step down if he fails to do that. So it's a mixed night so far for UKIP, but it's certainly a very interesting night for those of us who are studying these things.
Well, that whole business of a lot of votes and no seats is a very English story, isn't it? It's been a problem for a long time, with a lot of different parties that have made their sortie into the business and have found it harder than they thought to get a grip. But what does this tell us about UKIP as a movement, thinking perhaps ahead to 2020 if they rack up a lot of second places?
Well, let's just look at what the political context is at the moment and what appears to be emerging. David Cameron retaining power, the Conservatives retaining power. What does that mean? It means we're almost certain to have a referendum on Britain's EU membership this side or in 2017. That in itself is a very favourable political context for UKIP. So again, even though Nigel Farage may not win election himself, the party itself is looking at possibly another 5 years of quite a favourable political context, and also just at the time when it is emerging in some of these northern Labour seats as the second political party. And somebody in UKIP said to me recently, the problem is this is one general election too early for the party to become a viable, really threatening presence under first past the post. But what we may see is UKIP ratcheting up those 18-19% now, perhaps winning over 500, 600 local councillors, 1 or 2 seats, and then beginning to look towards 2020. But can this party survive without Nigel Farage in the House of Commons? That's a big question.
It is a very big question indeed. Professor Matthew Goodwin, thanks very much indeed for joining us tonight on Sky News. Well, let's take the actual local election on the ground a little further. I'm joined by one of the candidates, Al Murray. Al, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Now, you are You haven't got a party as such. You're just the pub landlord.
No, well, no, we are the Free United Kingdom Party. There's three of us, me, Chris and Triss, and four of my mates, Steve, Alan and Steve, back at my gaff, who've helped on policy. But other than that, I have none of this baggage of being a big political party. I've got none of these debts to pay should I win. You know, I'm pursuing the true dream of British democracy. You've got to be in it to win it.
Have you got a manifesto?
Oh yeah, free dogs.
That's
it. Do you like dogs?
I do indeed.
Yeah, free dogs. Free dogs. Not only that, we're going to put an extra 10p in a pound, so the pound in your pocket will be worth £1 10p.
Any idea how you're going to pay for that?
Look, we're not here to talk about detail. We're here to talk about manifesto pledges. I mean, you know, everyone else has been doing the not business of doing any detail. Why should I be any different? I'm going to be honest with you that I'm going to make promises. Well, it's over now, isn't it? I was honest that I was going to make promises that I couldn't possibly keep. You've got to admire that kind of honesty, haven't you?
Oh, everyone's in complete admiration for your candidacy for this position. Have you done any campaigning?
Yeah, we've been out pressing the flesh, doing the odd doorstep, handing out leaflets, you know, meeting the people of South Thanet, who are wonderful people. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people.
What sort of reception have you been getting out there?
Well, you know, a fair bit of, what are you doing here? Fair bit of that. I didn't realise there was a general election on, which has been the most interesting thing, given this is supposedly the hottest contested seat in possibly England, right? Obviously the story's moved to Scotland in recent weeks, if we're honest with ourselves. But the simple truth is, you know, you'd think that people here would know there was an election on, but a couple of people in Ramsgate had no idea, which was interesting.
Given that the mood music has changed a bit to north of the border, are you a bit disappointed you didn't pick a seat up in Scotland to contest?
Hey, there's more elections to come, isn't there? I mean, it's a Scots general election shortly, isn't it? I might run against, you know, I might go up there and run against one of them. I don't know. Although, to be honest with you, it seems to be, it takes over your life, this politics thing. You start to not know yourself, you know what I mean? I mean, we're going to still be here at 4 in the morning, aren't we, talking gibberish to each other, if we're honest.
Gibberish indeed.
Yeah.
What do you make of Nigel Farage as a candidate?
Good luck to him. You know, he's put himself up there, he's put his neck on the line, he's had a go. The rumour around here, though, is maybe it's got a bit pear-shaped for Mr F. But we don't know, do we? That's the excitement of the night.
Going to stay here for the whole night?
You bet I am, although there's no bar, which is classically disappointing, and there's many journalists here of thirsty people, as I understand it.
All right, Al Murray, good luck on the night.
Thanks
very much indeed for joining us.
In it to win it.
Well, that's it from a South Minute. Hand back to you now.
Well, you're looking at pictures from Aberdeen, where Alex Salmond, the former First Minister and former leader of the SNP, arriving to discover whether or not he's been able to take the seat of Gordon. All the expectation is, of course, even before that exit poll suggesting that the SNP might win 58 of 59 seats, was that he would indeed be returning to Westminster, and it certainly looks like he's going to be returning with rather a few more friends than before. Let's again speak with Professor Nicola McEwen. I mean, we've both been taking a good old look round the count here in Glasgow. 7 seats here where we at least thought Labour could hold on to 1, perhaps 2. I mean, it is looking like this exit poll could stand up. This could be an SNP whitewash.
Well, it could be, but nothing is declared yet. They're still counting the ballot papers here, so we do have to be a little bit cautious. But certainly from the samples that we've been taking, it looks like the SNP could win all of Glasgow's 7 seats. Glasgow is not Scotland. There will be variations in support for the SNP in different parts of the country, but all the same, it looks like an extraordinarily good night for the SNP.
I mean, have we seen anything like this in Scottish politics before? I mean, you know, people have been talking about Nicola Sturgeon being mobbed very much as Tony Blair was being mobbed back in 1997. But in terms of the political dynamic changing north of the border, I mean, this is something that we haven't seen before, and certainly something that people weren't predicting.
No, we haven't seen anything like this. We saw hints of it in the 2011 elections to the Scottish Parliament, where the SNP again had an extraordinarily good night, winning a majority in a system which isn't supposed to produce majorities. So they've already been making inroads there, but we haven't seen anything like this in a Westminster context. And it will be difficult to see where the Labour Party goes from here in Scotland.
We're just looking at pictures of Mhairi Black, who could well be being returned in place of Douglas Alexander, 20 years old, a sign of the times, a sign of the change in politics that's taking place across Scotland. I mean, Professor, we have to keep coming back to this point, though, don't we, that the SNP has a stated ambition of keeping the Conservatives out of number 10, if they can do so. They were at least happy to consider the possibility of working closely with the Labour Party to put Ed Miliband into number 10. If they take even 4/5 of the seats that they are predicted to up here in Scotland, they've essentially ruined Ed Miliband's chances, haven't they?
Well, not necessarily, because it's just arithmetic. In a sense, Ed Miliband had already said that he wasn't going to entertain any sort of formal arrangement with the SNP anyway, so that might not have been on the table to begin with. But if the exit poll is right, if Labour had won every single seat in Scotland and the SNP had won no seats in Scotland, it still wouldn't be enough for Labour to be entering Downing Street. Now, that is based on the assumptions of the exit poll, and we still have almost all of the seats to declare. There's still very few who've actually declared.
Yeah, I mean, in the past we've heard of decapitation strategies. I mean, this is looking like, cutting off the head, all the arms, and posting them to the four corners of the kingdom. I mean, is there a situation in which, we could conceive of, the Labour Party, if let's take the polls at roughly face value for a moment, is there a situation in which we could see Labour bouncing back next year? Of course, viewers south of the border might not know next year we're going to see a set of elections to the Scottish Parliament, or is it your prediction that we're going to be seeing a similar result for the SNP then?
I tend not to make predictions in campaigns, and certainly not a year out, but it will be very difficult for the Labour Party to recover from this. They're already struggling to recover from defeat in 2007, a heavier defeat in 2011.
Which led to the Scottish
Independence referendum. They're still trying to recover from losing Glasgow in that referendum when Glasgow voted yes. All these shocks, and if the Labour Party in Scotland now is virtually wiped out in terms of its Westminster representation, possibly even including its leader in East Renfrewshire, we still have to wait and see, then it's difficult to see how it recovers so quickly within the space of a year from that kind of dropping.
Professor McEwen, for now, thanks very much. We'll be back to you later. The counting for all 7 constituency here in Glasgow really fully underway. Looking at the time, I think we could be looking at, at least one of the results coming back here ahead of that 3 a.m. prediction. So, Adam, do come back to us. We'll have plenty more in the not-too-distant future.
Yes, indeed, Neil. Well, 10 seats in out of 650. None of them changed hands as yet. This is another hold, a Labour hold in Wrexham. Ian Lucas returning as the MP there. Again, the Greens beating the Liberal Democrats, although Liberal Democrats just holding on to their deposit. We can have a little look at how things swung around. And as you can see, a massive drop, a 20% drop in the Liberal Democrat vote. The lion's share of that going to UKIP.
Thank you, Adam. We are here in Witney, which of course is the constituency of the Prime Minister. We believe that he's reportedly very pleased indeed with that exit poll. But of course, when we do finally get an opportunity to speak to him, he will say it is just an exit poll. He'll have to wait and see what the final count brings. As far as the count here is concerned, here in Witney, we're told that it's approximately a 73% turnout. So about 10, 15 minutes ago, they were telling us they were only halfway through the count. And as a result, there was a big groan in the sports hall here, as you can imagine. But 73% turnout is pretty impressive for what is a safe seat for the Prime Minister. Should be here in around, well, I can't actually tell you, so you'll have to stay tuned and find out for operational purposes. Let's bring in Dr. Liam Fox instead. Hello to you, Dr. Fox. Thank you for joining us. Have you got a smile on your face?
Morning, King. Yes, well, the results look quite good for us so far. Everyone says it, so it must be true that we have to wait and see the final results. But the results coming in do look like they're in line with the exit poll, which is a very, very good result for the Conservatives, very good personal result for the Prime Minister, and a very bad result for both the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats, which is actually probably better described as catastrophic for them.
Are you how surprised are you, given that we, as far as the other polls were concerned, right up until election day, both parties looked neck and neck?
Well, it hasn't really felt that way on the ground, certainly down here in the southwest. where it looks as though, if the polls are to be believed, we might have our best night for the Conservatives since 1979 when Mrs Thatcher was swept in. It has felt very, very good. We've got a lot of very, very good candidates. We've campaigned very, very hard in the South West. Prime Minister's been here, a lot of the Cabinet. I've been in most of the marginals myself, along with teams from my activists here in North Somerset. It has felt very good. And what I think at the beginning of the campaign, some of us wondered whether the drop in the Liberal support was real, whether it was a polling phenomenon, whether it might actually happen on the ground. But it became very apparent in recent days that it was happening. It was a catastrophic fall, and that seems to have been repeated across the country and looks like having very rich rewards for us down here in the South West tonight.
You seem to be very unkind about the Lib Dems. Is that appropriate?
No, it's not unkind, it's the political reality. I think, to be frank, that the Lib Dems contributed a great deal to the coalition. They took some difficult decisions about cuts in public spending, about welfare reform that clearly hasn't gone down well with their base. On the other hand, they did get a share in government for the first time since 1906, which was a big plus. So I think that it's worked out well for them in the short term. It's been a big price that they've had to pay tonight, but clearly the electorate have understood David Cameron's message about what the Conservatives stood for, about economic stability, about how we needed to continue the work that we've started. We're not remotely finished some of the economic programmes that we set out to achieve, but we've come a long way. And I think at the end, people just thought, you know, I understand what I've got and it's working, and we should stick with it. And I think that message is the one that finally got through to the voters. And the Labour Party have had a very bad result. And for them to say it's just about what happened in Scotland, it's not, because even if you add all the seats that they've lost in Scotland to what it looks like they're going to get in England, it wouldn't have been enough. It does leave you wondering whether Labour, given what's happened in Scotland, can actually form a UK government again, and whether this is the last and most toxic legacy that Gordon Brown has left to his party and the country.
OK, well, handily, we've got Simon Hughes from the Lib Dems with us. Sayonara, Mr Hughes. They're not interested in doing deals with you anymore. They might have been using you for the last 5 years, not interested no more.
Look, that's not the political issue of the moment. We went into government because Labour had lost its majority. Labour plus us didn't make a majority. The economic situation in the country was dire. Labour Party spent all the money. The banks had almost bankrupted us. We were in an international financial crisis. We took a decision that was counterintuitive to go to work with our principal opposition party in the interest of the country. And that was the right decision to take. And the country is hugely better off as a result of that. The economy has grown. We have the best economy growth in Western Europe. We have 2 million extra jobs. We have 2 million extra apprentices. The pension is now linked back to earnings again. More money's gone to school. So look, the contribution, the record of our time in government was absolutely worth doing. If we have had to take a hit, we knew that it was going to be difficult. We concentrated on defending the seats we have and seeking to win some others. I'm not going to predict where that's happened. We haven't had a single result yet in the Liberal Democrat held seat. Let's see what the evening and the morning brings us. And I hope that many of my colleagues and I survive to be in the next Parliament. Whether in government or not is a decision we'll take in due course.
Dr Fox, how would you like to respond to that?
Well, I agree with Simon. I think that the coalition was very successful. I think we've come a long way in the last 5 years getting ourselves out of the disaster that Labour left behind. I think, as I said, that the Lib Dems took some very brave decisions in terms of what they did in terms of public spending and what they did in welfare reform. They have put the country, as part of the coalition, into a better place. Clearly, these were policies that their electoral base didn't like. As Simon Hughes has said, they've taken a hit for it. But the coalition, I think, has left the country in a much better place than it was. Fortunately for the Conservative Party, people have understood that this was basic Conservative policy, and it looks as though they have voted for continuity.
There's taking a hit, Simon Hughes, and there's being smashed to smithereens. And if you're down to 10 seats, whichever way you try and paint that, that's not good.
Well, nobody, I think, is believing that the exit poll is absolutely bound to reflect what happens at the end of the day. And the reason for that is that we have a much more complicated electorate at the moment. Scotland is clearly making its own set of decisions. Wales and England have different players in the political scene. And there are many more particular contests. The Greens are players where they weren't, UKIP are players where they weren't really seriously. So I don't think it's as easy to read across. The famous little swingometers that we used to see, simple swings saying, this election has taken out the Tories or taken out Labour. We have a new sort of politics. Most people don't vote Labour or Conservative anymore. Beg your pardon, the majority, it was about 90% voted Labour or Conservative, now down to about 2/3. Let's see at the end of the election count where we're up to. But Liberal Democrats are proud of what we've done. We're not going away. We're going to be in the next Parliament. And I hope we're there in significant numbers ready to play a full part, whether in government or whether in opposition.
OK, final thought to you, Mr Hughes, or from you, if you would, please, Mr Hughes. If this exit poll, as we keep saying, it is only the exit poll, just one poll at this stage, but if we find that the Liberal Democrats are down to 10 seats or thereabouts, Mr Clegg has to go, surely.
OK, look, you always ask this sort of question. I understand why you ask them, but we haven't had a single result in any of our seats. I'm not going to predict Nick Clegg, all the evidence was, is going to hold his seat. We as a party are determined to hold as many seats as we can. Let's see what the electorate have decided.
Yeah, but let me just interrupt you, Dave, if I may, because we are slightly tight for time. But if I could just possibly put this to you. If, theoretically, your party is annihilated, your boss cannot stay as the leader of that party, surely?
Decisions in every party about who carries on leading them are a combination of the decision of the individual and a decision of the party. Let's see how the land looks tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon in about 24 hours' time. I'm absolutely not going to talk to you about scenarios that may not happen. Let's wait and see the real results of the real votes cast by real people, and then let's have the debate. But at the moment, we're in all our counts watching our results and hoping that as many of my colleagues who fought good fights and put the case and justify being returned by the electorate will win their seats, and that's what we're seeking to do.
OK, gentlemen, thank you both for now for joining us here on Sky News Decision Time. We appreciate it. Here in Witney, we're around about 60% of the way through this count. They've had something like 73% turnout, Adam, which is really high, it has to be said, for a relatively safe seat for the Conservatives. I say that, of course, because it is the seat of the Prime Minister. First took the seat back in 2001. He's held it with a healthy majority ever since. Looks like he will be holding it again tonight. Should be with us relatively soon, and as soon as he does, we will try and get a word with him about that exit poll. But for now, back to you.
OK, thank you very much indeed. It's a sort of constituency, I think, that Witney, where they quite often have big turnouts. Now, let's just have a look now at the state of the parties. We have 14 out of 650 results in so far. All of them so far are holds. And we're seeing Labour have held 8 seats, and they have 43% of the votes cast so far. The Conservatives are 33%, but that's the constituencies declared. This is Paisley and Renfrewshire South. This is the constituency being defended by Douglas Alexander. You just see him on the left of the picture next door to that rather large man wearing a rosette. On the other side, we've got Mary Black, a 20-year-old student who is fighting this constituency for the SNP as her final project. And this, of course, were Douglas Alexander to lose this seat, it would be a major decapitation. He is the head of the Labour campaign in this election. Had Labour won, he was on course to be the Foreign Secretary, but I think the expression on his face there probably tells it all. A former cabinet minister, former close aide of Gordon Brown, looks as if he's going to lose his seat. And of course, if our exit poll is anything like right, that's what we would expect, because we are suggesting that the SNP will take 58 out of 59 seats in Scotland. What they're doing at the moment is looking at the ballot papers that have been spoilt and deciding whether they can be allocated to any of the parties. We also have a development tonight, which may surprise you, bearing in mind the number of people who've told us that it's too early to make a comment. A spokesman for Nick Clegg has acknowledged it is going to be a bad night for the Liberal Democrats. Anna has more on that in Sheffield.
Yes, James McCrory, Nick Clegg's spokesman, has just given a briefing to all the journalists here, and I think reality, Adam, it's fair to say, is beginning to dawn. Michelle Clifford is here with me. You've been on the battle bus, haven't you, following Nick Clegg? What are they saying?
Well, I think it kind of summed it up the last couple of hours. I was telling you that I was talking to Lib Dem sources, and we were getting tweets and messages back saying, don't believe the polls, doesn't match up with our data, it's wrong, we don't believe it. In about an hour and a half later, I got a message from a Lib Dem source saying, I think now it'll be accurate. Devastating. And then we got James McCrory, Nick Clegg's spokesman, who was on the battle bus with him every single day, on the floor there with the journalists, and he said it is going to be a bad night for Liberal Democrats. So disappointing. He said that the Tory fear factor was driving everyone. There was a fear of nationalism. He was pushed on whether Nick Clegg will now go, and he evaded that answer, or whether he should go. He evaded that, but he said the voices of extremes have spoken tonight. So I think they know what's happening. They're devastated. Is Nick Clegg going to lose his seat here? The polls for a long time predicted that he would. He had a bit of a bounce this week. The Guardian ICM poll put him ahead. Then a number of national newspapers backed a Lib Dem Tory coalition. There are still lots of boxes here to be counted. The result here isn't due until about 4 o'clock in the morning. But I think he's going to be really worried for his seat now too.
So, Michelle, how is there this massive disconnect between the really chipper Nick Clegg we've seen, we're going to be the surprise result on Thursday night, and what the reality is?
I know, I mean, you find that hard to compute this evening, but I have to say, the last few days on the bus, he really was upbeat, and I think that's partly because they were saying the polling that they did was very different, for example, to Lord Ashcroft's polling, and they said in every seat it was, they would name the Liberal Democrat candidate, and that gave them a bit of a bounce. So there was a big difference in the results that they got from their polling compared with other polls, and I think they were feeding off that, and he really did seem optimistic yesterday. I talked to him on the bus yesterday. He did that crazy journey from Land's End to John O'Groats. He was really, really upbeat, and he did say yesterday, you know what, everybody wrote us off.
Right, this is the declaration in Nuneaton, a key target for Labour.
2015. I, Alan Franks, being the acting returning officer for the Nuneaton constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Victoria Nina Jane Fowler, Labour Party candidate, 15,945. Christina Rita Jebb, Liberal Democrats, 816. Marcus Charles Jones, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,000.
The Conservatives hold Nuneaton. The Conservatives hold Nuneaton. Marcus Jones returned as MP. That was a very important target for Labour. They have fallen short, and they've fallen short by 5,000 votes.
Keith Anthony Kondaka, Green Party, 1,281. Stephen James Paxton, English Democrats putting England first, 104. Paul Edward Riley, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 194. And Alwyn Joy Wayne, UK Independence Party UKIP, 6,582.
Well, look at that result. Extraordinary. We've got UKIP in third place. We've got the Liberal Democrats being beaten by the Greens again. And we got Marcus Jones with a majority of nearly 5,000 there, holding that seat, which was a key Labour target. 45% of the vote going to the Conservatives, 34% to Labour. Look at how it swung around again. Big drop in the Liberal Democrats, and that, in this case, benefiting the Conservatives, and Labour actually down. Michael, what do you make of that?
3% swing to the Conservatives, Adam, in what was a Conservative marginal. And this really, for me, this is the first seat that really we might have expected on normal swing assumptions for Labour to have taken, and they haven't done so. There you see the vote shares, but it's the crucial figure there. Conservative vote has actually risen 4 percentage points and Labour's fallen by 2. And the Liberal Democrats once again squeezed with UKIP really picking up. So those two parties are really picking up, swapping the protest vote. But the crucial figure in this swing seat was that Labour were trying to recover a seat that they had lost last time, and they've simply failed to do so. Confirming the overall story of the exit poll was that Labour were not doing enough in the rest of England to compensate for the carnage that we might be about to begin witnessing in Scotland.
Well, actually, a swing against them.
Indeed, Adam, yes. And we're thinking that if there is a swing, it's a very, very small swing from Conservative to Labour across England. And interestingly, this is a key marginal constituency, and the Conservatives may be thinking that, in fact, their performance in the marginals may outpace their performance across safer seats.
OK, Michael, thank you. And as you can see, no seat as yet has changed hands. Jeremy.
Well, let's talk to somebody who is watching with interest, but for the first time in 28 years is not actually contesting a seat. That is David Blunkett, the former Labour MP for Brightside and Hillsborough and Sheffield. David Blunkett, very good evening to you. The exit polls seem to now be being reflected by these early results. I know you're going to tell me that you view them with some caution, but they're not looking promising, are they?
No, I'm not going to tell you anything of the sort, Jeremy. I'm going to tell you that I believe the opinion polls were wrong, the exit polls were right, and that is a very, very bad night for us. And my heart goes out to those candidates, particularly in Scotland, obviously, who have been swept away in the tsunami north of the border, and those who have struggled so hard here in England. I think the opinion polls themselves may, ironically, have contributed to people going into the ballot, into the polling booth and casting their ballot for their existing candidate or for what they believed would provide greater stability, namely the government they knew. And I think that's a terrible shame for the country and for the Labour Party. And I just want to make it clear that instead of this weekend as going into a kind of bunker, we've got to really examine these results very carefully indeed, and we've got to learn the lessons for reaching out with what Ed Miliband himself called 18 months ago one nation politics. We must not revert to the far left. We must not allow ourselves to turn inwards. We must try and heal the hurt that people will be feeling, and above all, we should be gathering wherever we can support in the House of Commons, because my greatest fear now is with the Nuneaton result and others that actually the Conservatives may nudge over the 323 seat mark. If they don't, and I pray that they don't, then all of the parties can stop them implementing some of the terrible policies that they've laid out on welfare, on tax cuts for the rich, but above all on their own party policies to change boundaries, to stop people from Scotland and Wales being able to vote. Ironically, they'll be looking forward to the DUP and Northern Ireland parties voting with them. I think there's a big challenge now for us as an opposition. But there's one comfort, and it is a very small comfort. The coalition had a working majority of well over 70. They often won votes with 80, 90 in the House of Commons. The collapse of the Liberal Democrats has wiped that out, and it is going to be a very different House of Commons to the very solid government majority that they held over the last 5 years.
David Blunkett, you said that the party, your party, the Labour Party, which you've supported all your life, is going to have to examine itself very closely. And it must, presumably, also examine its leadership very closely, because clearly Ed Miliband has not got over a sufficiently strong and powerful message to attract the voters.
Well, I don't think it's an exact replica of 1992. I don't think that we should simply turn on the leader. We have a history of doing that. I think that Ed himself and the party leadership, of which I am no longer a member, will be examining where they go from here over the weekend and the weeks ahead. I think a degree of stability in terms of trying to rally parties against austerity, against the proposals the Conservatives have laid out, which would devastate local government services, the welfare state as we know it, and change our country forever. I think rallying people of goodwill inside and outside the Commons is the first measure. The second is to take stock of where we're going and the kind of party we will need to be to win those voters back.
David Blunkett, is this a sad moment to be leaving the party with this news breaking tonight?
Well, it's a very sad moment to have left the House of Commons with the devastation of the vote in Scotland and some very, very long-standing and good colleagues. Of course, I'm not leaving politics. In fact, I'm taking up a professorship at the University of Sheffield in politics in practice, and I hope to be able to contribute, as I have now over 52 years, to the future of the Labour Party.
David Blunkett, good to talk to you as always. Thank you very much. Let's take it back to Adam in London.
Thank you, Jeremy. And we are, of course, waiting for that result in Paisley and Renfrewshire South to see what the fate of Douglas Alexander, one of those long-serving Labour people, might be. They're still looking at ballots to check if they're OK. Well, let's go to Scotland's former First Minister, Alex Salmond, standing as a candidate, of course, in Gordon in Scotland. Mr Salmond, thank you very much, Lee, for joining it. I want to talk to you a lot about Scotland in a moment, but first of all, I'd just like to get your thoughts as a political veteran of the political picture across the rest of the UK. It looks as if the Conservatives are pushing on the door of an overall majority.
Well, it's early days, Adam, but it certainly looks like Labour haven't been able to make much impression in England, which is going to perhaps be a decisive factor in the electoral arithmetic of the House of Commons. I think there's two reasons for that. One is the total failure to develop an alternative economic policy to the Conservative Party, huge failure. And secondly, as soon as the Tories started to push Ed Miliband on the issue of the SNP success in Scotland, he ran away from the issue instead of embracing it and saying it gave him a chance of becoming Prime Minister. Two cardinal strategic errors, and Labour candidates in England are paying a heavy price for them. They're also going to pay a heavy price in Scotland, but of course that position was of much longer gestation.
But you feel, do you, that it's possible for Labour and the SNP to work together, given that one is a unionist party and the other is a nationalist, an anti-unionist party?
Yes, and Labour worked with the SDLP in Northern Ireland for generations. The SDLP, of course, want a united Ireland. That's all this stuff and nonsense and campaign rhetoric. We still hope that it'll be possible in the next House of Commons to build a progressive alliance to block the Conservative Party in the way that David Blunkett just outlined to you. But of course it does require Labour to manage to win at least one or two seats from the Tories in England, as opposed to their vote going down in key marginals instead of going up. I think in Scotland we may be able to provide a demonstration of how to effectively win constituencies.
We're just seeing David Cameron now leaving his house in his constituency of Witney on the way to his count. Alex Salmond, you're talking about building a blocking majority, but the reality is, looking at the way the votes are falling, you would accept that that's not going to happen, that David Cameron is going to have the right to form a government, isn't he?
Well, Nicola Sturgeon made a very important speech earlier this week where she pointed out that democratic legitimacy to be a government of the whole United Kingdom really depended on having some reach or some support from all the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. And it looks very much like that none of the unionist parties are going to be able to claim that in Scotland at the end of this morning's counts. So David Cameron has a key problem with legitimacy. And if, as seems likely, the SNP in unprecedented numbers unleash an electoral tsunami in Scotland, then I think it's extraordinarily difficult not only for David Cameron to claim legitimacy for his government over Scotland, but also to ignore that message from the Scottish people would be impossible for any Westminster party regardless of the political arithmetic at Westminster.
So you saying that a Conservative government would be illegitimate in your view? If the Conservatives...
I'm saying exactly the important...
Have no representation in Scotland.
I'm saying exactly what Nicola Sturgeon said earlier this week, which he pointed out that political legitimacy for a UK government depends on having a reach across these islands, all component parts of the nation. And the idea that a government which either ignored or brushed aside a total and absolute rejection by the Scottish people, it would struggle for that legitimacy.
Well, you mentioned the Northern Irish. We've had successive governments which don't have representation in Northern Ireland, yet no one has called them illegitimate.
Well, you just made the point for me. I mean, as I understand it, in your exit poll postulations, you've been assuming the potential of support from Northern Irish parties for a minority Tory administration. So we'll have to see if that transpires or not. I've already made the point to you that in previous days the Labour Party got support either explicitly or implicitly from the SDLP in Northern Ireland. They were sister parties, so that situation doesn't apply, but it certainly would be very difficult, I find impossible, to ignore the roar of the Scottish lion that's likely to emerge over the next few hours.
Do you believe this 58 out of 59 seats projection?
Well, I think it seems a bit high, does it not? I mean, I'm not sure you believed it yourself. I seem to recall about an hour or two ago. We'll just have to see what moves ahead. But whatever happens, Adam, I think it's going to be pretty sensational.
OK, so if you believe that there's going to be a sensational roar from the Scottish Lion, what does the Scottish Lion want? What would it accept?
Well, we've put forward, Nicola Sturgeon has outlined in huge detail exactly what we're going to try to do in terms of building a progressive alliance in the House of Commons. I was interested to hear David Blunkett just a few seconds ago talk about that in an attempt to block some of the more outrageous plans of the Conservative Party. Let's see what the arithmetic throws up, Adam, and then we'll decide what our tactics are. I mean, developing tactics before you see the arithmetic might be good for your programme, but I don't think it's good politics. So let's just see the arithmetic first and then develop our tactics.
And just finally, are we definitely going to see you back at Westminster, do you think?
Well, I think the winds are blowing right across Scotland, and they're blowing particularly strongly in the northeast of Scotland.
OK, Alex Salmond, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're seeing pictures now of Mhairi Black, who is the SNP candidate in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, standing against Labour's Douglas Alexander, the manager of their campaign. They appear to have checked all the ballot papers, so we can't be very far away from a declaration in Scotland. Interesting points being made in both those interviews. First of all, David Blunkett accepting that it has been a bad night for Labour and that many colleagues are going to lose their seats in politics tonight, especially in Scotland. And then that suggestion coming from the former First Minister of Scotland that somehow to be legitimate, a government, Conservative-run or led government, would need to make some concessions to Scotland, which may not have a Scottish MP from the Conservatives at all, and may indeed not have one from the Labour Party either. But as yet, it doesn't look as if they're moving towards a declaration. And here is Nicola Sturgeon arriving in the same hall in Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, the First Minister and leader of the SNP. She is not a candidate tonight. This is the scene in Glasgow as the leader of the SNP arrives. And on the left of the screen, we're seeing Paisley, where we are expecting quite possibly the first declaration from Scotland this evening. You're seeing there the young woman, the young blonde woman, is Mary Black. She is the SNP candidate fighting Douglas Alexander and Nicola Sturgeon. What's become her trademark red dress, posing for pictures there in Glasgow. She'll be coming to London later today to take part in the VE Day commemorations. Well, joining us now is Andy Burnham, Labour's health spokesman. Mr. Burnham, thank you for being with us. He's in Lee in Greater Manchester.
You're welcome.
You've majored very heavily on the National Health Service in this election campaign, and yet that doesn't appear to have done the trick for Labour.
Well, I don't know about that, Adam. It's early days still in this election. The exit poll didn't tally with what I was hearing on the ground over the last few weeks. So we'll wait and see. I mean, there are still many, many results to declare, and I think people shouldn't jump the gun and jump to any conclusions. We've had one marginal seat declare so far. So there's a long way
we've
to
had
go
19
seats.
We've had 19 seats declare so far, and hasn't been much good news for Labour as yet.
No, I was talking about the key marginals that we've had, and we've only had one of those key Labour targets. So, there's a long way to go, Adam, and we'll wait and see the... I've lost the sound, unfortunately.
Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me, Mr. Burnham? Well, apologies. We seem to have lost Andy Burnham. We'll try to get back to him later on. As Mary Black still waiting for that result. It is interesting how we've heard from a number of Labour spokesmen tonight, and very few of them as yet recognising what appears to be happening this evening. The Liberal Democrats have admitted that it is going to be a very bad night for them. Our exit poll suggesting they could be down from 57 to just 10 seats. As we wait for this result, as I wait for this result, I'm joined by Harry Cole and Zoe Williams. Harry Cole of Guido and Zoe Williams of The Guardian. What do you make of it?
Listen, I mean, David Blunkett really distilled for me what the problem was.
Sorry, we'll be back with you. We're going to have to go to Wales now. This is Carmarthen. Seat held by Jonathan Edwards for Plaid Cymru. This is Kilmarnock in Scotland, the first seat from Scotland.
Hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows.
Held by Labour with a 12,000 majority
Ackland,
formally.
Scottish Liberal Democrats, 789. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, SNP, 30,000 votes.
That's it. Cathy Jameson, the MP, has lost a seat.
Jameson, Scottish Labour Party, 16,362 votes. Brian Whittle, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 6,752 votes. And that the said Alan Brown has been duly elected to serve as the Member of Parliament for the Kilmarnock and Loudoun constituency.
Well, that is first blood in what's expected to be a gushing artery for the SNP this evening. The SNP gain Kilmarnock from Labour. Liberal Democrats lose their deposit. Michael Thrasher, you better talk us through this one. We may see quite a lot of this tonight in Scotland.
Yes, Adam, it's a huge swing to the SNP from Labour. It's of the order of, we just look at the
Just seeing Nicola
leader.
Sturgeon there applauding that result,
It's
hearing about it in Glasgow.
It's about a 26%, I'll just repeat that, Adam, a 26% swing to the SNP from Labour. It's just quite an astonishing result for a general election. We just don't see those kinds of figures at a general election. Maybe at a by-election, even there. But this is just quite astonishing. And, of course, the exit poll said 58 of 59 would go to the SNP, and for sure that suggests that the exit poll is going to be very accurate.
I mean, it's exactly what you were saying earlier on, Michael, that this majority is now 13,600. Let's go to the Western Isles now for... Talking Gaelic.
I, Malcolm Burr, returning officer for the Nahelin and Anir parliamentary constituency, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election was as follows. Makila Gain, Marcus Anthony, Torian agus Lucht Unach Nahalapa, Mile Dachiat is Coig Giag, Brown Mark Anthony, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 1,250.
This is a seat already held by the Angus MacNeil of the SNP.
Karamak Ian, Party Criastal Nahalapa, Mile Daichet Sakoig. Cormac John, Scottish Christian Party, 1,045. Ferguson, Ruadi, Liberali, Gemokratoch Nahalapa, Keherkiat, Lehiat Sashia. Ferguson, Ruadi, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 456. MacNeil, Ernest Brianan, Party Nashanta Nahalapa, Oakmile, Shiahiat, Trificat Cigar. MacNeil, Angus Brendan, Scottish National Party, SNP, 8,662.
SNP hold Western Isles.
Party Labarok Nahalapa, Kehermile, Coig Hiad is Trificat. Morrison, Alistair Angus, Scottish Labour Party, 4,560.
So the SNP hold the Western Isles, and a small glimmer of good news for the Liberal Democrats as that declaration was being made. They have held Ceredigion in Wales. Let's go back to Andy Burnham now for Labour. Mr Burnham, what is happening in Scotland in your view? I know you're not a Scottish MP, but it appears that your party is disappearing.
Well, I think the referendum did, of course, change everything, Adam, didn't it? And then the aftermath of the referendum. It has changed things in Scotland. There's no getting away from that. And Labour has to understand the change and respond to the change in Scotland. So I think you've heard me say on your programmes before, I've often talked about a London-dominated country. That's people in the northwest here feel the same, and I think that's the expression we've had at the referendum and ever since. And maybe that's the change in politics that some people are looking for.
But without Scotland, can Labour ever hope to form a government again?
Well, we would want to regain seats right across Scotland. Of course we would. We will be doing that. We'll be working hard to that. Jim Murphy is already working to rebuild Labour in Scotland. We do have to listen to people's mood. We do have to understand why many people voted yes and have voted SNP tonight. We have to win those Labour voters back, and we'll all be working hard on doing that.
If Ed Miliband goes, will you be a candidate for the leadership?
The only job I want is to be Health Secretary in Ed's government, and he's led us superbly, in my view, through this election campaign. He's led from the front, and I think has set the momentum throughout this campaign and set the lead that others have followed. So, Ed leads a united Labour Party. Adam, we've had a good campaign, a strong campaign, speaking to the issues that matter to people, and nobody's thinking about anything other than tonight and how we're going to do tonight. There's many results still to be declared. As I was saying to you before the line went down, we've only had one key marginal in England declare so far. So, the night it's early days. Let's just see how this night develops. But the Labour Party has fought a really strong campaign on a strong manifesto that spoke directly to people's concerns, and that was Ed's great achievement.
So you wouldn't agree with David Blunkett, who I've just been speaking to, or we were just speaking to, who says it is going to be a very bad night for us. The exit poll is right.
I think it is lots of respect for David, but it's just too early to say that, Adam. I mean, I think we're going to see results that were unforeseen, lots of results yet to come in. So we'll have to see what happens. The exit poll doesn't tally with what I've been hearing on the ground up and down the country in the last few weeks. Ed has led us superbly through this campaign, and we'll have to see how results develop. But the Labour Party, what we do know tonight, of course, is there's no overall majority for a Tory Liberal coalition from the exit poll, and that means that politics is changing, and so it's going to be a very moving picture for the rest of this evening, and we'll have to see how things look in the morning.
Well, I think just factually the exit poll would give a Tory Liberal coalition a majority, not necessarily the Tories. But so you're saying, come what may, even if Labour loses seats, loses Scotland, you think Ed Miliband is the best man to lead Labour?
I'm saying it's very early days tonight. Ed has led from the front and had a superb campaign, and has grown in stature throughout the campaign, and was the leader of all the main parties that was speaking directly to people's concerns. People who can't get enough hours at work because they're on a 0 hours contract, families hit by the bedroom tax, young people who can't go to university because of the hike in tuition fees. Ed was identifying these concerns and speaking to people's concerns, and he's put Labour back in touch with people, and he leads a very strong and united Labour Party, and we'll face this together. I think there's a long way still to go, and I'm not jumping to any conclusions about the results that will come in. There's many marginals yet to declare, and once we see those, then we'll know how this night is developing.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Burnham. Apologies for the sound earlier on. Just seeing Plaid Cymru, they've held Arfon. This is David Cameron's car arriving at his count in Witney. We'll see him getting out shortly. Just time for a quick look at some of the papers' early editions, all based, of course, on the exit poll. Shock exit poll hands Cameron big lead in the Eye. Shock exit poll points to Conservative victory in the Independent. Tories out in front in the Times. Cameron will hold on to power, say exit polls in the Telegraph. So, David Cameron on his way to where Kay Burley is in Witney. Kay.
Hello to you. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, we're just looking through this glass door. We believe that the Prime Minister will be walking along the corridor in just a couple of minutes' time. Originally, he was going to actually come in through these doors, but there are a couple of people, a couple of representatives here. He's actually just arrived.
The future of Douglas Alexander being decided. This is the future of Douglas Alexander being decided now. The declaration in Paisley
and Renfrewshire South constituency. I, Sandra Black, returning officer for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows: Douglas Garvin Alexander, Scottish Labour Party, 17,864. Mary Black, Scottish National Party, 23,500.
Douglas Alexander has lost his seat. Mary Black, 20-year-old, is the new MP for the SNP.
Galloway, Conservative and Unionist, 3,526. Eileen McCartan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,010. Sandra Amelia Webster, Scottish Socialist Party, 278. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 69, and the total number of votes was 46,295. Therefore, I declare that Mary Black is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency. Thank you.
So 47-year-old Douglas Alexander, who's been an MP since 1997, has been defeated. This is 20-year-old Mary Black, the new MP.
I would firstly like to thank the returning officer and their staff for conducting a fair election, and also the work of the police. I would like to thank all the other candidates for their participation, and in particular, whilst I appreciate that this is a blow for Douglas Alexander, I truly hope he will remain to see his future in politics once he is recovered from this result. I would like to thank my mum, my dad, my brother and my close friends for their continued support and all the help they've given me throughout this campaign. I want to thank the people of this constituency for placing their faith in me and for their faith within the SNP. Whether you voted for the SNP or not, and whatever your views are on Scotland's future, I will seek to represent you and everyone in this constituency to the very best of my ability. This election is about making the voice of this constituency and the whole of Scotland heard more effectively at Westminster than ever before. I pledge to use this voice not just to improve Scotland, but to pursue progressive politics for the benefit of people across the UK. If I have been elected alongside a strong group of SNP MPs, we will work to put an end to the austerity cuts which are hurting people in communities both north and south of the border. We will call for the powers promised to Scotland in the referendum, starting with those
I think their alliance with the Conservatives in the referendum accelerated that process. But the people of Scotland look as if they have chosen to put their trust in SNP MPs to stand up for Scotland and to be a voice, hopefully with others across the UK, for more progressive politics, for an end to austerity and strong public services and a stronger economy.
You're live on Sky News, I should just point out just now, Nicola Sturgeon. I mean, you were advising caution on that exit poll a little bit earlier on this evening. I mean, you should have been cheering it from the rafters, shouldn't you?
Well, I think it's always wise in politics to exercise a bit of caution. I hasten to add, I would still do that, although clearly the early results for the SNP tonight are outstandingly good. But I want to see a big team, as big as possible, a team of SNP MPs go to Westminster, because that's the best way to make Scotland's voice heard. It's the best way to make sure Scotland's interests are protected, and it's the best way to make sure that...
And I know as much as anyone that the opportunity to serve the people of Renfrewshire is a heavy but joyful responsibility, and I wish her all the success in doing that job in the course of this Parliament. Can I also take the opportunity to thank the returning officers, the police and the officials of the Council for discharging their responsibilities today. Can I place on record my immense gratitude to the people of Renfrewshire who have done me the honour of allowing me to be their representatives over past years. I will always be grateful for having had that opportunity to serve. Can I also thank Jackie, my wife, and our children who have endured many years with me in frontline politics. Can I thank the incredible team from Paisley and Renfrewshire South Labour Party. I could not be more proud of the campaign that we have fought. This, of course, has been a very difficult night for Labour. Scotland has chosen to oppose this Conservative government, but not place that trust in the Labour Party. It will be our responsibility to re-win that trust in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much.
And as that drama was going on in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, another gain for the SNP in Dunbartonshire West. And this now is Dundee West in a city.
3,852 votes. There were 46 spoiled papers
and I therefore declare Chris Law to be duly elected.
Another seat formerly held by Labour. Chris Law is the new MP there, defeating the Michael Mara. Let's just have a look at that result as well. 5 seats for the SNP so far in Scotland. No one else is on the map. 1 hold and 4 gains.
OK. First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking the police, the returning officer, and all the staff who have succeeded.
Well, let's just talk to Professor Michael Thrasher, our election analyst, about those results coming in from Scotland. Your exit poll suggests that they'll get 58 out of 57 seats in Scotland will go to the SNP, and these results appear to be pointing towards it.
Well, the exit poll might be slightly wrong, Adam. They might get all 59. On the kind of swings that we've just seen in Dunbartonshire West, for example, every seat falls in Scotland to the SNP.
And so, there's another seat, Ochil and Perthshire.
Well, that was the easiest seat for the SNP to win in Ochil. They only needed a 5.7% swing. But elsewhere, we've seen swings of over 30%. It's just crazy in terms of a general election situation. And we could be in this historic situation where every single constituency in Scotland goes to the SNP. And that list of gains from Labour will simply grow and grow and grow, and it will be joined by a list of seats from the Liberal Democrats too.
And what did you make of what was being said by the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, to me earlier on, saying that he felt that there had to be some recognition of this?
Well, it's certainly going to be one of the big events, one of the big stories of the 2015 general election.
Let's go back to Fife.
The electorate is 69,781. 47,651 ballot papers were verified, giving a turnout.
This is Glen Rothes, another seat held by Labour in the last Parliament.
I, Steve Grimmin, returning officer, give notice that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Peter Grant, Scottish National Party, 28,450.
That's it. The SNP take Glen Rothes. And they've just taken Falkirk as well.
Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,685. Melanie Ward, Scottish Labour Party, 14,562.
Well, Glen Rothes falling to the SNP search, as has Falkirk, Michael. And, you know, these are names which traditionally you just associated with Labour MPs, aren't they?
Yes, I mean, Glen Rothes, they've merely added 20,000 votes to their result in 2010. It really is a situation where the yes vote has been galvanised all into the SNP column, and the idea of a strategic pro-union vote to keep out the SNP really hasn't materialised at all.
Let's go back to Witney. Kay Burley is there.
Thank you. So let's bring in Anush Kristana, who's also with me. We've just seen the Prime Minister arrive. By any accounts, it's been a good night for him. I saw him through the glass panels of the door, beaming from ear to ear. Wouldn't stop, but did smile as he walked by.
Yeah, well, I think that smile has got bigger and bigger. We heard that he was pleased when he first saw that exit poll and saw how well it appeared that the Conservatives might do. Well, he's got even happier than that now when he's seen some of these results come in. The things that Conservatives are saying to us are the swings are all in the opposite direction of what they were expecting. That Nuneaton seat in particular, increasing their majority, has clearly made them very happy. And what people around him are saying to me is, look, this exit poll was carried out with 22,000 people at 141 locations. So therefore we believe it. They were not looking looking confident at all at 9:45, just before that exit poll came out, but that confidence has increased ever since.
He seems very relaxed, doesn't look as... I can't see that Sam Cam was with him. I didn't see her walk in as he came along. He is a little bit later than we anticipated. And you can see he is looking quite relaxed. So, as I said, a little bit later than we first anticipated.
Yeah, that's right. We thought he would be here at the count a little bit earlier than this, but it doesn't declare till 4:30, so he clearly thinks he's got enough time now to spend with activists before he gets his declaration here in Witney, which will mark the chance for him to go straight back to campaign headquarters.
Stand by if you would, because I want to bring in Nicky Morgan, the Education Secretary, who is standing by. I did try and catch a word with the Prime Minister, Ms Morgan. He does seem to be quite relaxed, quite happy about the way things have gone so far tonight. How are you feeling?
Well, clearly the exit poll is encouraging, but it is a poll and we need to see more results. But I think the results we've seen so far in England, I mean, the result in Nuneaton, Marcus Jones is a fantastic Member of Parliament, but also it's an important Midlands seat. We've also seen the results in Battersea, which is, again, a seat that Labour really needs to do much better in if they wanted to form or get anywhere near being in government. And, of course, we've seen...
Well, we're going now to Castle Point, which is the first UKIP target of the night. UKIP just came second to Labour in South Shields. Let's hear what the result here is. Rebecca Harris defending for the Conservatives.
Ellis Dominic George, Green Party, 1,076. Harris Elizabeth Rebecca Scott, Conservative Party, 23,000.
Well, that looks very much like a Conservative hold.
David, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 14,175.
Conservatives hold Castle Point.
Now, I think everybody clear that Elizabeth Rebecca Scott Harris was duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Castle Point constituency.
Nicky Morgan is on her way, but I can see that the Prime Minister is just heading this way. Maybe I will try and just grab a very quick word with him as he walks past, as we try and speak to Nicky Morgan as well in just a moment. Let me see if I can grab a word with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you're live on Sky just at the moment. I wondered what the turning point was for you, sir. He looked and then he moved away. Nicky Morgan, I just want to ask you about the UKIP situation. You just saw the reaction to that seat and the fact that we just brought you the results there. What was your reaction to that?
To the Castle Point result, well, I mean, it's encouraging, obviously, that we have held that seat. I haven't seen the detail numbers, I haven't just heard the declaration. But I think, as I say, that as I was saying before, the broader point is there are a number of seats that Labour needed to do much better in if they were to stand any chance of getting near to government. That hasn't happened. And Miliband has not been able to achieve that swing. In fact, we've seen swings towards the Conservatives, but it's early in the evening, and we'll have to see, obviously, what happens with other further results. But so far, things obviously look very encouraging, and that reflects very much what I think other colleagues have been finding on the ground for the last couple of weeks.
You can't be too smug, though, can you? Because if this exit poll is to be believed, 326 is what you need. You still need the Lib Dems or another 10 seats to get there, and even then you don't have a working majority.
Well, as I say, I think we need to see what the overall results are going to be. The people are clearly opting for a strong and stable government, which is something I was getting back on the doorstep, certainly today and the last couple of weeks as well. And the Prime Minister said he'll do what's right for the country. But we just need to see what the overall results are going to be before we make any further predictions.
Just seeing Craig Oliver, you're a chief spin doctor walking by as well. Everybody seems to have a smile on their face. You just really can't be too smug yet, though, can you?
I'm sorry?
I was saying that we just saw Craig Oliver, your spin doctor in chief, just walking by. Everybody appears to have a very big smile on their faces just at the moment, but there's an awful long way to go. How cautious do you have to be about complacency?
Absolutely. Well, I think that's exactly right. We have to be obviously very aware of the fact that we are early in the night and we've only had a handful of results, important results though they've been, particularly as I say in places like Nuneaton. But clearly things look very encouraging. But we will have to see as the night develops exactly what the results are going to mean overall for the next Parliament.
And as far as the next Parliament is concerned, you need to, we keep hearing this magic number of 326. You need to get significantly more than 326 in order to presumably get through the sort of cuts that you are trying to implement come the next Parliament, something like £12 billion of cuts. You're not going to be able to do that with the slimmest of majorities, are you?
Well, I think the important thing, first of all, is to see what results we get tonight. You know, we've seen voting today. We need to see what obviously people have voted for, the results that we're going to get, the way that the Parliament is going to be constituted. We have set out a very clear programme in the course of the last 6 weeks and before of a secure future, continuing to manage the economy, and that was something that was reflected back to me in all the conversations that I've had very much about you've made important decisions, the right decisions over the last 5 years, and we'd like to give the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister more time to do that. But let's just see what the results are going to be, and as I say, how the numbers are going to look in the next Parliament.
Nick Clegg's a dead duck, isn't he? I said Nick Clegg is a dead duck, isn't he?
Well, I think that's a matter for the Lib Dems to answer about that. I mean, clearly the exit poll numbers are low for them, but that's something that they are going to have to explain, and I'm sure you'll be having lots of Lib Dem spokesmen on at various points during the evening to talk about their results.
Nicky Morgan, thank you. Just a quick thought from Anushka. Prime Minister didn't want to talk to us. He's beaming from ear to ear, but just speaking to activists.
Yeah, at the moment, not ready to talk. And I think there is always that little bit of caution, always that little bit of worry about sounding too confident on the basis of polls. But they are very happy because, Kay, before we got here, they were looking at the national polls.
OK, Kay, thank you very much indeed. Sorry to interrupt. This is Swindon South. Robert Buckland, the Solicitor General, defending the seat there. That looks like that'll be enough.
Liberal Democrat 1,817. Alice Kidney-Bandle, Green Party 1,757. United Kingdom Independence Party 5,920. And Scarborough Labour Party 16,000.
Conservatives hold Swindon South, so they hold both seats in Swindon, the town where David Cameron launched the referendum. And we're continuing to see SNP holds and gains in Scotland. Their total now up to 12.
Well, Swindon South, the sort of seat that Labour would have to take to make any gains tonight. So the two parties most disappointed, it's fair to say, would be the Liberal Democrats and Labour. So let's introduce Baroness Ollie Grenda from the Liberal Democrats and Lord Charlie Faulkner from Labour. Swindon South, not yours. What do you make of the evening so far, Lord Faulkner?
Well, I mean, I don't know whether the exit poll is right or wrong. The Swindon South result was disappointing, but obviously the most marked thing that is happening, and I can see it happening at the bottom of the television screen, is the number of seats that the SNP are taking from Labour, which, no matter how much one might have seen the opinion polls suggesting it, as it's happening, is a huge and extraordinary change in politics in Scotland.
So how do you feel when you see someone like Douglas Alexander, who's masterminded the Labour campaign, who would have been scheduled to be Foreign Secretary had Labour won this election? How do you feel when you see someone like that having to step aside from politics?
I feel terrible. I think Douglas Alexander is somebody who has contributed a huge amount to British politics. He was a really, really talented figure who has so much more to give to British politics and British public life. From Labour's point of view, and I think from Scotland's point of view, his defeat is terrible. But I mean, he's one among, so far, I think it might be 6 or 7 Labour defeats by the SNP taking seats from Labour, and Labour has got to recognise, as we do, that we need to completely rethink how we connect with the Scottish electorate.
Well, Baroness Ollie Grenda, the Lib Dems facing a catastrophe this evening, some have said. How are you feeling about what you're witnessing so far?
Well, it's, I'm gutted. It is really disappointing. I felt that Nick ran an extraordinary campaign, real grace under fire. All the time, I think we were against this kind of prevailing wind, and it's been borne out. So I think the Conservatives will have a small victory tomorrow morning. They may have won, but the tactics that they've used have lost us the union. I think that the squeeze from the SNP, the drive for independence, and then the use of that to scare people south of the border has resulted in a real squeeze away from us.
Is this the bottom, do you think, for the Liberal Democrats?
Oh, I've no idea. And I've no idea what the real results are, since we only know about, kind of one seat that we have gained. And as yet, we have no losses. But I am certain that we will be losing colleagues tonight, and that obviously that's painful. But we are a resilient and plucky little party. We knew when we went in 2010 and took the brave decision to provide stability that it was a difficult decision, but we felt it was the right thing to do.
Yes, I mean, Nick Clegg has been extremely proud, he says, of putting country before party. Just take a pause from talking to both of you, if you don't mind. Let's go to Peterborough for the declaration there.
This is Peterborough, another Labour target. Stuart Jackson, the incumbent MP.
This is the declaration of results of poll. The election of a Member of Parliament for Peterborough. I, David Over, the right.
And as we can see, the Conservatives are already, having been told the result, are saying they've held this seat as well. Another Labour target not hit.
For each candidate at the Senate
These are the
election
numbers.
is as follows. Ash Christopher David, the Liberal Party, 639. Bisbee Boyd Darren Charles, the Green Party, 1,218. Forbes Lisa Jane, Labour Party, 16,750. Fowler Darren, Liberal Democrats, 1,774. Fox John Raymond, Independent, 516. Herdman Mary, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 7,485. Jackson Stuart James, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,000.
So the Conservatives hold Peterborough, and Plaid Cymru also hold their third seat of the evening. That puts them on even Stevens compared to 2010.
18,684. And I do hereby declare that Stuart James Jackson is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Peterborough constituency.
And another gain for the SNP in Midlothian. Let's just have a look at that result with Michael Thrasher, because...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I please
Well, Labour...
gratitude to the efficient way that Peterborough City Council...
Labour needed a 5.5% swing to take Peterborough, Adam. It would have been in the territory where they would have won an overall majority. We simply aren't seeing that, are we? It's a swing.
We're not. Yeah, Michael, just all to comment there. Jo Swinson, the Liberal Democrat MP, she's lost her seat. Guess who to the SNP? 14 out of 14 in Scotland now. There she is.
Has pledged that we will use this enhanced authority to promote the interests of the people of Scotland. That much the people of Scotland already know. But people out of West Scotland...
This is John Nicholson, the new MP in Jo Swinson's former constituency, speaking now.
We want to see progressive change and better politics. On doorsteps across East Bartonshire, I promise voters that I will be a hard-working constituency MP. I will be an MP for all the constituents, whether they voted yes or no in the referendum, or whether they voted for me or one of my hard-working opponents, one of the other candidates. Thank you again for your faith in me. I will not let you down.
Well, Jo Swinson, of course, took the seat from Labour in a by-election. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Well, I'd like to say congratulations to John. This is a fantastic job in a wonderful constituency, and I wish you well in serving East Bartonshire. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has supported me in this election, particularly the many of you who have perhaps not done so before. I would like to say a thank you to my amazing team of staff and volunteers. You've been brilliant. It's not our night tonight, any education appointment, especially not to return to Parliament as a Scottish voice strongly and passionately in favour of Scotland staying in the United Kingdom. I knew after we went into government at the last election that it might make it impossible for me to win my seat again. I still believe it was the right thing to do, to give our country stability at a time of financial crisis, and I'm proud that Britain is on the road to economic recovery. I'm also lucky to have been able to make a difference nationally and to have the opportunity to have done so as a minister, clamping down on payday lenders, legislating for pay transparency to drive down the gender pay gap, and introducing shared parental leave. Above all, it has been a great privilege to represent East Bartonshire. Thank you for 10 wonderful years.
Well, that was Jo Swinson conceding defeat there in Dunbartonshire East. And as you can see from the swings, it's relatively close. And in fact, her vote only went down very little, but it was the transfer from Labour and the Conservatives which gave that massive swing, 30% boost in the SNP vote there. 14 out of 14 seats going to the SNP so far in Scotland. Ed Conway has some more analysis on this. Ed.
Yeah, on the SNP. Look, just come over here and have a look at this. This is all of the targets that the SNP has been aiming for in Scotland, all of those seats, other than the 6 that it already held before tonight, depending on how much swing it needed to get those seats. So Ockhill and Perthshire South, it's won that, it needed 6% swing. Falkirk's got that 8% swing, still a couple more. Alex Salmond is contesting Gordon, obviously. Dundee West, it needed 10%. Come this way. 14%, it's getting there. 16% swings, it's getting there. 18% Dunbartonshire East. And look at this. Come over here. 22%. It's got all of these seats. The other Renfrewshires, we're waiting, as you mentioned, Adam, to hear Renfrewshire East, Jim Murphy's seat. And who's to say that it might not get these kind of swings as well? Because some of the swings, actually, we've seen have been way beyond these numbers. We're seeing 27% or so swings from Labour to the SNP. It's a staggering set of numbers that we're seeing so far tonight. And just looking at the change in the share of the votes, the SNP is now, out of nowhere really, in the course of the last 45 minutes or so, has now hit the board, the leaderboard, and it's there an enormous change in the share of the vote. One more thing I want to tell you though, Adam, we were talking about the number of deposits that the Lib Dems have lost. Their previous record for the number of deposits they lost was 13 in 1997. Where are they so far tonight? We've only had about kind of 30, 40 seats, count so far, 60 I should say. This is how many deposits they've lost so far tonight. I can barely even count it. That's 10, 20, 30, 36 deposits for the Lib Dems. Obviously, you lose a deposit when you don't get 5% of the vote, so a big disappointment.
As you're speaking, Ed, 2 more gains for the SNP, Rutherglen and Hamilton, but we've just had a sensational one. SNP have gained Kirkcaldy from Labour. Now, that, of course, is the seat where Gordon Brown has just stood down. That has now gone to the SNP, and I think that was at the far end of your board as far as swings to the SNP are concerned. The SNP have gained Kirkcaldy. Let me get some reaction now from Fraser Nelson, the editor of The Spectator, Scottish-born. Just explain what's going on in your homeland, please.
How I wish Gordon Brown was standing for re-election tonight and he was there to see the SNP, this force which he, of course, helped unleash with devolution, which was supposed to, of course, kill the demand for independence. That plan, it's safe to say, hasn't worked. It's strange. The SNP right now, it could win almost every seat in Scotland, perhaps all 59 of them. So there are a lot of people wondering what on earth has happened. But what has happened, the SNP are basically better at politics. They've been doing old-style campaigning. They've done a mass membership model. They've quadrupled the party membership. They've done all these things that the strategists say you're not supposed to be able to do nowadays because they're too old-fashioned.
But why? Why? Is that because the Scots just really want out, frankly?
No, it's not. I mean, the SNP took the momentum, the incredible momentum from the referendum campaign and transformed it instantly into momentum for their election.
Well, Dan Hodges is with us. Well, let's just look at this Kirkcaldy result, because I think it's going to be pretty spectacular, Michael Thrasher.
Well, this is an ultra safe seat in Scotland, Adam, and it's just astonishing, isn't it, how it's gone there. They've got over half the vote in a rock-solid Labour constituency. If we now just look at the change, that's a 34% swing.
Right.
34% swing.
Now, OK, another interesting one there from London just coming up. Labour gaining Ealing Central from the Conservatives. That is the first gain by Labour this evening. Michael, what do you make of that?
Well, yeah, it's the first game from the Conservatives this evening. Earlier on, Labour gained
Burnley.
Burnley from the Liberal Democrats, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, Ealing Central is one of those bellwether seats for London, and it normally goes to the party that's doing well across London. It's a good result for Labour, but it really doesn't compensate for the failures to pick up Nuneaton, for example, or Peterborough. And of course, the Conservatives have gained a seat of Brecon from Liberal Democrats in Wales. So it's small compensation for Labour. It really doesn't cancel out the story in Scotland.
OK, well, let's get the thoughts of Dan Hodges on Labour. It's fair to say, I think, as a Labour commentator, you've never been convinced by Ed Miliband. Does he bear some responsibility for what's happening tonight?
Well, obviously, he's the leader of the party, yes. I mean, before we came on air, actually, I think George Eaton at the New Statesman tweeted he's been told that Ed Miliband is planning to step down tomorrow, and I think that's an indication of certainly the responsibility he feels for what's happening. I did feel that potentially this was coming, but I have to say, when you sit here in the studio and you see it in front of you, I mean, the result we just had in Kirkcaldy, for example, I was up at Kirkcaldy at the weekend. I mean, I actually thought Labour would hang on there. I mean, it couldn't.
What's gone wrong for Labour?
Well, it's nothing to do with bacon sandwiches. It's just Labour's got all the big strategic decisions wrong. Obviously, we've had the leadership issue we're aware of. Labour has never been able to capture control of the big fundamental issue in the economy, and Labour has attempted to move to the left at a time when certainly in England the electorate is moving to the right. So,
Fraser Nelson, where do you think Labour picks up from here now?
Well, I think he has to start again. Ed Miliband, I think, has got no option but to resign tomorrow if things are as bad as they seem. He did his best. He took them on a very different tangent than their Labour tradition hitherto. He thought, let's try left-wing populism. It's a rising tide. He was right. There's some appetite for that, but nowhere near enough.
Let's go to Warwickshire North, yet another Labour target.
Thank you. This is the...
Seeing Mike O'Brien standing there, the former Labour MP. The fact that he's moved out to the wing is not a good sign.
I, Jerry Hutchinson, being the acting returning officer at the election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Alan Charles Beddoe, Liberal Democrats, 978. Ian Charles Bonner, Green Party candidate, 894. William Rupert Paul Cash, UK Independence Party, 8,256. Margaret Hunter, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 138. Michael O'Brien, Labour Party, 17,069. Craig Paul Tracy, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,004.
So the Conservatives hold Warwickshire North. The Conservatives hold Warwickshire North. Labour's top target, so it's just not happening for Labour tonight. Any gains they make, it looks like they'll be from, well, we've had one from the Conservatives and mostly from the Liberal Democrats. Let's go to Lee, where Andy Burnham has held his seat. We're speaking to Mr. Burnham earlier on.
The people of Lee are the most warm and decent people you could ever meet. And it is therefore humbling for me to be asked by them for the fourth time to represent them in Parliament. I thank them, and indeed I thank all of my fellow candidates for the courteous and respectful way in which this campaign has been conducted. I thank the council staff. I thank the police for seeing good order here this evening. Most of all, I thank my wonderful campaign team, led by the unbeatable Agent Platt, who's done a fantastic job to see this great result tonight. It is wonderful to increase my majority, and I'm so proud of the job they've done for me. Of course, there's one person not with us tonight, and we all think of Anne, who normally would be with us on this occasion. 5 years ago, London tried to break up this constituency by redrawing our boundaries. They tried to silence Lee's voice. Well, Lee has roared back at London tonight, and this is what people here are saying. It is wrong.
Well, as Andy Burnham speaks, we're seeing Jim Murphy there, the leader of Labour in Scotland, who, it has to be said, is under a great deal of pressure from the SNP tonight. SNP making another gain in Renfrewshire North. We're seeing there Jim Sheridan, the MP defeated for Labour. Gavin Newlands is the new man there. Has to be said, Jim Murphy doesn't look like a man who's going to hold his seat, does he?
No, he doesn't. I don't think any Scottish Labour MP really is going to hold their seats by the end of it. They've spent decades winning without fighting. That's been Scottish Labour's problem. They've had these massive majorities, they've neglected them, and they were absolutely ripe to be swept away by the SNP. The question Labour's got to face is, might the same happen in the north of England next time around, where UKIP wants to be second in this election today, so it can position itself for what it believes is another Labour collapse.
I mean, UKIP is coming second quite a lot in the north, but there are going to be some in Labour, and we've already heard it from Alex Salmond tonight, who are going to agree with him and going to say, well, actually, we need to form some kind of alliance with the SNP.
Not least the unions. I mean, this is one of the things that hasn't been touched on yet. You've got elections coming up in Scotland next year. The vast majority of the trade unions members in Scotland are clearly voting SNP.
You've got Len McCluskey, who refused to say don't vote for the SNP.
I think what we're seeing tonight as well is the end of the historic Labour trade union link as we know it. I don't think there's any way now the unions can support the Labour Party in Scotland when the SNP have just wiped Labour out of there.
The SNP has supplanted Labour as the left-wing force in Scottish politics. There's just no way the unions can't deal with them on that basis. The whole Labour project, born in Scotland, has now got some serious rethinking to do.
But the unions presumably will say, you need to make common cause. Labour needs to form some kind of alliance with the SNP.
Well, that's right. I mean, Labour is facing a wipeout in Scotland today, just as the same as the Tories did in 1997. As the Tories demonstrated, you don't bounce back instantly from those kind of things. Now, if Labour is now short of 41 MPs in Scotland, it's got to come to some kind of deal or some kind of understanding.
All right. Well, we just got to refresh ourselves on what is happening in Scotland. As you see, 17 seats in Scotland declared so far, all of them held by the Scottish National Party now, 14 of them gains. Let's just have a look at those gains. Paisley, Renfrewshire North, Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, Rutherglen, Hamilton West, Midlothian, East Kilbride, Strathaven, Motherwell and Wishaw, Grenrothes, Falkirk, Ockhill, Perthshire South, Dundee West, all gained from Labour. Dunbartonshire East, Joe Swinson there gained from the Liberal Democrats. And there's more. Those are just the latest ones. Sorry about that. Should point out that the Conservatives have held Worcester, sometimes seen as a talismanic seat, but not a great surprise the way things are going this evening. This is Jim Murphy and another gain for the SNP, Inverclyde. Again from Labour, that takes their total to 18. Glasgow North is imminent due to declare. How does this relate, Fraser, to independence?
Well, not as closely as it seems. I mean, if you look at the support for independence in Scotland, it's pretty much the same as it was in the referendum. It's in the high 40s rather than the mid 40s, but it's not as if Scotland is just chomping at the bit to go for separation. What's happened is Labour, their voters in Scotland, have lent their votes or have given their votes to the SNP, and they're being told, well, look, this isn't to do with independence. This is just to do with making Scotland's voice heard down in London on the same agenda as Labour's, because the SNP and Labour is what they want. Labour a little bit to the right of the SNP, but the voters are in the same kind of ballpark. So that's what's happening there. I mean, the SNP will probably have a second referendum pledge in their 2016 Holyrood manifesto, but they're explicitly saying tonight is not about independence, it's about who you want to represent you in Westminster.
Well, let's bring in our man on the ground in Glasgow, where these dramatic scenes are taking place, Neil Patterson. Neil, what are you hearing about the chances of Jim Murphy?
Well, it certainly doesn't look good, does it, Adam? I mean, the point at which we saw that seat in Kilmarnock held by Labour went to the SNP on quite a significant swing. I mean, it became apparent that we were looking at perhaps all of Labour seats in Ayrshire being wiped out. But when we then went on to hear that seat formerly held by Gordon Brown Kirkcaldy went, if you wanted confirmation that these exit polls perhaps, were absolutely bang on, were absolutely accurate, you had no better than that. Let me just bring in again Professor Nicola McEwen, who's been with us all night here at the Count in Glasgow. I mean, Nicola, right, we are now getting to a point now where we can say that exit poll was, if not exactly bang on the money, very, very close to it.
It seems to be the case. It's not just that the SNP are winning these seats, they're winning them with thumping majorities, enormous swings, the likes of which we have never seen anywhere in the UK in a general election. Swings of up to 35% in some cases. This is phenomenal result for the SNP tonight. And if what we've seen in the Central Belt is reflective of the country as a whole, then the exit poll is looking more and more like it was accurate.
And just very briefly, just very briefly, Professor McEwen, I mean, we could be seeing the SNP taking seats in the borders, couldn't we?
Yes, we could be. I think given the swings that seem to be going from the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party to the SNP, yes, that looks highly likely now.
Well, we are edging very much closer to the Glasgow North Declaration. But let's go first to Jeremy down in Doncaster.
Thanks very much, Neil. Let's bring in Sophie Ridge, our political correspondent. You've been spending the last 6 weeks, something like that, with Ed Miliband. What are you hearing from his team tonight? They must be considerably worried and starting to think about his position, aren't they?
I think that's right. I mean, I think the team around Ed Miliband have been noticeably quiet this evening, strangely quiet, you might say, for obvious reasons. But the conversations that I've been having with Labour sources, both party sources but also Labour MPs, do indicate that for some people at least, thoughts are turning towards leadership. Now, it's important to say that it's still early days in the night, but certainly, you know, source from the Labour Party telling me that they think it's difficult to see how he could hang on as leader. Other MPs saying that perhaps they can't really see how that could happen too, and even some people explicitly saying that tomorrow is when the sort of leadership question does need to be answered. So I think the mood in Labour is pretty grim at the moment, even though the official lines from those around Ed Miliband are still that the night is still early and they're still looking at those key results to come.
I mean, they're going to be diving straight into a post-mortem very quickly, do you sense?
Well, that's the sense that I'm getting, certainly. From the conversation that I've been having tonight, it seems that people are looking at the results, particularly those in Scotland, with, you know, a great deal of dismay. And as always with Labour, you know, I think things will turn pretty quickly towards kind of leadership battles as well. I mean, if the exit poll is anything like correct, if the move that we've seen in Scotland to Labour losing so many seats that were so long considered safe seats to the SNP, I think it's almost inevitable. Although it's important, of course, to say that we do have some key marginals coming up, and some party sources, and those, particularly those close to Ed Miliband, are saying that they think they're doing better in some of these key marginals, particularly facing the Conservatives, that's still to come.
Thanks, Sophie. Let's just pause there a moment and head over to the other side of the Renfrewshire. We're hearing another potential SNP seat in Scotland. This is Jim Murphy, the Scottish Labour Party leader's seat.
Yes, this is Renfrewshire East, and the position that Jim Murphy is standing on the stage does not look as if he has held his seat in Renfrewshire East.
Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,069. Robert Malin, UK Independence Party, 888. David Andrew Montgomery, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 12,465. James Murphy, known as Jim Murphy, Scottish Labour Party, 19,295. Kirsten Francis Oswald, Scottish National Party, 23,030.
That's it. Jim Murphy loses his seat in Renfrewshire East. The leader of Scottish Labour is no longer an MP. Yet another scalp for the SNP tonight. Kirsten Oswald, the new MP.
Public notice that Kirsten Francis Oswald is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the East Renfrewshire constituency. The total number of votes cast across East Renfrewshire at the UK parliamentary election on the 7th of May was 56,825. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 95. There were 0 ballot papers were rejected because they did not bear the official mark. 15 ballot papers were rejected because votes were given for more than one candidate. 0 ballot papers were rejected because there was something written or marked on the ballot paper by which the voter was identified. And 80 ballot papers were rejected because they were marked or void for uncertainty. Can I thank all the staff involved tonight in the count? Thank you for their accuracy and the work that they did. So thank you very much to all the staff involved. If I could now, there will now be a number of speeches. If I firstly can ask Kristen Francis Oswald to come forward.
I would like to thank the police and the returning officer and all of her staff for their fantastic work during the day and tonight. I would also like to thank all of my opponents in what's been a very energetically fought campaign here. I have had an exceptional team working incredibly hard on my campaign. No one could have done more than they did, and their support has been immense. Thank you also to my family for their endless patience and support over the last few months. But above all, I would like to thank the people in East Renfrewshire for placing their faith in me and their faith in the SNP. I'm absolutely honoured to have been elected as the MP for East Renfrewshire. I will work tirelessly every single day for the people that live in our local communities here. And whether you voted SNP in this election or not, and whatever your views on Scotland's future, I will seek to represent every single one of the people in this area to the very best of my ability. And this election is about making our voice heard, our voice in East Renfrewshire and our voice across Scotland more effectively in Westminster than ever before. And I'll do everything I can to build unity as I go about this important task that people have entrusted me with. And I'll use that voice not just to improve Scotland, but also to pursue progressive policies which will benefit everybody in the United Kingdom. And if, as looks likely now, I've been elected alongside a strong group of SNP MPs, then we will work together to aim to an end to austerity cuts which are hurting people in communities north and south of the border. And we will call for the powers promised in Scotland in the referendum, starting with the powers that make the biggest impact on getting more people into work and to making work pay. And as part of a group of strong SNP MPs, I will always vote against wasting £100 billion on a new generation of Trident nuclear weapons. By ending austerity and scrapping Trident, we can choose to invest in things that really matter to the people in Scotland, things like the NHS. The people of East Renfrewshire and the people of Scotland are speaking, and we need to listen to them. It's time for our voice to be heard in Westminster. Thank you very much.
If I could ask Jim Murphy to come forward.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the police, not just for the work they've done today in securing the election, but for the work that they do every day in securing our communities. I'd like to thank the returning officer and all of his staff for the professional way in which the count was conducted. And particular thanks to my agent, Paul O'Kane, and my brilliant campaign team who have worked so hard, all sorts of weathers, over the past few weeks. You're a real tribute to the Labour Party, and I'll be forever indebted to the thousands of hours you put into the campaign. I'd also like to congratulate Kirsten for her victory, and David, Robert and Graham for the spirit in which the local campaign has been fought. As we all know, East Renfrewshire is unique in Scotland in its diversity, with a large Jewish community and a growing Muslim community, with housing schemes in some of the richest parts of Scotland within East Renfrewshire. It has been a real pleasure to represent our area in Parliament for the past 18 years. Kirsten, I know what it's like to come from behind in an election in this constituency, and I know that you will cherish the opportunity that your victory has provided you with. I wholeheartedly congratulate you and wish you every success in your parliamentary career and standing up for the people of East Renfrewshire. As well as having had the honour of representing East Renfrewshire in Parliament, I've also had the chance to serve in governments, Labour governments, and in the Cabinet under both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. And I'm proud of those 13 years and how we changed our country for the better in an irreversible way. This is, of course, an enormous moment for the SNP, and no one can deny that. And I congratulate them more widely on their success this evening. With a victory on this scale, there also comes a responsibility. No one, of course, should ever confuse nationalism with our nation. No one should ever mistake their party for our country, because our history, our streets, our flag have never and will never belong to one political party or one political cause. And finally, it's proven hard to turn round years of difficulty with the Scottish Labour Party in just 5 short months. Tonight, Scotland has lost so many great members of Parliament from all across the country, and I'd like to pay tribute to each and every one of them. There will be more to say about this and what it means for Scotland in the days to come. But for me personally, and for the Scottish Labour Party, the fight goes on and our cause continues. I and hundreds of thousands of Scots, the length and breadth of our great country, still believe in the progressive policies that the Labour Party stands for, and I will continue to lead Scottish Labour as we fight for them. The party that has traditionally been the timeless champion of the underdog now finds itself in the position of being the underdog. But the Scottish Labour Party has been around for more than a century, and 100 years from tonight, we'll still be around. Scotland needs a strong Labour Party, and our fight back starts tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Jim Murphy, and while he was speaking, there were 2 further gains for the SNP in Scotland. There are now 25 constituencies in Scotland, all of them taken by the SNP so far. Well, let's go to one of tonight's victors, Mhairi Black, who defeated, is the new MP for Paisley and Renfrewshire, and who defeated Labour's UK campaign organiser, Douglas Alexander. Congratulations, Mhairi Black, first of all, on your victory.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Are you a little bit surprised?
Well, not entirely, because I think that what we were seeing throughout that campaign was that the people of Scotland were hungry for change, and they were looking for the party that was going to deliver that change, and that's why we've seen such a swing of support in this constituency and other constituencies.
But as I understand it, you're a fairly recent member of the party, so I don't know, a couple of years ago you probably didn't see yourself becoming an MP when you were 20.
Oh, not at all, no. Even 6 months ago, I didn't see it ever happening.
And what are you going to do as an MP?
Well, everything that the SNP has campaigned for, we're looking to go down in as strong a group as possible to pursue progressive politics for the whole of the UK and to make sure that we can end the austerity agenda that we've had to suffer for the last 5 years.
See, some people outside Scotland may be a bit confused by that, because you say you're going to pursue policies for the whole of the UK, but doesn't the SNP exist to break up the UK?
Well, no, I mean, I can't say that in the future the SNP won't want to see independence. Of course we will, but we have made clear in this election that what this is about is getting a stronger group down to Westminster so that we can make sure that the Westminster system works the best it possibly can for Scotland.
And what do you think is happening in Scotland? Because, you know, we've not seen this in British politics before, across the whole country, every single seat going to one party. What is going on in Scotland?
I think exactly what I said in the beginning. What people have been hungry for is change, and they've been looking for the party that are going to deliver that. The only party that seems to be listening to ordinary folk who are saying we don't want austerity, we don't want to see our money spent on the likes of nuclear weapons, we want to see it spent on investing in our public services and in our people, and they have went to the party that they believe are the best equipped to do that.
I mean, is what's really happening that you're just replacing Labour? Labour is ceasing to exist in Scotland in the way that the Conservative Party did before?
How do you mean? Sorry.
Well, the Labour Party really doesn't mean anything to Scots anymore, and those Scots who used to support Labour now support the SNP.
I
Is that what's happening, do you think?
What has happened? No, I think what has happened across Scotland is that people have become politically awakened, and they will continue to look for the parties that are going to listen to them and deliver the policies that they want to see, the high quality arguments that they want to see. So there is no complacency on the SNP's part at all.
Mhairi Black, congratulations again and thank you for joining us. And as you're seeing on the screen there,
Thank you.
rather spectacular statement by a Labour source. Ed Miliband won't make it to tomorrow lunchtime.
Well, let's bring in Jack Straw now. Just long-time Labour MP, 36 years in the Blackburn seat, standing down after all those years representing Blackburn, and of course as a cabinet minister for a long time as well. Pretty grim night for you to be standing down, really, Mr. Straw, judging by the results and the exit polls we've seen in the last few hours.
Yes, I hadn't expected that as it were, my last day as a Member of Parliament would be against this background. It is grim, and it's particularly a very, very serious situation. I mean, it's an unbelievably bad situation in Scotland, which, frankly, nobody anticipated, including, as we've just heard, the SNP victor in Paisley and all those other seats that we've lost. So it's serious. What I was pounding on the streets on behalf of my son, who's a candidate here in Rossendale and Darwin. And what was very interesting, but depressing for us, was that people we'd canvassed last week and the week before who genuinely were saying they didn't know were today reporting that most of them, they'd voted Conservative. So that really confirms what we've seen in the national polls, that there was a late surge for the Conservatives, with those people who were former Conservative voters who were saying a week or so ago they're going to vote UKIP, going back to the Conservatives, but no corresponding shift of a sufficient measure back to Labour.
We've been talking to various well-placed Labour sources, some saying that Mr Miliband can't really sustain his leadership position any longer. One just telling us that he won't make it past tomorrow lunchtime as leader. What are your thoughts?
Well, obviously the whole of the party is going to have to reassess the situation against this a desperate situation in Scotland and a pretty depressing situation in England and Wales. What I hope is for Mr Miliband to make up his mind about his future. What I hope, however, we don't have is the two things that happened in 2010, which was Gordon Brown, having decided that he was going to resign, resigned immediately. So there wasn't that continuity that, say, was provided by, for example, by Jim Callaghan after he lost in '79. And then there was an elongated leadership election, whilst the party, with only acting leaders, I mean, Harriet Harman did it very well, but she was acting, contemplated its navel. And meanwhile, in those crucial 6 months, the Conservatives wrote the narrative, an inaccurate one, but became a very powerful narrative, about Labour's record, trashing our record and suggesting that we'd been responsible for the financial crash. So my advice to everybody, particularly against what is depressing news, is to take a deep breath, to go to bed, and then spend 2 or 3 days assessing where we go next. But to bear in mind that, as Jim Murphy said, the Labour Party is going to be around for the next 100 years. And what we want to do is to ensure that over the next months and years, the Labour Party is in a winning position and has not been set back in the way that we were by that, particularly by that first 6 months, which we wasted on internal contemplation rather than on setting our own narrative about what had happened when Labour had been in power and establishing a proper platform for fighting this election.
Mr Straw, thank you very much for your thoughts tonight. Let's take you north of the border, where there is mayhem going on, generally, with the SNP sweeping all before them in Scotland so far. John Craig is there with more. John.
Well, Jeremy, perhaps rather surprisingly, Jim Murphy is rejecting calls to quit as leader. Now, when he arrived here for the count, I can tell you there were some pretty tearful scenes amongst the Labour supporters, actually. Mr Murphy hugged one old gentleman. The poor old gentleman was very upset and in tears. But I was pressing him all the time, are you going to resign? He said, I'll tell you after result, I'll tell you after result. And when he came to make his speech just now, he emphatically said, I will continue as leader and fight on. And he says the fight back starts tomorrow. Mr Murphy has only been leader of the Scottish Labour Party for 5 months. He has led the party to humiliating defeat in those 5 months, and yet he says he wants to carry on.
John, sorry to interrupt. Let's go to Redcar now. This is a seat being defended by the Liberal Democrats. The MP who took it rather to his surprise has stood down, so the new candidate is Josh Mason. Redcar in the northeast here.
Christopher Harper, UK Independence Party, UK, 7,516.
Of course, a seat formerly held by the late Mo Mowlam.
The North East Party, 389. Mason, Josh Davis, Liberal Democrats, 7,558. Crinkly, Peter, the Green Party, 880. Turley and Catherine, Labour and Cooperative Party, 17,900.
So Labour recapture Redcar. They take Redcar from the Liberal Democrats. That's the second seat they've taken from the Liberal Democrats tonight. They also took Burnley earlier on this evening. More bad news for Nick Clegg and his party.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 163. The ballot papers were rejected for the following reasons. Ballot papers rejected because they did not bear the official mark, 0. Ballot papers were rejected because votes were given for more than one candidate, 50. Ballot papers rejected because there was something written or marked on the ballot paper by which the voters could be identified, 1. Ballot papers rejected because they were unmarked or voted for uncertainty.
So that is Redcar, which is red again. Labour taking that back. They've held it for a long time. The Liberal Democrats won it because there was an issue over closure of a local steelworks, but they've now lost it again. They've been losing a lot tonight. That's the second seat they've lost to Labour. However, Tim Farron is back. Some people see him as a potential leader should Nick Clegg lose his seat. Let's just... and there is Tim Farron tonight, looking slightly woeful. As they come stage, he's half of the Liberal Democrat Parliamentary Party at the moment, colleague pointing out to me. Well, let's talk to Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher, about this, about what's happening to Liberal Democrats, and perhaps we'll talk a bit about Wales as well.
Well, that last one, Cardiff Central, Adam, that was a big gain for Labour. Not necessarily doing particularly well across Wales, but enough to capture that seat where a lot of students were in that constituency and produced that win for the Lib Dems in 2010. They simply have deserted the party. Redcar special case there, as you say, a closure of a large steelworks. The sitting candidate didn't stand, and the model of the exit poll demonstrates that where a new candidate stood for the Lib Dems, their vote share will go down even greater than elsewhere.
Yeah.
So it's everything was going against them in Redcar, and we see there pictures of the Liberal Democrat leader, Farron, president rather, winning his seat, but how many of his colleagues will be left at the end of this election, we don't really know yet.
Should just point out that Neil Kinnock's son has been elected as an MP in Aberavon, not so far from his father's Islwyn constituency. He's also married to the Prime Minister of Denmark, Helle Thorning-Schmidt, and she was at the count tonight. Michael, we're just talking about Wales. Going quite well. I mean, not as spectacular, obviously, as it is in Scotland for the Scots nationalists, for the Welsh nationalists, for Plaid Cymru tonight. Yes, we'd forecast that they would add to their current tally of 3 seats and perhaps take one more, which is almost certainly going to be Ynys Môn. So we need to sort of keep a careful watch on that. But also, we shouldn't leave Wales without talking about the Vale of Clwyd, Adam, where the Conservatives have gained a seat from Labour, and I think that's the first Conservative gain from Labour in this election. It certainly wasn't what the polls were leading us to believe, that there would be Conservative gains, but there is one there in Wales. We're just hearing from Kingston now that it looks as if Ed Davey, Cabinet Minister, has lost his seat.
They knew that the Conservative Party was the party on the side of people who aspired to get on in life and wanted to help people get on in life. And that's why I hope the next Conservative government is able to do that, to create jobs, to create apprenticeships. This is the new Conservative MP, James Berry, giving his speech. I want to thank the people of Kingston and Surbiton who put their faith in me to be their MP and in the Conservative Party. But I will, of course, serve as MP for everyone, whatever their political persuasion. And one thing tonight's turnout does show is that democracy is very much alive and kicking in Kingston and Surbiton tonight. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the people who gave up countless hours of their own... So some very big casualties indeed this evening. Ed Davey, who some saw as the future leader of the party, perhaps the best hope of the centre-right in the Liberal Democrats, has lost his seat to James Berry, who's speaking there in Kingston in southwest London. To John and Caroline Boas, to my chairman Phil Doyle, to the council leader Kevin Davis, to Jenny Lewington, Mavis Cracknell, Jason Hughes, Sam Banton, Terry Payton, Annie Johnson, Rowena Vaz, Claire, Jane, James, Gemma and Lucy. The list goes on. But finally, I'd like to thank my family. My unbelievably patient wife, Nahali, my mum, my sister and my mother-in-law. My dad taught me to think big and that you can achieve anything if you put in hard work. Sadly, he died 2 days after I was selected to fight this seat. Yes, it is. He would have loved to join me on the doorstep. And if I hadn't won tonight, he'd have been telling me there are no prizes. Brilliant. Okay, great. The results will be up online. But more than anything... Well, as this new Conservative MP, Mr Berry, speaks on, worth noting that we've now had results in from more than half the constituencies in Scotland, 29, just on the halfway mark, and the SNP have won every single one of them. Let's just have a listen to what Ed Davey, the defeated Liberal Democrat, has to say.
James Berry on winning tonight. Can I thank all the candidates and join in with James in thanking all the staff here, the counting agents, the returning officer, and of course the police. I'd just like to have 3 other brief thank yous. First of all, to my campaign team, my supporters, my friends, and of course my family, especially my wife. I'd like to single out my agent, Jonah Oliver, who fought a fantastic campaign, and he has a very bright future too. So thank you very much to my campaign team. I'd also like to thank my party for giving me the opportunity to serve as a minister in the coalition, both in the Department of Business, but for the last 3 years as Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change, where I think we took the climate change agenda, both domestic and internationally, to another level. And I'm very proud of my party for standing up for the environment so hard.
Ed Davey, what did he get?
Finally, I'd like to thank the people of Kingston and Surbiton.
I've got that.
They gave me the honour of serving them for 4 elections. And I was always grateful for their support to me. And I believe I've worked hard both for the community and for the individuals. And I've been particularly proud.
This is Brent Central.
Is as follows. Shura Ali, Green Party, 1,912.
Seat formerly held by Sarah
John
Tether.
Boyle, Trade Unionists and Socialist Coalition, 235. Dawn Butler, Labour Party, 29,000.
So Dawn Butler is the MP now for Brent Central.
Noel Coonan, Independent, 145.
Returning to Parliament.
Lauren Patricia Keith, Liberal Democrats, 3,937. Cameron Malik, Communities United Party, 170. Alan Lawrence Mendoza, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,000.
So the Liberal Democrat seats are falling like nine pins. They've just lost Brent Central while that declaration was underway. They've lost Chippenham. That's a gain for the Conservatives. And also a gain for the Conservatives, as we saw in Kingston. Well, joining us now is Lord Finkelstein. He works for The Times. He's also a Tory peer and a close aide of David Cameron. Mr Finkelstein, thank you for being with us. Do you feel sorry for the Conservatives' former coalition partners who are being annihilated?
Yeah, I do actually, because I think they took a very brave decision, a very important decision to support the government's policy, and the problem was that they ran in the last election in 2010 as a party on the left and then ended up governing and trying to be a party of the centre, and I think that's probably what's caught them. This election looks very surprising, of course, from the sort of view of the last few weeks where we've had all these opinion polls, but from a sort of 10-year perspective, it's not that surprising that if you command the centre and the Labour Party goes to the left of you, you win on the economy, people are risk-averse and think they have something to lose, well, you end up with a Conservative victory over Labour. It's not actually as surprising as it sounds.
Well, we don't know if it's a victory yet. I mean, clearly it's a victory over Labour, but it's not an overall majority, which is what we used to be used to with Labour and the Conservatives back in the post-war period.
Yes.
So in that sense, is there much to celebrate as a Tory, other than the fact that you're still in power?
No, that's a very important point. So the Conservative Party's challenge, of course, is to broaden itself out and to try to get more people as part of the Conservative small C coalition. But I think this result shows that it can be done, and the dividends, and it points the way, basically, if the Conservative Party can capture the centre.
OK, Mr Finkelstein, let's go to Dagenham now. Sorry to interrupt. This is where John Cruddas, the Labour Party's manifesto intellectual, is standing.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Capstick Denise Margaret, Liberal Democrats, 717. Cruddas Jonathan, Labour Party, 17,830. Cullen Tess, British National Party, 151. Gadi Kim Elizabeth, English Democrats, Putting England First, 71. Harris Peter, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 12,850. London Terence, 133. Mason Julie, the Conservative Party candidate, 10,492. Simpson Kate Elizabeth, Green Party candidate, 806.
So, John Cruddas holds his seat, but UKIP are in second place ahead of the Conservatives, and the Liberal Democrats are beaten by the Greens, although it looks to me as if both have lost their deposit.
33. D. Being unmarked.
John Cruddas, majority of 4,980.
Total 83. Ballot papers issued 43,133. Turnout 62.
This is Grimsby, a UKIP target, key UKIP target, seat formerly held for Labour by Austin Mitchell, who's retired.
The election held on Thursday, the 7th May 2015. We hereby notice the number of votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Ailing, Victoria Carolyn, UK Independence Party, 8,417. Basant, Steve, Liberal Democrat, 1,680. Holder, Gary, Independent, 390. Dunn, Vicky, the Green Party, 783. Jones, Mark Stewart, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,874. Val, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 173. On Melanie, Labour Party candidate, 13,400. Writing a mark by which the voter identified. 2. Being a mark of holding point in 72. The total number of scored papers being 104. And I hereby declare that Sir Melanie On has been duly...
So Labour hold Grimsby. Melanie On is the new MP. And while that declaration was underway, more gains for the SNP in Scotland. They're now up to 32 out of 32, net gains of 27.
No, any second. You're back here in Doncaster, where I'm joined by Caroline Flint, who's hoping to get her old seat, Don Valley, back. You should find out in the next hour. If you do, that's some good news. Otherwise, it's been a bit of a grim night for your party, hasn't it?
Well, there's more results to come in, and we're hopeful of some more gains, but it has been a disappointing night, particularly, obviously, in Scotland, where a number of friends of mine who have been great MPs have lost their seats, and I'm very sad about that.
Where does it leave Ed Miliband? There's already quite a lot of chaff whizzing around in Labour circles saying he's finished, he'll be out by tomorrow lunchtime.
I think Ed has been great during this campaign, and I think what it showed, given the opportunity through the debates and sometimes a bit more of a level playing field when it comes to the media, people saw a lot more, I think, of what Ed Miliband is made on in the last, if you like, 6 weeks, and sometimes he's had the opportunity to do it in the last 5 years. And I'm very proud of the campaign, but I'm also very proud of the policies, because I do believe, and will continue to believe, that actually, you know, the vision for our country that he set out was that, yes, we want a successful economy, yes, we want to bear down on the deficit and balance the books, but at the same time, ensure that recovery is one in which the majority benefit has traction with the British public. I absolutely believe that. You must have got it wrong somewhere, though, because it didn't resonate with the public sufficiently, by the looks of it. Well, look, clearly, you know, it's been disappointing. I have to say, I think we had a very positive campaign on the issues. What we saw from, I think, the Conservatives throughout this campaign is something that was pretty negative and divisive. First of all, the attacks again that we've seen for the last 5 years on Ed once again, but also, I have to say, the talking up by the Tories of the SNP and the scare tactics of a Labour SNP coalition, even though we absolutely clearly said there will be no deal with the SNP, and that is our position as of now and going forward. Clearly that is something that the Tories used to try and sort of instill some concern in the public here in England and probably in Wales as well. I think, you know, whoever forms the government after tonight, their first job is going to be to unite the country. Because I think it has been very divisive, and I think the SNP and David Cameron and the Tories have to take some responsibility for that.
So if Ed Miliband does decide to step aside, Do you fancy a go? Could you take it in a new direction, give it fresh life?
Look, it's a long night ahead. We've got more results to come in. There is no one party that's going to have an overwhelming majority. It looks like, even on the exit poll, that David Cameron is not going to have the over 70 majority he had when he was part of the coalition. I mean, looking at tonight, most of his coalition partners are losing their seats.
I'm going to thank you because you mentioned the coalition. And we're going over to Sheffield where Nick Clegg's arriving and Anna Botting is there. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, Jeremy, Nick Clegg is on the move, as you can see, awaiting him here in Sheffield Hallam. Just had a briefing, actually, from the Labour camp here. He was looking out the window, first of all. What's the betting that he's been on the phone to all those Lib Dem MPs who've lost their seats so far? For example, Jo Swinson at Dunbartonshire East. Her husband, too, Duncan Hames, just lost his seat at Chippenham. Ed Davey, we just saw as well, the Energy Secretary there. There he is, as you can see, just looking out the window or drawing the curtains, locking up, it looks like, in fact, doesn't it, before he starts to leave curtains perhaps closing on the Lib Dems. And what about him and his fate? Yes, as I was saying, we've just had a briefing from the Labour camp here. They say, once again, it's too close to call. They believe they've won 3 out of the 5 wards, with Nick Clegg winning the 2 other wards, but the turnout is often higher in those wards. The turnout, we already know, is very close to 77%, so extremely high. What next for Nick Clegg? Well, first of all, he needs to see if he manages to win the seat here of Sheffield Hallam. The polls have looked extremely delicate for him, if I can say that, since last January and even before. And we've just seen Tim Farron, a would-be contender possibly for the role of leader, winning his seat comfortably in Westmoreland and Lonsdale. So Nick Clegg on the move here to Sheffield Hallam, potentially a little delayed in hearing the count. It was due at 4:30. Labour certainly believe it was 5:30. Let's get more now from John Craig.
Single of me, okay, right. What's... Well, you join us here in East Renfrewshire, where Jim Murphy, the leader of the Labour Party in Scotland, is one of many high-profile casualties who have been swept aside by the SNP tide. It's well over 30 SNP MPs in Scotland now. With me is the winning candidate here, the person who has defeated Jim Murphy. That is Kirsten Oswald. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Jim Murphy, of course, was the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. A lot of people thought he might survive because of tactical voting. Doesn't look as though that's happened. Why do you think you managed to do so well and defeat someone who, after all, was the leader of the Labour Party in Scotland?
I think it's about the very positive messages of the SNP, and I think it's also about the campaign that we ran on the ground here. We had a huge campaign with so many volunteers who have really basically given up their lives over the last few months to work very hard and to speak to people and listen to people all across East Renfrewshire. And I think that resonates with the SNP's messages too. We're very, very interested in listening to people and then making sure we can give them a stronger voice.
Now, you've got all these SNP MPs at Westminster. What does that mean about another referendum on independence?
Well, what we've said, and Nicola Sturgeon's been quite clear, is that this is a general election and this is not about an independence referendum. The general election doesn't equate to another independence referendum at all.
How disappointed are you that it doesn't look as though that you're going to have that influence at Westminster that Nicola Sturgeon's been talking about? Because Nicola Sturgeon's been talking about locking the Tories out of Downing Street and Mr Cameron out. It looks as though the SNP have locked out Mr Miliband.
I don't think that's right. The arithmetic of that doesn't really add up, and I think that if there have been issues for Labour, then that might be the campaign in England that would be an issue for Mr Miliband. But I think that a strong voice, which the SNP MPs will provide, is going to be absolutely essential if that is the case. And I think that we would be delighted to do that, and also to be a positive and progressive voice for policies being changed across the UK.
Tories here think that Nicola Sturgeon has frightened a lot of English voters into going back to the Tories. What do you think about that?
No, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. We find that we get a very positive response in regard to Nicola Sturgeon, so that's certainly the message that we get on the doorsteps from voters.
And what are the issues that you're going to be fighting on now you've got this big block of SNP MPs at Westminster?
We're really looking for positive and progressive policies that benefit people in Scotland and also across the UK. People are very interested to make sure that there is a health service there for them when they need it, for instance. That's something that comes up a lot here.
But health, of course, is a devolved issue here in Scotland. So why should you be voting on issues about the NHS in England when it's a devolved issue?
Obviously, the funding ultimately will begin in Westminster, so it's very important that these connections are made properly, and that if there is something that affects Scotland, then of course we would want to make sure that we are able to influence that.
What sort of tactics are we going to see from the SNP at Westminster? Are we going to see wrecking tactics, guerrilla tactics and so on?
I don't think that's my experience of the SNP. My experience of the SNP is wholly positive, and people trying to move forward as constructive and sensible members of Parliament, and I'm sure that's how it'll go.
Kirsten Oswald, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So another SNP victor here. Jeremy, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Down here in Doncaster, we're looking at a garage door, one of the highlights of the evening for me so far. But it is Ed Miliband's garage door, which gives it a bit more significance, doesn't it? He's just up the road. That's the garage door he's expected to drive out of very shortly as he leaves his constituency home in the little village of Sutton, near the old one-time mining village of Ascon. Drive the 8 miles or so down to the racecourse here. Let's have a listen.
Morning, Mr. Miliband. Were you stepping down as leader?
How are you feeling, Mr. Miliband?
Silence was the stern response from the Milibands as they got in their car and headed towards where we are here at the racecourse, where the count is going on. Expected to hear his declaration in about 35 minutes time. Sophie Ridge, our political correspondent, been following the Miliband campaign all the way through. A lot of people are already starting to say it's a very grim night for Labour, and particularly for Ed Miliband.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think even those people who are loyal to Ed Miliband, who have helped him with this campaign, are acknowledging that it looks like this is a difficult night for Labour. I think they genuinely didn't expect the results that we've seen so far. The mood in the camp before had been relatively relaxed, certainly when I've been spending the time with them over the last few weeks. So I think the scale of the losses in Scotland and the fact that even in England and Wales as well, it doesn't look like they've had the night they expected. And as a result, this is why sources across the party, some former MPs, for example, saying to me that actually they think that Ed Miliband needs to go as a result.
Interesting, you got a quote from John Mann, who's one of, I guess, the rank and file Labour MPs, suggesting the leadership had one of their great faults was not listening.
Yeah, John Mann is somebody who prides himself as a kind of working class voice, if you like. He says that Labour haven't been listening to voters' concerns about things such as immigration that he's been picking up in his constituency. And he sent out this tweet earlier on this evening where he's saying that actually the leadership should have listened to the warning bells that were sounded by their own MPs. So perhaps some frustration there that what they were advising wasn't getting through to the leadership. And other people who I've been speaking to as well, one of them saying to me that they think that Ed Miliband will be gone by tomorrow lunchtime. So perhaps thoughts in some quarters already turning towards that leadership question.
Do you get the sense that quite a lot within Labour ranks blame Miliband himself for the defeat rather than the policies or the way the campaign was run, that it was him that cost them?
Well, I think there are some question marks about his leadership. I mean, pretty consistently, the Labour Party as a whole has polled better than Ed Miliband and his own approval ratings. Nobody would dispute that in the party. I think there are some bigger picture issues here, though, as well. I mean, what has happened in Scotland has clearly been pretty devastating. Losing Jim Murphy, the Scottish Labour leader, losing Margaret Curran, the Shadow Scottish Secretary. These are issues that can't just be blamed on one person. I think the Labour Party will have to look a little bit deeper to try and find out what went wrong there.
Good. And Ed Miliband we're expecting here in about 10 or 15 minutes' time, so we'll bring you that as he arrives for the declaration of his own Doncaster North seat. From the racecourse at Doncaster for a minute, though, let's hand you back to Ed Conway at the Sky Election Centre.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Just have a look at this. These are the Sky 150. These are live pictures coming from 150 of those marginal key seats. You can see the ones that have been coloured in. Look at all these yellows. East Kilbride, Glasgow East, Dundee West, Falkirk, Kilmarnock. This has been the story of the last couple of hours. It has been the SNP and that sudden surge towards victory across pretty much all of Scotland, certainly all of the seats we've seen so far. Have a look at this. These are all of the seats that we've heard from so far. Look at how much yellow there is there. I want to show you a representation of the UK, which you might find a little striking. This is a map of the UK. Obviously, we've ordered it into each different seat. So each of these hexagons shows you a different seat. Look at Wales there, kind of a lot of it coloured in red. But just go up there, look at the very top, look at Scotland, focus on that. A yellow wash across Scotland. 6 seats previously were SNP. Now they are 38 in counting. We've just had another through. Fife North East, we've just had another through. These results are coming in thick and fast. We still have a number to go in Scotland, but that's 38. Let's just look at this. OK, so look at those top lines, so the main parties that we've been focusing so far. And I'm going to show you, we'll pull those out there, and we'll show you who's been gaining and losing. Look at the Labour line up there. Labour have 80 seats so far, but you can see from this they've gained 6 but lost 32. Now keep an eye on that losses. So 32 losses, where have they come from? Let's pull that out. Look, 31 of those losses are from the SNP, or they're losing those seats to the SNP. And no surprises, this number is high and rising. And the expectation is that's only going to increase, a staggering change in the share of the vote as well. Just look at this. This is the overall change in the share of the vote. Look at the Lib Dems, down 13%, a totally unforgiving result for the Lib Dems. And we saw Nick Clegg a moment ago looking slightly forlorn through the window. And the SNP up by 7.6%. But in a way, that doesn't even tell you the full story of just how well they've done as a result of first past the post system. Finally, I'm going to show you those targets that they're going for, because we'll take you back to this in a moment. But we originally thought that these were the realistic ones that the SNP would go from, starting from here. This took a 6% swing, Ochil and Perthshire South, an 8% swing here. Instead, it's more or less irrelevant. They've continued. But here's an interesting thing. Orkney and Shetland. There is a seat in Scotland that has gone to the Lib Dems, that has not gone to the SNP. But other than that, just look at this board. Yellow all the way, and still a number of these results. Inverness, Danny Alexander's constituency, we are going to hear from very soon, and it's not looking particularly good for the Lib Dem Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Jeremy.
Ed, one of the traditional bellwether seats has been Basildon, particularly Basildon South. We've already heard Basildon and Billericay being declared, but Basildon South is an old Conservative seat, and if Labour were to make any inroads, then they really need to grab that one. Let's see how it's going. Afua Hirsch keeping an eye on that for us. What's the atmosphere like there, Afua?
Well, as you said, this has always been a bellwether seat, and if the exit polls are anything to go by, then we'd expect it to go to the Conservatives. But this is a really keenly fought seat here. The Conservatives currently hold it, but it's one of the key target seats for Labour, and UKIP are expecting strong support here. Their candidate, Ian Luders, the former Lord Mayor of London, and locals say that he's very popular on the campaign trail. So anything could happen here. We saw in the main Basildon seat, Basildon and Billericay, that UKIP had a very disappointing result. They came in third behind Labour. But Snap polls just last month showed that UKIP comes second in this constituency behind the Conservatives and Labour in third. It's all too close to call at the moment. At the same time, UKIP have had a pretty rocky ride here. If you remember, the ex-Tory who defected to UKIP and was going to stand in this seat, Neil Hamilton, he had to step down after his expenses became a scandal reported by Channel 4 News. Following that, the next candidate, Kerry Smith, had to step down after another undercover sting found him using racist and homophobic language. So UKIP are on their third candidate here now, Ian Luder, who seems a much more safe pair of hands. But there's a real sense that we're not quite sure how it's going to go. Now, they're just about to announce the result here. You can see all the candidates gathering around the podium. I've been speaking to all of the candidates here tonight. The Conservative, Stephen Metcalfe, he says that he's quietly confident. He's had a lot of support on the doorstep as he's been going round, and that if that translates into votes, he thinks he will be in with a chance. But at the same time, the Labour candidate, Mike Lasserf, says he thinks that polls have underestimated the Labour support and that speaking to people, they've been very disillusioned with what's happened over the last 5 years. So anything could happen here. We're going to get the result any minute now.
Afua, what have you sensed have been the big issues there? What is it that's got people out to the polls and that they're most concerned about?
Well, this is an interesting seat because it's Essex heartland. Many people here who support the Conservatives have said that they have small businesses, they believe in enterprise and entrepreneurialism, that they feel that the economy is in safer hands with the Conservatives. There's also a lot of concern about immigration, and I think that is indicative in the UKIP support. In fact, in Basildon South and East Thurrock, the seat we're waiting for now, the BNP came higher than UKIP in the last election. So there's lots of tensions over things like immigration here, and that's something people talk about a lot.
Afua, thanks very much indeed. We'll go there as soon as we see the declaration starting to unfold. In the meantime, back to you, Adam.
Thank you very much indeed, Jeremy. Well, let's just recap where we are in this election campaign. So far, Labour have 89 seats. They've lost 28. The bulk of those, of course, to the SNP in Scotland. The Conservatives have 51. That is a gain of 2. The SNP have a sensational 40, all but 1 seat in Scotland. They've gained 35. The Liberal Democrats, they have 3. They are being slaughtered tonight. They've lost 9 net already, and UKIP have yet to score. Amongst the others, the DUP have taken back Belfast East from the Alliance, but they've also lost 1 seat to the UUP. Now, these are the shares across the country tonight, and bear in mind this reflects the parts of the country that have reported. We only have about 150 constituencies reporting so far. Labour ahead with 34% of the vote, Conservatives 26%. And look at UKIP, they are at 10%, they are up 8.3%, and that really does give you the story of the night. Not much business taking place in Labour and Conservatives. SNP up 7.6%, UKIP up 8%. This is Erewash in the East Midlands.
Do hereby give notice of the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election.
Maggie Throop defending the seat for the Conservatives, a Labour target.
Catherine Helen, 17,052. Garnet, Martin Charles, 1,658. Highlands, Ralph Timothy, 1,184. Rose Philip, 7,792. Throop Maggie, 20,000.
And we can cut now to Nick Clegg arriving at his count with his wife Miriam Gonzalez. A lot of talk that Nick Clegg may resign tonight, announced that he's stepping down.
Do you not regret taking your party into coalition? Was coalition worth it, Mr. Clegg?
Not clear yet whether Nick Clegg will hold on to his seat, although the last exit poll suggested he would.
Cheers. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
This is Hornsey and Wood Green. We can go to Lynn Featherstone, the incumbent Liberal Democrat MP, of course, Minister as well, Home Office Minister.
Constituency held on the 7th of May 2015, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is
Labour
as follows.
target.
Featherstone Lynn, Liberal Democrats, 18,359. Morrison Clive Winston, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,271. Mosley Jeff, Hoi Polloi, 45. Peters Gordon, Green Party, 3,146. Rahuja Sahel, the Conservative Party candidate, 5,347. Spivey Van, Christian People's Alliance, 118. Sweeney Frank, Workers' Revolutionary Party, 82. West Catherine Elizabeth, Labour Party, 29,000.
Labour take Hornsey and Wood Green. Lynn Featherstone loses her seat. So Lynn Featherstone defeated fairly comprehensively by Labour there. We can have a look at that result.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 62. Writing or remark by which the voter could be identified, 1. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 114. The total rejected was 177. And I do hereby declare that the said Catherine Elizabeth West is duly elected Member of Parliament.
So yet another big scalp for the Liberal Democrats losing their seat. Hornsey and Wood Green, Lynn Featherstone losing. She stood in government as a junior minister in several departments. Yet again, it's turning to be an utterly miserable night for the Liberal Democrats. Nick Clegg has just arrived here in Sheffield, Hallam. So let's go straight now to Bermondsey.
Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 5. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 123, and its total is 206. And the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows: Abrams, Kingsley, Left Unity, Trade Unionist and Socialist, 142. Andrew, UK Independence Party, UK, 3,254. Paul Donald, All People's Party, 59. Coyle Neil, Labour Party, 22,000.
Looks as if Simon Hughes has lost his seat. The expression on his face is not one of victory. 22,000 there for Neil Coyle.
JP, the Conservative Party, 6,051. Steve, Republican Socialist, 20. Hall Lucy E, Independent, 72. Newt Simon Henry Ward, Liberal Democrat, 17,000.
That's it. Simon Hughes has lost his seat. The deputy leader of the Liberal Democrats has been defeated.
Levin William
Barry, the Green Party, 2023. And I do hereby declare that Neil Coyle is duly elected.
So Simon Hughes, who's been an MP since 1983, the Deputy Leader of the party, former President of the party, and of course a Minister in this government, has lost his seat. The new MP is Neil Coyle. Many people thought Simon Hughes could defy gravity on his personal vote, but he hasn't done it. And of course, just before that, we saw Lynn Featherstone in North London also lose her seat. Michael, at the beginning of the evening, when we saw your exit poll and the Lib Dems going down from 57 to 10, we were shocked, but it's being borne out.
It certainly has, and it was natural that if a party was going to lose 47 seats, it would claim some rather big scalps, and arguably Simon Hughes, Deputy Leader of the party, an MP since the famous by-election in 1983, is no more. And this really is a very historic moment in terms of British UK general elections. Simon Hughes has been a key player in the Liberal Democrat rise, and of course he's there present with their demise.
Indeed, just noting that Glasgow Central has gone from Labour to the SNP. That is Anwar Sawa losing his seat there as well. 43 out of 44 seats in Scotland so far have gone to the SNP. Conservatives hold Richmond Park. Let's go to Alex Salmond's seat in Gordon, and Alex Salmond has won. Let's listen to what the former First Minister of Scotland has to say.
Well, Returning Officer, ladies and gentlemen, could I first offer thanks to you, sir, and your staff for the efficient way in which they conducted and carried through the election today, and to everybody who was associated with the electoral process. Can I thank my fellow candidates for the election that we've conducted? Can I particularly mention those who are conducting an election for the first time? I'm sure that better opportunities will occur in the future, and I wish them well for that political future. I would like to spend a moment thanking my campaign team, my extraordinary campaign team, led by my election agent Stuart Pratt, who somehow has managed to guide me through 9 successful election campaigns in the north-east of Scotland. That is more testament to my election agent's abilities, perhaps, than to mine, but thank you, Stuart, in particular, given the circumstances in which you had to conduct this campaign. I look forward to representing the people of Gordon constituency, to whom I now turn my thanks. It is an enormous constituency geographically, from Bucksburn to Riney to Colliston to Huntly, and I look forward to representing every constituent, regardless of their political views, in this election or any other. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a rock wind blowing through the Great Glen of Scotland this morning. There is a swing underway in Scotland, the like of which has not been seen in recorded politics. It is twice the level of any swing recorded in Scotland or indeed across the United Kingdom since electoral records began in 1835. It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country. Now, we don't know what the configuration of the next Westminster Parliament will be. But whatever that arithmetic, whatever that configuration, it is inconceivable that such a statement of unity from the people of Scotland, north, south, east and west, could possibly be ignored by any administration of any political complexion. I look forward to joining an extraordinarily talented Scottish National Party team, extraordinary women and extraordinary men who will make the strongest, most articulate group from Scotland that Scottish politics has ever seen. Scotland has asked to speak with a united voice. That voice will be made clearly for Scotland in the next Westminster Parliament. Thank you very much indeed.
So, Alex Salmond saying a Scottish lion has roared and saying that must be taken into account. This is Clacton, Douglas Carswell, standing for UKIP.
Grace David Orbiton, Liberal Democrats, 812. Southall Christopher John, Green Party, 1,184. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,205. Young Timothy John, Labour Party, 6,364.
So Douglas Carswell, that is the first UKIP MP to be elected at a general election. He, of course, has defeated himself. He won it as a Conservative in 2010. But look at that, his majority is down to just over 3,000, whereas he had over 10,000 at the by-election last year. UKIP are on the board. Douglas Carswell is elected for Clacton. But while that declaration was being made, two further losses for the Liberal Democrats, both picked up by the Conservatives, including Eastleigh, which they managed to hold at a by-election. They lost that, and they lost Cheltenham as well.
Officer, to your team, to the police, today in our part of Essex, democracy ran very smoothly. Thank you. Thank you too to my fellow candidates. Taking part in an election is quite an undertaking. You expose yourself to a bit of scrutiny, a bit of criticism. It takes a certain spiritedness to do it, and you did so with good grace and good nature, and it was a good, open, honest competition. Above all, I thank local voters for electing me as your Member of Parliament. To me, there is no greater honour than to be a member of the House of Commons in this country. As your MP, I've always answered directly to you. You are my boss. I will never forget that. Here in our part of Essex, people voted for UKIP, and they got UKIP. Yet across the country, about 5 million people will have either voted for UKIP or for the Green Party. Those 5 million people will be lucky to get a tiny handful of MPs in the House of Commons. That failure to translate those 5 million votes into seats is less a reflection of how my party or the Green Party campaigned. Rather, it tells us how dysfunctional our political system has now become. Approximately 4 times more people voted either for the Greens or for UKIP than for the SNP, and yet the SNP is expected to get many more times the representation. Over the coming days, ministers will meet with Mandarins to discuss a programme for government. I hope that those vying to get their hands on the levers of power will have the modesty to remember that there are many people who feel underrepresented. They represent parties, the ministers represent parties with hardly a third of the popular vote. I hope they will be humble and modest enough to remember that. I hope they'll remember millions of people, not just Greens and UKIP, but millions of people who feel they no longer have representation. The time for political reform is now. Westminster has become a cartel. Too much of our politics is arranged for the convenience of established politicians. So much about Britain is so much better than it's ever been. We live longer, happier, healthier lives. We're more prosperous than a generation ago, from online shopping to iPlayer. We have endless choice and competition. We're more tolerant and more equal than we've ever been before. So much is so much better, except when it comes to how we do our politics. I'm absolutely convinced that one day we will look back and we will marvel that it took us so long to make our politics better and to improve it. With a bit of choice and competition, we can make Westminster work. As a UKIP MP, I will work with anyone from any side of the political spectrum who's serious about real political reform. Thank you and good night.
So Douglas Carswell there, a thoughtful contribution. Some people think he might be the next leader of UKIP if Nigel Farage doesn't get elected tonight. We'll hear about that in a moment. Should just say a few other interesting results coming in. This is Thurrock. The Conservatives have held Thurrock. This was a key UKIP target. Jackie Price there is back. Jackie Doyle Price.
Tim Aker, UK Independence Party, 15,718. Jamie Barnes, Cannabis is Safer Than Alcohol Party, 244. Polly Billington, Labour Party, 16,156. Jacqueline Doyle Price, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,692.
So by 400 odd votes, Jackie Doyle Price holds her seat for the Conservatives. That was both a UKIP and a Labour target. Polly Billington coming in second there, but no prize for her. I should also say that in Enfield, Nick Dubois, the Conservative, has lost the seat, which means return to Parliament for Joan Ryan of Labour.
79 votes. Abayomi, Christy Lolu, All People's Party, 31 votes.
Orpington is held by the Conservatives. That means that Joe Johnson, Boris Johnson's brother, is returned. He wrote the Conservative manifesto.
77,566. Ballot papers issued, 49,690. The turnout, 64.07%. And I do hereby declare that Jacqueline Doyle Price, the Conservative Party candidate, is the winner of the election.
Well, Tim Aker, the defeated UKIP candidate, he wrote the manifesto as well. Polly Billington, a former advisor to Ed Miliband, but beaten by Jackie Doyle Price, who holds the seat in Thurrock.
5 years ago, I was proud to have, against the odds, won the election.
Let's go and listen to Alex Salmon talking to journalists now.
The political direction of the country. The Scottish turnout is vastly up in the last general election. It's hardly moved in England at all. So we're dealing with a different nation and a better nation, and that nation has spoken clearly with one voice.
And what happens now with deals with Westminster? You said that you would try and lock the Tories out.
Well, that's still the aim. We're still to see what the final arithmetic is at Westminster, but Nicola has outlined that strategy very clearly, and we'll pursue that strategy. But whatever happens, this is such an overwhelming mandate for the Scottish people, for the Scottish National Party. It raises two issues. Well, I mean, one is the strength of that statement of intent from Scotland. Can any Westminster government, regardless of majority, minority, any political complexion, possibly ignore that? I don't think so. And secondly, the question that Nicola raised...
Well, we're seeing Vince Cable, who always looks somewhat anxious arriving at his count, but bearing in mind that we've seen some big Lib Dem figures lose their seats so far. Ed Davey, Joe Swinson, Lynn Featherstone, Simon Hughes, and we hear bad things about his cabinet colleague, Daniel Alexander in Inverness. It will be interesting to see what happens to Vince Cable. That declaration not far off, nor is the declaration with the Prime Minister and Tory leader David Cameron, Kay.
That's exactly right, Adam. It's been a long old night. We have been waiting. I think they're they're almost on time. It has to be said. As you can see, Jeremy is there in Doncaster as well. Jeremy, we are expecting the Prime Minister to take to the stage in just a few moments' time. This is a safe Tory seat, so there's no likelihood whatsoever that he will be losing his seat. I saw him a little bit earlier on, smiling from ear to ear, not saying very much, not the same way your candidate is.
Can you imagine the contrast in emotions between these two men tonight, Kay? Very different feelings. We saw Ed Miliband leave his constituency home in Sutton not that long ago, and he looked downbeat, as my colleague who was there alongside him said. He and his wife looked beaten, if anything. It was as their Close entourage were saying far from the evening and the outcome they'd expected. It wasn't how they'd read it. It's pretty clear they had misread the polls of the last few weeks. It had perhaps energised and enthused them and given them more optimism than has been they had any right to expect. And when the exit polls came tonight, it was a bit of a hammer blow. And it's been, in the words of several of the leading Labour figures I've talked to tonight, like David Blunkett and Jack Straw, who are both standing down, of course, this election, they both called it a grim evening and a day from which Labour would need to have some serious heart-searching to think about how they recover and set themselves back on the track again. Kay.
Yeah. I certainly saw a tweet a little bit earlier on and sources suggesting, Labour sources suggesting that they will have to regroup, and some even suggesting, I believe, Jeremy, that Mr Miliband may well be gone by lunchtime tomorrow. In fact, today now, isn't it, 4:30 in the morning? As far as Mr Cameron is concerned, he had a hearty dinner with his wife a little bit earlier on, before arriving here at the count, and he will be taking to the stage in just a few moments' time. Gillian Joseph's in Clacton for us.
Yes, Kay, with Douglas Carswell, the winning contender constituency, were you ever in any doubt?
Well, I don't take anything for granted, but it was nice to see things stack up on the table. But I'm pleased with the result. But you know, it's yeah. I don't like to assume anything.
Quite a reduced majority, though, almost 4,000. Last time round, you were looking at figures of 12,000.
Absolutely. I always knew this was going to be a higher hurdle. My move was a two-fence race, if you like, and I knew I had to clear the higher hurdle. This is the first time I've fought an election where my share of the vote's gone down. I've got a bit of work to do, but I'm pleased. A win's a win.
Disappointing?
No, a win's a win.
Did you have an inkling that perhaps the majority might be reduced as much as it was? There was an anti-UKIP march on Saturday in Clacton-on-Sea.
I actually think the anti-UKIP march actually actively helped me, because it was people from outside coming in and being quite sort of aggressive and strident. You know, I think the really important thing in politics is to reach out to people and not use that sort of strident language. So what I tried to do here in Clacton was to be a local champion and to talk about the change that I think the country needs and that Clacton needs. But, you know, 3,000 majority, I'm very happy with that.
OK, Douglas Carswell, thank you. We're going to a declaration now.
We're going now to Uxbridge, and Boris Johnson coming onto the stage for the declaration. Don't think there's much controversy about the likely outcome here. This is a safe Conservative seat. Boris Johnson taking his cup with him. Oh, we're leaving it behind. But Boris Johnson will obviously give a speech, whether he wins or loses. Also getting the result in at the moment from Rossendale and Darwin, where Jack Straw's son, Will Straw, is seeking to unseat the Conservatives.
I, Lloyd White, being the acting returning officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Michael Francis Cox, Liberal Democrats, 2215. Michael Doherty, Independent, 39. Jack Duffin, UK Independence Party, 6346. Gary Harvard, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 180. Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 72. James Franklin Jackson, 14. Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,500.
That should be enough. Boris Johnson is an MP again, this time for Uxbridge and Ruislip South, formerly, of course, for Henley.
Jane Lawrence, the Realist Party, 18. Graham Lee, Green Party, 1414. Sabrina Shafika Musa.
Meanwhile, Jack Straw's son Will has failed to be elected in Rossendale. The Conservatives hold
Labour
Rossendale
Party,
and Darwin.
11,816. Jenny Thompson, Independent, 84. The number of ballot papers rejected was 103, and I hereby declare that the said Boris Johnson is duly elected.
Thank you very much, Mr. Returning Officer. I want to thank you, everybody. I want to thank the police. I want to thank everybody who's been involved in counting so fast. There are more candidates standing, as you can see, than anywhere else in the country tonight, and I think you did an amazing job to get the result in the time that you did. I want to pay a particular tribute to everybody who's been out campaigning with me in the last few weeks and months, and I think it's been a fantastic campaign in London, and we're seeing some extraordinary results come in. I think we can be very, very proud indeed of what we've achieved. I want to thank particularly all the people from Hillingdon Council, that wonderful council, who have been out with me time and time again in the streets of London. And I want to thank Marina, who has thrown herself into this campaign with unprecedented enthusiasm, and in spite of the fact that today, as I have just remembered, is our wedding anniversary. She thought I'd forgotten that one. I want to pay particular tribute to the great Sir John Randall, a wonderful servant of Parliament and of this country and of this constituency. My ambition is to follow in his footsteps, and to that end, as I told you before, I bought 12 years ago a pair of shoes from Randall's of Uxbridge, and my ambition is to do as well as he did. My friends, the people of Britain, after a long and exhausting campaign, have finally spoken. And I don't think we need any fancy constitutional experts to tell us what they were trying to say. I think they have decisively rejected any attempt to take this country back to the 1970s. I think they have decisively rejected old-fashioned and outdated politics of division, and it is clear to me that the people of this country want us to go forward with sensible, moderate policies that this Conservative Party has produced over the last 5 years and that have led to a sustained economic recovery. And I think the people of this country want to go forward with that long-term economic plan for the benefit of everybody in this constituency and across this entire country. And to that end, I renew my pledge to all of you to try many times to work absolutely flat out. And I've listened to the announcements of the other constituencies in the borough of Hillingdon, and I tell you, John McDonnell, yes, John, I will join you. I will lie down with you in front of those bulldozers and stop the construction of that third runway. And yes, Nick, wherever you are, there you are. Nick, I will join you and indeed join John McDonnell in campaigning for the rebuilding of Hillingdon Hospital, which we so urgently need, and by the way, in mitigating the impact of HS2 on our society.
Right, let's go now to Twickenham. This is Vince Cable's constituency. We're also expecting the results for David Cameron's constituency, Ed Miliband's constituency and Nick Clegg's constituency within the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Vince Cable, of course, currently the business secretary. Shaking the hand of the Conservative candidate, Tanya Mathias there. She's the lady in the white dress with the red spots.
I, Jane Bolton, being the returning officer for Twickenham constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate is as follows. Cable, John Vincent, Liberal Democrat, 23,563. Edwards, Barry, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,069. Grant Nicholas Stewart, Labour Party, 7,129. Matthias Tanya Wynne, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,000.
Vince Cable has been defeated. Vince Cable is out. Tanya Matthias, he joins the long list of senior Liberal Democrats to lose their seats tonight. Vince Cable has been defeated.
Stockford, thank you. Stockford, Dominic Francis, Christian Party proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 174. Wedgwood David Dean, Magna Carta Party, 26. Williams Tanya Roulopolis, Green Party, 2,463. The total number of ballot papers that were rejected was 122. The turnout was 77.39%. I hereby declare that the said Tanya Wynne Matthias is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Twickenham constituency.
Well, Tanya Matthias was visited by David Cameron in the final day of campaigning at a garden centre, and now she's a new MP. She's claimed the scalp, a considerable scalp, of the Business Secretary, Vince Cable.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Returning Officer. Thank you for all the staff tonight. Thank you to the police as well. A big thanks to Vince Cable, who has been an amazing local MP, who has served Twickenham for 18 years. And that's an amazing feat of public service. And so many people on the doorstep said what a great local MP he'd been. So it's an absolute privilege to follow. There are so many people that helped me, and we'd be here all night, I'm afraid, or all morning if I went through the whole list. But thank you so much to family, friends, and supporters. There was a little boy, I think about 8 o'clock in the morning at Hampton Wick. He went in with his father. His name's Daniel. I don't know his surname. He said he was going to stay up. So Daniel, yeah, I did it. And also, although Daniel wasn't old enough to vote, that's why we're in politics. It's to make your life better, Daniel, your life better in Twickenham. And a promise I didn't say on the doorstep, but the promise I give to Twickenham. I will be as honest and as hard-working an MP as the late Andrew Horden would have been. He's a young man, contemporary at university, who died young of juvenile onset diabetes. He would have been a brilliant MP, and that's the standard I set myself. Thank you.
So Tanya Matthias, the new MP there, hands the microphone to Vince Cable.
Madam Mayor, it's naturally a very disappointing result, but I do want to very warmly congratulate Tanya Matthias and thank her for very gracious comments a few minutes ago. I think thanks are due to a lot of other people, to the people who've organised this event very efficiently, the returning officer, the staff and the police, but above all, to my army of volunteers who were brilliantly organised on the ground by my friend and parliamentary colleague Baroness Ducey and the rest of the local team here. No reflection on them, the result. The fact is that we were hit by a very well-organised national campaign based on people's fear of a Labour government and the Scottish Nationalists, and we'll see in the days that follow what are the implications of that. But I just want to say for myself that it's been a marvellous experience and a great honour being an MP for this constituency. Unfortunately, this has been a terrible night for our party all over, but I'm absolutely sure that we're going to bounce back both nationally and locally. But thanks to everybody who's supported me through these years. Thank you.
Well, a note of optimism there from an emotional-sounding Vince Cable. The Liberal Democrat hierarchy is being decimated this evening. We're here in Sheffield Hallam, of course, awaiting the arrival through these doors imminently of Nick Clegg. It is extremely close. The Labour camp saying it's too close to call. Will their leader also be taken out? They've lost so many big names, it's almost too many to mention. Lynn Featherstone, Paul Burstow in Sutton and Cheam. We're still waiting, of course, for Danny Alexander up in Scotland. Too many big names to mention. Where do the Liberal Democrats go from here? There is just a rump left now of their party. If they are called into coalition, really, do they have a mandate to do so? That will be the questions. And what about Nick Clegg? Even if he does get elected here in Sheffield Hallam, will he stay in the job? One thinks not, that he cannot stay, given the fact that they are destined to lose so many of their MPs. VE Day commemorations, of course, beginning on Friday. Perhaps the feeling that it would be unseemly to stand down on a day when the focus should be elsewhere. But certainly it does appear that both Nick Clegg and Ed Miliband will be questioning how much longer they stay as leaders of their party. Adam.
Yes, Anna, and even rumours is not certain as yet that Nick Clegg is going to hold his seat, because we have seen some really prominent Liberal Democrats bite the dust, as you were saying. Ed Davey, Joe Swinson, Lynn Featherstone, Simon Hughes, Vince Cable, Paul Burstow, all going. Just look at this chart of the results so far, with 301 out of 650 in so far. Labour have 126, that's down 30. The Conservatives have 102, that's up 7. Most of those are from Liberal Democrats. The SNP have 48, that's up 42. They are gaining across the board. The Liberal Democrats have just 5. They've lost 20 seats already. UKIP, historic moment. Here's Nick Clegg earlier at his home in Sheffield, closing the window and closing the curtain. It is a spectacular night. SNP massacring everyone, the Lib Dems being massacred. Let's go over to Ed Conway.
Yeah, take a look at this, Adam. It really goes to what you were saying a second ago. Just look at that. The Lib Dem share of the vote down 13.8 percentage points. UKIP up rather sharply, but of course that's not converting into seats. They're not being very efficient about that. This is the national share, of course, so the SNP share looks a bit smaller. But have a look at this. Come over here. Look at the top of this map, the seat map we have, representation of the UK, and just look at that, a sea of yellow in Scotland, actually with one orange at the very top. That is a Lib Dem seat, that's the Shetlands. But really staggeringly difficult for the Lib Dems. I'm going to show you the seats that they were defending over the course of the evening and the morning. These were the seats, these were Lib Dem seats, and it shows you the majority that they had at the top. These were the targets they were going for, not much hope of that. And these were Lib Dem seats, the grey ones we haven't yet heard from, but you can see, try and spot the ones they've actually held on to. Carshalton they've held, that would have taken, they had an 8% majority, and that's Southport they've got. The rest of these, Bermondsey, of course, we saw a moment ago. Twickenham, Vince Cable has just gone, and Bath, they had a 24% majority there. What will happen in Sheffield Hallam, Nick Clegg's constituency? We're going to hear from there in a moment. We've been keeping this tally as well of deposits, the number of deposits that the Lib Dems have lost. Remember, last election, they didn't lose a single deposit. Let's look at the constituencies where they have lost deposits. We may not even have space on the screen. In fact, we don't. We don't have space to show you all of them, but I can show you that we have such a swathe. This may well be the most deposits ever lost by a party. We're still about less than halfway through in terms of the number of seats, and they're already kind of breaking these records. It's a kind of disastrous performance when you look at that. An incredibly difficult night for the Lib Dems, Adam.
Well, we are expecting Nick Clegg to arrive here imminently. He had been taken away to a private room, we understand, after he arrived here. We saw the pictures of them closing the curtains and locking up their home in Sheffield. Will he need that rented flat after tonight? Who knows? Deputy Prime Minister, of course, for the last 5 years, leader of the party since 2007, and MP here in Sheffield Hallam since 2005, bidding for a third term, but much more at stake tonight than what happens here. It's what happens now to the Liberal Democrat Party. The exit exit poll saying 10. They, of course, said that simply can't be true. It does not match our private polling, but now accepting this is an utterly devastating night for them. So many big names, of course, have been lost. Vince Cable, as you saw most recently in Twickenham, visited only this week by the Prime Minister David Cameron, who clearly felt that their tails were up there in Twickenham, a seat taken then by the Conservatives. But elsewhere across the country, absolute devastation for them in Scotland. Apart from Orkney and Shetland, the safest of safe seats, that seat has been a Liberal or Liberal Democrat since 1950, the longest run of any parliamentary seat. So perhaps not surprising that that could fend off the rout from the SNP. But really, we are expecting people like Danny Alexander to lose his seat up in Inverness as well. Lynn Featherstone, Paul Burso, Jo Swinson, her husband Duncan Hames. The list goes on and on. It has been an utterly devastating evening for the Liberal Democrats. And what of Nick Clegg then? Well, the polls have been terrible for him until one this week, which suggested that the Tories were going to start voting for him tactically. And then, of course, his great friend came out and said that, revealed some of those private conversations that had been had about the fact that David Cameron had admitted privately to Nick Clegg that they wouldn't get a majority. Now, how would that make Tory voters who might possibly consider voting Liberal Democrat feel? Possibly not. One Lib Dem source saying they've had an utterly horrific performance tonight, and that certainly is the case. Do they have a mandate now, if they were invited into a coalition to make the numbers up for David Cameron, do they have a mandate to join in that coalition party? And really, would it be worth it? If 5 years of government with the Conservatives leads you to 10 MPs, maybe as low as 5 MPs, which they have now, what would 10 years of government with the Tories lead them? Would they be absolutely decimated? Would that be the end of the Liberal Democrats? One hope, I suppose, for them is that they can make some headway in local council elections. Perhaps people vote differently from parliamentary elections. We'll have to wait and see. Many of those, of course, counting tomorrow. But really, for the Liberal Democrats, the gloom has certainly been all-pervading since that exit poll came out. Nick Clegg, of course, what would he do after this? The suggestion is that he has to stand down. Does he really have the mandate from his own party? Can he keep the authority? Then the answer, I think, would have to be no. Would he move to Europe, work back in Europe? That's apparently what his wife Miriam wouldn't mind them doing. He may well bounce back as an individual, but the Lib Dems, they've got a long, long road to get back to where they were in '92, the formation of the party, when they claimed 20 seats. It's going to be worse than that for them tonight. Jeremy.
Anna, it's about 5 minutes now to the declaration here in Doncaster North. It's also Don Valley, Caroline Flint's constituency, and Rosie Winterton's Doncaster Central. They're all three going to be declared in the next few minutes. We can see most of the candidates, apart from Ed Miliband himself. We know he arrived about half an hour ago here at Doncaster Racecourse, ready for the declaration, said nothing when he came in. Sophie Ridge threw a question to him about his future, but he didn't answer that, and he's gone away into one of the ante-rooms here waiting. We're waiting to see him emerge now. And that was the question shouted at Mr. Miliband, his wife Justine, as they arrived earlier, and we haven't really seen them since. They've been taken off to one of the side rooms here in the grandstand. There also you're seeing Sheffield, that's Nick Clegg waiting to hear his fate. So there's three party leaders about to hear the declarations in Witney in Oxfordshire for David Cameron, for Nick Clegg in Sheffield Hallam, and in Doncaster here for Ed Miliband. Very different outcomes, very different futures, very uncertain futures, certainly for two men potentially tonight. It looks like David Cameron is the only one who is more likely to know which direction he's going in from today. Once the votes are all in, Anna Botting in Sheffield, how does Nick Clegg look? He looks a little anxious.
a little anxious, Jeremy, but a round of applause, as you can hear there, from Liberal Democrat activists as Nick Clegg takes to the stage to hear the declaration for Sheffield Hallam. MP here since 2005, Deputy Prime Minister as well.
Any candidates who wish to join me on the platform, please now join me for the Hallam constituency.
So Nick Clegg shakes the hands of all those people who have stood against him in this seat.
The acting returning officer at the election held on Thursday, the 7th of May 2015, do hereby give notice. Number of votes for each candidate is cast as follows. Nick Clegg, 22,215. Stephen Clegg, English Democrats, 167. Oliver Coppard, Labour, 19,862. Peter Garbett, Green Party, 1,002. Joe Jenkins, UKIP, 3,575. Carlton Reeve, Independent, 249. Jim Stop the Fiasco Wild, 97. Ian Walker, Conservative, 7,544. There were 121 rejected votes, and I hereby declare that Nick Clegg has been duly elected. Thank you.
Can I thank you, John Mothersole, as returning officer, for all your work and that of your team, and that of all the staff in the polling stations and here at the count as well, and of course to the police and all the emergency services in ensuring that the election has gone so smoothly in Sheffield Hallam. I'd obviously also like to thank all the candidates, all my opponents, perhaps most especially Oliver Coppard, for a very dynamic and vigorous contest which was held in Sheffield Hallam, though I suspect the residents of Sheffield Hallam will be quite relieved that the torrent of campaign literature is now no longer making its way through their letterboxes. I'd like to thank Andy Sangar, my agent, and my wonderful campaign team. I really couldn't wish for a better team of outstanding campaigners and activists. You believe in what you do, and you do it brilliantly. Thank you very, very much indeed. And of course, I'd like to convey my thanks to Miriam, who is here, and our three little boys who are not. It is not always easy to have a husband and a father in a family where I've been involved for 10 years now in the sometimes brutal front line of British politics. But above all, my thanks goes to the residents of Sheffield Hallam who have once again shown their confidence in me, and I'm very, very grateful and humbled by their confidence in me. I know, of course, that many voters did not support me this time and had done so previously, and my message to them is very simple. It is the greatest honour of my political life to have served this wonderful part of this wonderful city, and I will always work diligently in Westminster on all of their behalves, on behalf of all communities and all families across Sheffield Hallam. Turning to the national picture, it is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats. And I will be seeking to make further remarks about the implications of this election, both for the country and for the party that I lead and for my position in the Liberal Democrats when I make remarks to my colleagues in the Liberal Democrats later this morning when I return to Westminster. Thank you very much.
So Nick Clegg indicating that he will be speaking to the rump of his party about his future before announcing to the rest of us what he intends to do. As he said, it has become painfully clear this is a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats, profound implications for the country and profound implications for this party. But the fact that he has held on to his seat is a silver lining, I suppose, for the Liberal Democrats in a very dark cloud. It has been an incredibly gloomy night for them. Many, of course, predicted this when they decided to go into coalition with the Conservatives 5 years ago. As he makes his way out, lots of decisions, no doubt he's already made them. Perhaps, as we know, he may well go straight down to London, to Westminster, the VE Day commemorations beginning, of course, on Friday. All of the party leaders involved in that. He will, from what we gathered there, be speaking to his party and then, no doubt, will announce his future. Can he hold on as Liberal Democrat leader, having been utterly decimated by the polls? Let's go to Whitney now and Kay Burley.
Anna, thank you. Want to bring in Boris Johnson as we wait for the results here in Whitney. It really is a foregone conclusion, very safe Conservative seat, and it certainly is in Uxbridge as well now. Mr Johnson, congratulations. What's it like being back in Parliament?
Thank you very much, Kay. Well, it's fantastic, and obviously my congratulations really are to the people who've been campaigning in London. Obviously, we're very sad to have lost some great London MPs tonight, but you've also seen extraordinary success by Conservatives in London, in Twickenham, I think, in Kingston, in Sutton. These are areas. I frankly, last week I've been campaigning in all of those areas. I never thought we'd win Twickenham. It's absolutely fantastic to see what's happening there, and clearly, Kay, tonight is an astonishing night for the Conservative Party if you consider where we were only a few hours ago, which was, looking at polls saying it was neck and neck. It turns out the British people had the most amazing surprise up their sleeve.
What happened? What changed the polls, do you think? The polls aren't usually this wrong. Well, no, the polls very often are completely right, but on this occasion, the opinion polls, all 11 of them, were totally wrong in my view. And I think it's because they underestimated the great latent, immanent common sense of the British people when faced with that choice. Do you want to go backwards to failed 1970s style policies of socialism under Ed Miliband, or do you want to go forwards with sensible, pragmatic, inclusive one nation policies that the Conservatives have been trying to advocate that are going to take this country forward? And I think the mistake of Ed Miliband, and that this is what I imagine the post-mortem will reveal, is that he basically vacated the centre ground that Tony Blair had squatted on with so authoritatively. He moved his party off to the left, and I think he's left the field open for a sensible centre-right party to develop policies that are ready for the benefit of everybody in the country. And that, I think, was the goof. Okay.
And that explains where we are today.
OK, but you can't get carried away, Mr Johnson, let's be honest. Only 1 seat in Scotland, you have retained that, but it does look as though the SNP are going to have 50-odd, and they are going to be a thorn in your side in Westminster.
Now that's a very good point, Kay, and I think we've got to focus on that as a country. We've got to look at the reality of what has happened to Scottish politics and to politics in England, and we've got to think of a way of keeping the show on the road and making sure that we perpetuate our great United Kingdom. And I think that can be done. And by the way, I think that lots and lots of people who voted Scottish nationalist do not in their heart of hearts actually want to sever all links or to break up the UK in quite the dramatic way that you might think. I think that people will want to keep together many elements of that union. Whatever happens to be the crown, the passport, a sense of identity, common defence policy, all those things I think people will want to keep together. What we need to do now is to sit down together in no great rush and to work out what could be a new settlement, a new federal solution for this country. And I think it should also involve, by the way, more empowerment of cities like London and Manchester, giving local people more of a say over the taxes they raise and a say over their own destiny. I think that is the way forward for our country.
Mr. Johnson.
It would be economically
Mr. Johnson,
sensible as well.
Just hearing that Esther McVey has lost her seat. Esther McVey has lost her seat, so there's no room for complacency at all, which tends to suggest that you're going to have to do a deal with somebody. Given what's happening as far as the Lib Dems are concerned, they've been completely destroyed this evening. Who are you going to do deals with, do you think, in order to get over that line?
I think, honestly, Kay, obviously we can't tell whether this exit poll is completely accurate, but it seems to be being more or less borne out by events. Esther's been a fantastic MP. She was subject to a particularly virulent and unpleasant campaign to unseat her. I'm very, very sorry that she's gone. But overall, what we're seeing, I think, is a Conservative Party, much to everybody's surprise, actually being miles ahead of the Labour Party in Parliament, and that is what counts. And I think that David Cameron has massive authority to govern now, to take the country forward, to proceed with all the measures that we want. I think he will do. I think he will do. I think the government of the country must be carried on, and there is no alternative.
He has to have the support of the House to do that, and in order to have the support of the House, he needs to have not only the most seats and the popular vote as well, but he needs to be able to get the Queen's speech through, and in order to do that, he needs to be able to have a working majority.
Okay, let's wait and see whether or not what the night yields. Let's see what the night yields. It may be that even that possibility is there. So, I don't exclude that. And what is certainly the case is that most people looking at this result, if you're asked to say, well, who won the election, the answer is plainly the Conservative Party, in the sense that they are miles the biggest supplier of parliamentarians to our seat of democracy at Westminster, and that it is up to them to form a government and to take the country forward. And that is what David Cameron, I'm sure, is going to be saying in a few hours' time.
Mr. Johnson, thank you.
Right, let's go to Broxtowe. This is where the junior minister, Alistair Soubry, is defending. It should be fairly high on Labour's target list.
Kirwan, David, Green Party, 1,544. Palmer, Nicholas Douglas, known as Nick Palmer, Labour Party, 19,876. Soubry, Anna Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 24,000.
So Anna Soubry holds her seat, and indeed with an increased majority. That's more good news for the Conservatives. While Kay was talking to Boris Johnson, we also saw the Conservatives take the seat of Southampton Itchen, formerly held by the Labour Minister John Denham, who has stood down from Parliament. And the Conservatives also got on the board in Scotland. David Mundell holding on in Dumfries. This is Esther McVey, who has just lost her seat in Wirral West, the minister there.
All of those people who voted for me.
It's a funny old business, isn't it? From employment minister to, well, I mean, I don't have to say it. I mean, it's a. What are you feeling tonight?
Well, that's how politics works. I always knew I was taking on a tight marginal seat. It was tight in 2005, I lost. In 2010, I won. In 2015, I've lost. But you know what?
What went wrong?
Well, I increased my share of the vote, but the people of Wirral West spoke. I wanted to come home and represent my area. I was the only Conservative MP on Merseyside, and it just shows we've got a lot more to do to win a seat back on Merseyside.
Boris Johnson's just been saying that you were a very effective MP, but you, he says, suffered from a very virulent campaign against you. Do you agree with him?
Well, I want to thank him for his kind words, but yes, that did happen, and we know that. We've read it all in the media, and I saw it all. But look, at the end of the day, I believe in politics. I want to represent...
Well, that's the TV presenter Esther McVey, who's lost her seat. This is now Holborn and St Pancras, a safe Labour seat normally. Keir Starmer, Sir Keir Starmer, the former Director of Public Prosecutions, taking over from Frank Dobson. But Natalie Bennett, also the Green leader, standing in this constituency.
Will Blair, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,014. Jill Aileen Fraser, Liberal Democrats, 3,555.
Well, Natalie Bennett gets more than twice what the Liberal Democrat got.
Vanessa Helen Hudson, Animal Welfare Party, 173. Shane Martin O'Donnell, Cannabis is Safer Than Alcohol, 252. David O'Sullivan, For Socialism Against Austerity and War, 108. Maxine Spencer, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 2,740. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 29,062.
So Labour hold Holborn and St Pancras. Well, very little doubt about that. But Sir Keir Starmer, the former Director of Public Prosecutions, is now a Labour MP with a massive majority of 17,000.
The number of ballot papers rejected were voting for more than one candidate, 86. Writing or mark by which voter can be identified, 0. Unmarked, 1. Void for uncertainty, 132. Total rejected votes, 219. And higher be declare that Keir Starmer has been duly elected.
We can have a look at that result, I think. And Natalie Bennett coming in a creditable third there, the leader of the Green Party coming third in the constituency in which she lives of Holborn and St Pancras.
Can I thank the returning officer, Mike Cook, and all the staff who've done such a brilliant job this evening. Can I also thank all the other candidates for the very positive campaign that they've
we've
run.
now had more than
And
half
small
the
climate
results in tonight, 350 out of 650, as you can see at the bottom of your screen here. At the moment, because of the seats coming in, Labour are slightly ahead of the Conservatives. We think that will change. But look at that, 50 already for the SNP in Scotland. Only 2 seats they haven't won so far. 1 in Orkney for the Liberal Democrats and 1 for the Conservatives in Dumfriesshire. Let's go over to Ed Conway for more on the picture of the night. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Just have a look at this. These are the kind of battlegrounds between Labour and the Conservative Party. We're now starting to talk about that, aren't we? We've had a lot of SNP results there in the last few hours, but now it's this question mark over whether the Tories can get a majority. Now, first of all, let's deal with the question of Labour and the targets that they were aiming for. They simply haven't been getting all of them. These are the ones that they were going for. They were primarily Conservative to start off with in the last election. This is the amount of swing they needed to try to win them. So if they got it up to 1% swing from the Tories, they theoretically should have been winning these seats. Now, there are some aberrations. The old swingometer thing doesn't work as we expected it to, as it has in previous elections. I'll come to that in a second. But the point is, in a lot of these seats, the Conservatives, rather than actually losing ground to Labour, are increasing it. In Ipswich, Benedict Gummer has actually increased his majority against Labour, got a swing of just over 1.7%, and the same in many of these other seats. But there are aberrations. Ealing Central, Brent Central, West Wirral West, where we just saw Esther McVey. they have been losing some seats, and there is this chaos factor. But what about whether they're gaining them? Now, these are the seats that the Conservatives were aiming for, those target seats. They have got some of them. These, again, this is the swing they would need to win the seat. Up to 1%. They didn't get Hampstead and Kilburn. That was the narrowest of all in the UK, apart from, I think there's one in Northern Ireland for Manor, which is a little bit tighter. Southampton, Itchen, they did win. Telford, they did win. We're waiting to hear from Morley and outwards some rumblings there that Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor, could lose his seat. We're going to hear from them in the next few moments. And then over here, these have mainly been kept by Labour, but again, some aberrations. What's going on underneath the surface? I'll show you what's going on here. It's the change in the share of the vote. Look at this big increase from UKIP. UKIP is seeing a big increase in their share of the vote. The Lib Dems are seeing a big fall. And where are those votes from the Lib Dems going to? Well, they're not necessarily going where you'd expect them to. You're not seeing a kind of uniform swing across the country. And this UKIP vote is disrupting the rest of the country. UKIP have one seat. The problem is, for all those extra votes they're getting, they're not necessarily starting to win. Just have a look at this. This shows you the number of seats where UKIP came in second place. So they've won one seat, but just look at the number of places they've come in second place. They're winning a lot of votes against the major parties, which is causing that chaos factor that means there isn't the universal swing you normally expect within these kind of elections. Now, our board is continuing to get populated. You can see London here. This shows you a representation of the UK. London here, a lot of red there, a lot of red in Wales, but we're still waiting for a lot of these kind of rural constituencies, which is where it's going to be decided whether the Conservatives can actually get that majority. But again, one of the stories of the night, and we'll continue to talk about this for some days, weeks, months afterwards, look at the top of the map. Look at Scotland. That is a complete transformation, almost entirely yellow. A few constituencies, actually Dumfriesshire, the Conservatives, unexpectedly perhaps, managed to hang on to Dumfriesshire, and Edinburgh West, the Labour did manage to hold on to. But nonetheless, it's been one of those nights where unexpected things have happened, and really these gains and losses are going to continue to define the course of the evening. Adam, over to you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ed. Well, let's speak to our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. Seems many hours ago now, because it was, Michael, the exit poll. We're going now to Birmingham Hodge Hill. We haven't heard from Birmingham tonight. Liam Byrne, the man who left the note saying there is no money, defending
election
the seat for Labour.
For Hodge Hill constituency, Birmingham, for 7th of May
Should
2015.
be a safe Labour seat.
I hereby declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate is as follows. Benyon Phil, Liberal Democrats, 2,624. Byrne Liam Dominic, Labour Party, 28,069.
That'll do it. Liam Byrne holds Birmingham Hodge Hill.
Chauffeur Andy, Communist Party of Britain, 153. Duffin Albert William, UK Independence Party, 4,651. Molan Kiran John, the Conservative Party candidate, 4,707.
Well, we're seeing there that the SNP have
Nash
gained Dumfries and Galloway. It does look as if they're going to be 56 SNP MPs and then one each from Labour, Conservatives and Liberal Democrats in what was formerly an absolute Labour stronghold. So that really is part of the explanation of why Labour are doing so poorly tonight. As Ed was saying, mild switches of seats between both ways between Labour and Conservatives, but really where Labour and indeed the Conservatives are picking up in England is from the Liberal Democrats.
Total turnout 54.85%.
Liam Byrne,
Now I would invite Liam Byrne,
key figure on the Blairite right of the Labour Party. Be interested to see what he says about the national picture.
Lord Mayor, it's a real honour to be introduced tonight by a man I am very proud to call my fellow public servant in the Highchill constituency.
This is Normanton, the seat of Yvette Cooper, the Shadow Home Secretary.
Thank you.
And of course, Mrs. Ed Balls.
I, Joanne Roney, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford ward,
Another safe
held on
Labour
the
seat.
7th of May 2015, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Cooper, Yvette, Labour Party, 25,213.
That's an increase in her vote on
Garbett,
last time. I think we
Nathan,
can safely say Yvette Cooper
UKIP,
has been re-elected.
9,785. Edward Hugh Christian Macmillan Scott, Liberal Democrats, 1,330.
Edward Macmillan Scott, former Conservative MEP.
Bethany Joy Prescott, known as Beth Prescott, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,569.
So UKIP comes second in Normanton and Pontefract, a little bit ahead of the Conservatives.
Yvette Cooper is duly elected.
Might be worth hearing from Yvette Cooper tonight. It's been a long night for her.
The number of rejected ballot papers was 183.
This is Charles Kennedy's seat. Yeah, we'll be going there shortly. Let's listen to Yvette
Joanne
Cooper.
Roney and all of her team, people who've been up all through the night, for the police as well, and particularly my thanks to people in Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford and Nottingley for re-electing me. It is a great honour to represent our towns. Can I also thank Les Shaw, my agent, and so many of the Labour campaigners in our constituency, across Wakefield District, across Yorkshire and across the country who have worked so hard in this election. We have fought for the National Health Service that we cherish, to stand up for families who have been let down or left behind. We have fought against injustice and fought for our Labour progressive values. But we face particular challenges. The strength of nationalism in Scotland, and we recognise the votes that have been won from us by the SNP, and also the nationalism that the Conservatives have sought to promote in England. And I fear the politics of division, a politics that can pull us apart rather than draw us together and recognise the strength of our common endeavour. And it is a politics of division.
Let's go to Charles Kennedy's seat in Ross, Skye and Lochaber.
I, Steve Barron, officer for the Ross, Skye and Lochaber constituency, declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate was as follows. Philip Andrew Anderson, UK Independence Party, 814. Ian Blackford, Scottish National Party, 20,119. Ronnie Campbell, 191. Chris Conniff, Scottish Labour Party, 2,043. Charles Peter Kennedy, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 14,000.
Charles Kennedy is out. Charles Kennedy has been defeated. Former leader of the party. And this now is Doncaster, where Ed Miliband is waiting for the declaration in his constituency. And Jeremy Thompson is there, of course. Jeremy.
Finally, after a long, long wait, Ed Miliband has finally emerged in the last few minutes and done a circuit of the great counting hall beneath the grandstand here at the race course, where the three counts, all three Doncaster seats have been counted. Now we're seeing the returning officer, John Holt, he's the High Sheriff of South Yorkshire, ready to read out the results. Doncaster North.
I, John Holt, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Doncaster North constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Alan David Stewart, English Democrats, putting England first, 448 votes. Baker Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,005 votes. Brick Nick the Flying, the official monster raving loony party, 162 votes. Fletcher Mark Peter, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,235 votes. Jackson Mary, Trade Union and Socialist Coalition, 258 votes. Kennedy Pete, Green Party, 757 votes. Miliband Ed, Labour Party, 20,708 votes.
Ed Miliband elected, no big surprise there. The question is, what is his future?
Parkinson Kim, UK Independence Party, 8,928 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to, 80. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 2. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 84. A total of 166. And I do hereby declare that Ed Miliband is duly elected.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking my fellow candidates. I want to thank the returning officer. I want to thank the police, and I want to thank the brilliant staff of Doncaster Council for dealing with all of the intricacies of today's count. I also want to thank, above all, the people of Doncaster North for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament. I want to thank my brilliant Labour Party members who are here today. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of the Labour Party members right across our country who have done such an extraordinary job throughout this campaign. Now, the results are still coming in, but this has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party. Now, I want to say to all the dedicated and decent colleagues in Scotland who have lost their seats that I'm deeply sorry for what has happened. And I also want to say that the next government has a huge responsibility. It has a huge responsibility in facing the very difficult task of keeping our country together. Whatever party we come from, if we believe in the United Kingdom, we should stand up for people in every part of our United Kingdom. Because, you know, I believe that what unites us is much, much more than what divides us. Friends, I'm now going to go to London to await the full results to come through. But I just want to reiterate my thanks to the people of Doncaster North. It is a huge privilege to be your Member of Parliament. It is a huge privilege for you to have placed your trust in me. Thank you very much.
Ed Miliband thanking the other 7 candidates who stood against him tonight. He beat them, as always, fairly convincingly. It's a very safe Labour seat, but there are some very big questions hanging over Mr Miliband as he makes his way through the hall, thanking the returning officer and the staff around, and heads out and no doubt starting to make the journey down to London quite quickly, where there will be the post-mortem will begin pretty swiftly, one imagines. Now, a lot of questions already being raised in Labour ranks about what future he holds as the leader. Can he, after what even he admits was a very disappointing campaign, really hold on to the leadership? So Ed Miliband not hanging around. He dealt really with just the Doncaster question tonight, thanking people here. Briefly said a few words about the national picture, but nothing of his own future, his own plans. He clearly, in the journey back to London, will be doing some very serious soul-searching, one imagines, to decide whether he feels he can carry on leading this party, whether the majority of his party want that after what will now be seen as quite a seriously disappointing campaign, a grim night, in the words of some old stagers like Jack Straw and David Blunkett. They advised Mr Miliband not to act too quickly, not to leave the vacuum that was created after Gordon Brown stepped aside 5 years ago when David Cameron came to power. But as we watch the hall swiftly start to empty here in Doncaster, and Mr Miliband disappearing very quickly to head back to party headquarters. Back to you in London, Adam.
Yeah, Jeremy, what an extraordinary night. And of course, that expression talking about the next government without reference to himself, clearly effectively a concession that David Cameron is going to lead the next government, not Ed Miliband. And we're seeing now Charles Kennedy, who has just lost his seat, the former leader of the party, smiling, talking to Danny Alexander. We haven't had his result yet, but it is expected that Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, will be yet another Liberal Democrat put to the sword tonight. Charles Kennedy is gone. So has Ed Davey, Joe Swinson, Lynn Featherstone, Simon Hughes, Vince Cable, Paul Burstow and Duncan Hames, to name but a few of the Liberal Democrat losses which we've seen tonight. And of course, they have lost everything to the SNP in Scotland, except for that one constituency in Orkney. 11 seats lost to Conservatives, 8 to Labour, 7 to the SNP. This is Birmingham Yardley. This is the seat of John Hemming, Liberal Democrat, held this seat.
Candidate is as follows. Bishop Grant, the Green Party, 698. Clayton Paul Stephen, UK Independence Party, 6,637. Flynn Eamon Kevin, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 135. Hemming John Alexander Malvin, Liberal Democrats, 10,534.
It's not going to be enough.
Johnson Peter Frank, Social Democratic Party, 71. Jess Phillips, Labour Party, 17,129. Forte Oren, the Conservative Party candidate, 5,760.
So Labour take the seat of Birmingham Yardley from the Liberal Democrats. Jess
Marvin
Phillips, the new
Respect,
MP.
Peace, Justice, Equality, 187. The number of rejected ballot paper was 162. Total 41,313. This represents a majority of 6,595 for Jess Phillips.
Well, there's Jess Phillips, the new MP for Birmingham Yardley. Let's get the thoughts now of our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. We can just cut out of that now. I mean, Michael, I can't recall an election night, and I've done a few, where a party has been massacred in the way the Liberal Democrats have been.
No, Adam. And if you remember, right at the outset at 10 o'clock, when we declared the exit poll, quite a number of people were highly sceptical, not so much about the SNP doing well in Scotland, but rather the number of seats projected forward for the Liberal Democrats. And the exit poll was saying that they would lose 47 of their 57 seats, and so far they've only retained 5 of those declared thus far, and some very big scalp indeed, including Vince Cable and Charles Kennedy. And they really have paid a very, very heavy price for being part of the coalition government. And it's not only the seats that they've lost, but also those where in other constituencies where their vote share has really plummeted.
Well, just looking at Ashfield there, that's Gloria De Piero, the Labour candidate on the right of the screen, and the incumbent MP.
Buchanan, Gordon, Michael Alexander, Justice Amendment Boyce, 153 votes. Iguera, Lorraine, Labour Party, 19,000. Harrison, Helen Jane, the Conservative Party candidate, 10,628 votes. Smith, Philip Ashley, Liberal Democrats, 7,030 votes. And I hereby declare that
Gloria De Piero is re-elected in Ashfield. She's also someone tipped by some as a future leader of the party, former television presenter. We saw her Conservative opposite number, Esther McVeigh, lose her seat, but the sister of Connie Hack has been re-elected. This is Tatton. This is the seat of the Chancellor, George Osborne, who looks pretty pleased with the way things have been going this evening, swapping a joke with a Labour activist there. So let's go back to Michael Thrasher. Michael, we're trying to get a picture of the night. Obviously, your exit poll's not going to be spot on, because in Scotland we've seen 3 seats taken by non-SNP, SNP, and you had down for just losing 1. But pretty accurate nonetheless, you believe?
Well, not bad, is it? We estimated 58 for the SNP, and they've got 56. And tactical voting, I think, in Edinburgh South helped Labour hold that seat. Again, in the Borders, the Conservatives doing well. They might actually gain Berwickshire also. So it really is a story of SNP surge in Scotland, albeit with a few hiccups. Lib Dems holding on to that 1 seat of Orkney and Shetland. If I could just change our focus slightly, Adam, onto England. What is interesting, what we're seeing thus far, which is really rather interesting, is the Tories gaining seats off Labour. Although we saw Esther McVeigh lose in Wirral West, the Conservatives have been gaining seats like Southampton, Hitchin and so on. It really does take us very close towards the idea of thinking about the Conservatives winning an overall majority.
We've also seen
the
Conservatives taking seats off Labour in Wales as well, Gower and Vale of Clwyd.
Yes, Adam, and the fact that they can gain seats off Labour without really... They've lost seats to Labour, but mainly in London, I think, where there's a sort of regional effect going on there. But elsewhere, they've been taking seats off Labour, and given Labour's troubles and so on, there is a sense in which the Conservatives have the momentum, particularly in some parts of the country. There is a possibility, just a possibility, that the Conservatives may win an overall majority.
And also we should consider Northern Ireland briefly, where Sinn Féin have lost Fermanagh and South Tyrone to the Ulster Unionists. That was the most marginal constituency in the UK, but also East Belfast, where the Democratic Unionists have regained the seat Peter Robinson lost to the Alliance. This is the picture now in Witney, awaiting the declaration for the Prime Minister, with Michael Thrasher saying a possibility the Conservatives will get an overall majority. Let's go to Kay. Oh, this is Somerton and Frome. This is Somerton and Frome now, another former Liberal Democrat seat.
The total number of votes given to each candidate
currently
was as
held
follows.
by the Liberal Democrats in 2010.
Ian Paul Angel, Independent, 365. Ivor Dimmick, UK Independence Party, 6,439. David Allen Oakenson, Labour Party, 4,419. David Digby Rendell, Liberal Democrats, 11,692.
That's not going to be enough.
Simon, Green Party, 5,434.
Okay, we are just about to declare here, just keeping an eye on this Elmo character that's trying to cause a little problem or two as the Prime Minister about to head up to the stage finally for this declaration. It's about an hour or so later than we were expecting. Anushka Asthana has been following the Prime Minister around for the last several weeks. My goodness me, it's nearly over.
You've got to ask why it took so long here. I mean, this has to be one of the safest seats in the country. We can see David Cameron there being told about what's about to happen. It's clearly partly because they had local results that they had to count first, but there'll be no surprises here in Witney, Kay. The surprise is what we're seeing everywhere else.
Yeah, so 17 councillors were being elected as well today, although last time they had their elections here, I think councillors were also being elected. I'm not quite sure what the hour-long delay was here. I think we can see Craig Oliver and Samantha Cameron as we await the candidates heading up to the stage. And George Osborne, can you see? He's watching our output as well. Hello, Mr. Osborne, if you can hear us. He won his seat reasonably safely, so we're just waiting for a moment or two. One or two representatives from organisations that are quite angry with the Prime Minister, Fathers for Justice and the like, who are trying to make their demonstrations clear, including Elmo and a fake shake.
A few fake shakes.
Of course, the Fathers for Justice campaigners are allowed to bring their own representatives and agents, so quite a few of them are gathered here in the hall as well.
There's Samantha Cameron.
Indeed, and we've seen Craig Oliver, who's the Uber spin doctor as well, who's been following the Prime Minister around for the last few weeks. Not seen Linton Crosby, who presumably he will be congratulated. Perhaps his salary doubled as a result of what's happened tonight for the Conservatives.
Well, he always said there was going to be crossover at the end. No one saw it coming, including those advisors you're talking about. They still were looking very nervous today, but lots of smiles now.
Can Mr. Peel come to the front, please? Mr. Peel.
Prime Minister is concerned, last time he was here, he's been the MP here since 2001, Anushka, but in 2010 he was here for the count. He headed back down to London. When did he get some sleep?
I think between about 7 and 9, and I think he'll probably aim for something similar again today in Downing Street. But first he'll go to the Conservative campaign headquarters. Kept Elmo quite a long way away from him.
Here we go. Finally.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now in a position to declare the results in the election of a Member of Parliament for the Witney constituency. Turnout at the election was 73.57%. The total number of rejected ballot papers was 188, and the votes cast for each candidate were as follows. Bex, Colin Rowland, Wessex Regionalists, 110. Cameron, David William Donald, the Conservative Party candidate, 35,201. That's 35201. Enright, Duncan Shaw Thomas, Labour Party, 10,046. Graham Andy, Liberal Democrat, 3,953. That's 3953. Handley Nathan Paul, 12. Jackson Deek, Land Party, 35. MacDonald Stuart Sutherland, Green Party, 2,970, 2970. Pedell Clive, National Health Action Party, 616, 616. Saunders Vivian Inez, Reduce VAT in Sport, 56. Smith Bobby, Stop Emotional Child Abuse, Vote Elmo, 37. Strutt Simon, UKIP, 5,352. That's 5352. Thompson Chris, Independent, 94. And I hereby declare that David William Donald Cameron is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Witney constituency. Thank you.
Well, can I first give my thanks to you, Keith, the returning officer, and to all the staff who've worked so hard here and around the country over this election night. I'd like to thank my agent, Natasha Whitmill, and all those who've worked so hard for me here in West Oxfordshire, but also Conservative campaigners right across the country. Above all, I want to thank the voters of West Oxfordshire who've elected me again. It's a huge honour to serve you in Parliament, to stand up for this beautiful part of our country and to be your Member of Parliament. And I will do everything I can to go on working hard for you. Today is the 70th anniversary of the victory in Europe in 1945. And I think we should start by remembering those who gave such sacrifice and service to save our country, but also to save our democracy, which we've seen in action today. Some people say, in fact, I've often said, that there's only one opinion poll that counts, and that's the one on election day. And I'm not sure that's ever been truer than it is today and tonight. This is clearly a very strong night for the Conservative Party. I think we've had a positive response to a positive campaign about safeguarding our economy, about creating jobs, about a record in government over the last 5 years, but above all, a plan for the next 5 years, and based on clear values of wanting to reward work in our country, that those who put in and do their best should find the system is on their side. As I put it on the steps of Downing Street 5 years ago, those who can should, those who can't, we always help. We published a manifesto that was squarely for working people. That is what we put in our manifesto. That is what I hope we'll be able to implement in government. It is too early to say exactly what sort of result there will be at the end of this night and the end of this election campaign. But to me, this election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we built for our country, and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side and want to deliver for you. Also, we should never in politics duck the big issues, whether it's dealing with our deficit, whether it is holding that referendum which we were right to hold on the future of Scotland in our United Kingdom, or indeed in the future that referendum we must hold to decide Britain's future in Europe. My aim remains simple: to govern on the basis of governing for everyone in our United Kingdom. I want to make sure that our economic recovery reaches every part of our country. I want to make sure as our economy grows that the poorest in our country can benefit from that recovery and have the chance of work and a stronger future. I want to make sure there are good schools for all our children, no matter where they live or what their background. And above all, I want to bring our country together, our United Kingdom together, not least by implementing as fast as we can the devolution that we rightly promised and came together with other parties to agree, both for Wales and for Scotland. In short, I want my party, and I hope a government I would like to lead, to reclaim a mantle that we should never have lost, the mantle of one nation, one United Kingdom. That is how I will govern if I'm fortunate enough to form a government in the coming days. Let me finish where I began by thanking the voters of West Oxfordshire for putting your trust in me again. I will make sure I do not let you down. Thank you.
Saying that he does hope to form a government over the next few days. Anish Kristana is with me. You have been following him throughout. He wasn't expecting a night like this, was he?
I didn't get that impression at all earlier in the day. They saw the national polls, they saw they were neck and neck, they really felt they couldn't call it. Before that exit poll, they said 300 seats would be a good night for them. They were very surprised by the exit poll. They said David Cameron was pleased when he saw it, but you've heard what he's saying now. Very clear that he believes it's been a good night for the Tories. Contrast that to what we're hearing from a Labour MP who said he was genuinely shocked, will never believe another poll again. Lib Dems saying they are utterly devastated. The Prime Minister thinks his message has done well. That has been highlighting the idea of Labour propped up by the SNP, insisting that he only needed 23 seats for a majority, but also really going hard after Lib Dems. Those were the seats we came back to again and again and again.
Given that we could see the loss of 3 leaders tomorrow, if he needs to do a deal, who's he going to do a deal with? We could see Ed Miliband go, we could see Nick Clegg go, and we could see Nigel Farage go.
Well, that's one of the real difficulties that you would see if they do fall short of the majority, although they still think they might get there. Nick Clegg clearly hinting earlier that his position might not be there any longer, and a former special advisor for him also saying Lib Dems will never do a coalition deal again after what it did to them. And Nigel Farage, as you say, if he loses, he says he's going to go, and a bad night for Ed Miliband. The Prime Minister will now head...
Light outside, Anushka.
I know, it took so long to get this massive win in Witney counted. But look, the Prime Minister will now head back to Conservative campaign headquarters, where I know there is quite a buoyant mood. They are very happy with what they're seeing, swings that they didn't expect across England, and clearly that devastation for Labour in Scotland. He will try to get in a little bit of sleep in Downing Street, somewhere in there.
But how's he going to do a deal? I mean, we're talking about a deal. 236 is the number that people are looking towards, isn't it? Am I right? 326, forgive me, it's very late or very early, I can't remember anymore. 326 is the number that they're aiming for. The Lib Dems are down to just 6.
Well, that's going to be the difficulty. Can they make it add up? Remember, the DUP could be natural partners for the Conservatives. What we're hearing from the DUP in Northern Ireland tonight is they are willing to do things in the interest of the country. Those conversations that we were told by advisers last night were not taking place then will start now in earnest, I am sure. But as I say, the Conservatives still wondering if they could get that bit closer to the majority because of some of the swings that we've seen.
Now, given coalition, if we get to coalition, often quoted over the last few days is what happened in Belgium when it took them 541 days to reach coalition. In 2010, when we did a coalition deal here in the United Kingdom, it was done over a weekend, but that was under very different circumstances. The Prime Minister leaving there with a very smiling Samantha Cameron about saying hello to well-wishers as he heads out, and as you say, straight back down to Downing Street. Coalition. What length of time might we expect if they are trying to do those sort of deals?
Well, lots of it depends on how close they actually get to that magic mark that you are talking about. The Backbench Committee, the 1922 Committee, will be meeting the executive of it tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, none of them were that comfortable with the deal they did with the Lib Dems. They would love the Conservative Party to try to go it alone. The problem they've got is if they are short of that 326 or 323, because there are MPs that don't vote, then it becomes very difficult to see how it can be a stable government for all that long.
Just making the point there that the Prime Minister made sure that Samantha Cameron was in the car before he got in, not least because he was being chivalrous, but also quite a few demonstrators outside, so he just wanted to make sure that his wife got into that vehicle. If not Nick Clegg, then who? Vince Cable's not there either.
Well, I think they'll be quite happy that they got rid of Vince Cable. When we actually went to Twickenham as part of the Prime Minister's tour, we were saying to him, this is an over 12,000 majority. But David Cameron thought that he could win, and as he's going there, back to London, he'll be glad that Vince Cable on the left of the Lib Dem party isn't one man he'll be talking to. He would have liked to talk to Nick Clegg, but you can't see how Nick Clegg can stay in position.
OK, so Prime Minister on his way back down to London. Will he form the next government? Adam.
Well, Kay, I think we could say for sure that he will form the next government. As they were talking, Liberal Democrats lost 3 more seats. We can now go to Inverness, where Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, is expected to lose
the total
this
number
seat.
of votes given for each candidate was as follows. Danny Alexander, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 18,029. Donald MacLeod Boyd, Scottish Christian Party, proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 422. Les Durance, UK Independence Party, 1,236. Drew Henry, Scottish National Party, 28,838.
Danny Alexander has lost his seat by 10,000.
Edward Bryan, Stanford Mountain, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,410. Isla Marie O'Reilly, Scottish Green Party, 1,367.
And David Laws has lost his seat as well in Yeovil. This is
Mike Robb, Scottish Labour Party, 4,311. Therefore, I give public notice that Drew Henry is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey constituency. The total number of votes cast across the constituency at the UK parliamentary election on 7th of May 2015 was 57,667. The total number
Well, I think
of
that
ballot
means that
papers
everybody
rejected
who
was
has been a Liberal
54,
Democrat cabinet minister,
and I now
with the
invite
exception
the
of Nick
successful
Clegg, has
candidate
now
and the
lost their
runner-up to
seat.
speak.
I'd like to
I'm still waiting
thank
to hear
the
about
returning
Steve Webb,
officer,
I suppose.
his very hard-working and tireless staff, and the police for the conduct of the count. I'd also like to say a thank you to all the other candidates for a friendly and enjoyable campaign. And thank you to my fantastic
SNP taking
campaign
more than
manager,
half
Jill,
the votes
and the best campaign
in
team
Inverness, Nairn,
any
Badenoch
candidate
and
could
Strathspey.
wish to have. For all those people
There you
of
see
Inverness,
an enormous
Nairn, Badenoch and
swing
Strathspey
of
who have
nearly
voted
30%
for
from
change,
Liberal Democrats
this
to the
was their
SNP.
night.
Even bigger swing
This
from
is now
Labour.
their new dawn. It's clear that in Scotland, in this
Rumours that
constituency,
things are looking pretty
people
sticky
want
for Ed
progressive
Balls.
policies and an end
The seat is
to
close.
the harmful
We don't know quite what the
austerity
outcome's
dogma.
going to be.
It's
But
been a
already
historic night,
we're seeing the Liberal
and I aim
Democrats
to
lose
prove
in the
myself
southwest of England as
a
well.
hard-working MP who would always put the needs of my constituents first. Throughout this campaign, our slogan has been already working, and that applies now more than ever. Thank you.
So, Dan Alexander now, the former Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
Let me first of all say congratulations to Drew Hendry on his successful election today. And let me add my thanks to the returning officer, to all of your hard-working staff, to the police, and all those who've made this election work so smoothly. On a personal note, let me say a heartfelt thanks to my agent, Craig Harrow, my fantastic campaign team, and to all of those who voted for me in this election. It was more than last time, but not enough to secure victory. Representing the community of Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey for the last 10 years has been the greatest privilege and responsibility of my life. The Highlands of Scotland is a unique part of the United Kingdom. It's the best part of our country, and it's been an honour to serve the people and the communities of this constituency. That honour, of course, now passes to Drew Hendry, and I wish him well with fulfilling his commitments to this constituency. I will always be proud of the difference that I and my party have made to the country in the last 5 years and to this constituency over a very long period of time. I want to make sure that the spirit in which I've represented this constituency is carried on, and that the tradition of Highland liberalism continues to succeed for the Highlands in the years to come. And that's a task to which I rededicate myself today. Thank you.
Well, just to be clear, in the last few minutes, the Liberal Democrats have lost Colchester to the Conservatives, Cornwall North to the Conservatives, Thornbury and Yate to the Conservatives. They've also lost Solihull as well. And so Steve Webb has gone, so all the cabinet ministers, with the exception of Nick Clegg, have lost their seats. This is David Cameron speeding down the road towards London, where he will start forming his new government. Michael Thrasher saying a few minutes ago that there was a real possibility that the Conservatives could have an overall majority. Michael, is that firming up in your mind?
Well, it really is heavily dependent now upon a number of marginal constituencies, Adam, in terms of whether the Conservatives can gain seats like Derby North, Berwick, Portsmouth South, which is almost certain that they will do, some more seats in the southwest, such as St Austell, St Ives, or they can prevent Labour from gaining seats in, for example, London, Croydon Central, in the northwest. Northwest is becoming very, very critical to the outcome of this election. If they can prevent Labour from gaining seats like Lancaster, Morecambe, Warrington, Weaver Vale, then it's quite possible that Conservatives will win an overall majority.
Well, there are 200 seats to go out of 650, and one other thing that's happened that you can see in the bottom right of your screen is that the Conservatives have now pulled ahead of Labour as constituencies from around the country come in. We do not expect that Labour is going to catch up now, and it does look as if David Cameron is on course for another Conservative-led government.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock and you're watching Decision Time live on Sky News. David Cameron looks certain to be returning to Downing Street as Prime Minister, with the Conservatives set to be the largest party at Westminster.
I want my party, and I hope a government I would like to lead, to reclaim a mantle that we should never have lost. The mantle of one nation, one United Kingdom. That is how I will govern if I'm fortunate enough to form a government in the coming days.
Well, it's a near clean sweep for the Scottish National Party in Scotland as Labour's Douglas Alexander and Labour leader in Scotland Jim Murphy lose their seats.
There are now serious questions about Ed Miliband's future. One source told us they can't see him lasting as leader until lunchtime.
This has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party.
And for the Lib Dems, is it curtains for Nick Clegg? He's held on to his seat, but the Lib Dems have collapsed. Vince Cable and Danny Alexander amongst the high-profile casualties.
It is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats.
Douglas Carswell has been elected as UKIP MP, but Nigel Farage is still sweating it out in South Thanet.